towels. On that note, good morning, towel friends over on the Towel YouTube. We have quite a day today. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have the Donna Adelson motion hearing at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do some catch-up on the Wendy Adelson police interrogation because I have Dr. G's analysis that I found very interesting I want to comment on. We're going to play some towel trivia. We're going to hang out. We're going to be little towels. 1 second. I was making sure the audio was working. It is. All right, towel friends on the Towel YouTube, roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
There you heard him, ladies and gentlemen. That is, oh, it's Bella. Oh, goodness. I surprised you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I have no sunglasses or no hat. Need a haircut. Second of all, that's Bella. Oh my goodness. I surprised you all, ladies and gentlemen. That's Bella. And there's no towel Discord yet, by the way. Great question, Amber. It's great to have you in chat. Hello as well to Vicky. And I saw, who else did I see in there? I saw Nancy in there and Peggy. Great to see you this morning. I surprised you all. Before we start with anything, it's Bella. Bella is the most adorable Bella you can imagine, and that is Bella with her friends. One of them is a sheep, one of them is clearly an octopus, and one of them is a teddy bear. Now, Bella is a princess, very clearly. I think we now know this. So if you're wondering, Grant, are we starting the day with a picture of Bella because Bossy Texas Chick sent it in? Yes, we are doing that. There is nothing that makes me quite so happy. Hello, Tanya. Yeah, we can talk about what happened over the past few days. I'm happy to do that, but can we start the day with Bella? Hello, Ruth. Good morning, Falcor Luck Dragon. I have a special surprise for us, ladies and gentlemen. It's Bella in the arms of her protective octopus and her sheep and her teddy bear. Oh, it's lunchtime where Ruth is. Yep, it's early in the morning over here in Boston, Massachusetts. It's a cold day. It's going to get colder going into tomorrow. Towel's finally comfortable. I don't do very well in the heat. I'm sure you've noticed that I get very frustrated. When it gets up to like 95 degrees, my body doesn't tolerate the heat while I'm very sensitive to heat, and I get really, really irritated. So, first thing I want to do is say, isn't Bella adorable? All right, I think that's the best way to start the stream. We can call Bella one of the Towel Channel mascots because she is, and also Bella's like a comfort animal, you know what I'm saying? Bella's got her comfort animals. Bella is our comfort animal. Good morning, Faith. It's great to see you. We'll let folks kind of come in, start the morning. We're going to be here all day, so don't worry. No matter what time zone you're on, we're here until at least probably 1:15 or 2 p.m. Eastern. There is a 1:15 final we thought the final pretrial motion hearing in the Donna Adelson case related to the conspiracy, of course, as to the death of Dan Markle, the Florida state law professor, who was tragically killed in a conspiracy involving the Latin Kings, Wendy Adelson, his ex-wife, her brother Charlie, her mother Donna, and a woman named Katie Magbuana. It's a hard name to pronounce. I'll work on it. Who basically orchestrated the murder of Dan Markle. Now, there have been 5 trials. Okay, Katie was tried twice, convicted. Charlie was tried and convicted. And then the 2 hitmen, Luis Rivera and one other guy, were tried and convicted. Okay? Now, Charlie has to be in prison in South Dakota because I think the Latin Kings are out for it. All right? But this is Donna's trial starting. It's supposed to start Friday, but it could because jury selection starts tomorrow, the 19th. If jury selection goes in routine order, we'll be in trial by Friday morning with opening statements, and then the presentation of evidence is scheduled to begin according to the judge. On Monday, however, we may end up actually starting. It really depends on like how jury selection goes, what happens today. There's some outstanding motions from Wendy Adelson about like the nature of her questioning and her immunity agreements with the state. Now, Wendy Adelson is a whole rabbit hole in and of herself. If you looked at Wendy Adelson's employment history between like right around the time of this murder in 2014, if you look at where she was working prior to when she went to Florida State and ran an interdisciplinary clinic between the law school, the School of Public Health, and then one other school. If you looked at that, the public health school, I think. If you look, maybe I said that twice, but there was 3 components to it. It was an interdisciplinary program. If you look at where she worked before that, okay, she worked for 1 year at this nonprofit. Now, I am not the expert on the Adelson case, okay? But I did just some cursory research on one of the institutes that not the Adelson Institute, but an institute that Wendy Adelson worked at before going to Florida State. Let me just tell you, I very quickly found that she, for at least a year, worked for a very high level. I'm talking like WHO, World Bank, etc. program that was at least her boss at that agency was directly connected to it going back to the 80s. How do I know this? I found a declassified World Bank document indicating why he started up the charity she ended up working for and all this stuff. It was pretty wild. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean anything overtly. You could just be involved in that kind of research because you are interested in protecting victims of human trafficking, like Wendy Adelson ostensibly was involved in. And by the way, I'm talking about this because Wendy Adelson has docketed a motion in the Donna Adelson case related to the nature of questioning by the defense to Wendy Adelson, because Wendy, for some reason, has never been indicted. A lot of people think the prosecutor in the case Georgia wants to get Wendy indicted, but I have my reservations about that. I think the only person who's not going to get indicted related to any of this is Wendy, because Wendy, predating Dan Markel's murder, had some friends. I don't know what the hell she was doing. I have some ideas, but it's mostly speculation, which I've indicated. I have not come to any firm conclusions about what the hell is going on with Wendy Adelson, and frankly, I don't really want to. Okay, but I don't think Wendy Adelson is going to get indicted. Barbara Towell, hello. Rhonda, good morning. Thank you so much for all your support. Rhonda likes so many of my posts on Towel Twitter, and it makes me such a happy towel every time I see the notification pop up on my phone. God bless you, Rhonda. I love the octopus, says Nancy. I do too. Bella Towel is well protected. Falcor Luck Dragon says that they're a casualty of the heat too. Oh, I understand that. I understand that very much. So, here's the plan for today. I'll tell you a little bit about what's been going on the past week, to the extent that I feel comfortable talking about it. We will take a look at a very, very interesting analysis of Wendy Adelson's police interrogation. Oh, God bless you, Rhonda. Thank you so much. Oh, my goodness, folks. Look at that. I don't have my hat right now, but look at that little super towel emoji. First of all, God bless you, Rhonda. You're amazing. Look at the little super towel emoji, folks. He has a little hat. Waving the hat around. You know, look at him. He's a little... Oh, my goodness. I haven't had an adorable moment like that in a while. I needed that, Rhonda. First of all, God bless you for your support of Towel Channel. Second of all, look at that little towel emoji. He's a pear. He's wearing a headband, which is technically a towel, and he's waving his little towel around. Look at him. Oh, goodness. I needed that this morning. God bless you, Rhonda. Really appreciate you. Oh, yes. I did make Dean's List. We can look at that. Hold on. Let me see if I have a picture of it here. Hold on here. You can look at Bella while I look for the picture. Hold on, little towels. I suppose we can start with all the good news before we go into the chaos. And I'm also going to extend some apologies because until the chaos really unfolded, I didn't really know what was going on. Now I have a little bit better sense of what was going on. All right? Feeling a little bit more, zen, centered, if you will, if you were. All righty, little towels. So let's take a look at this. Thank you so much. I think it was Nancy from the 508. So there you go, little towels. Towel is honored to announce that despite everything that was going on last semester, Towel has made the Dean's List for spring of 2025 at law school. Oh, I agree. Barbara, it's either that or who she worked for before, but I agree she is being protected. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Jesse. I just wanted to, after we talked a little bit about Bella and her octopus and her bunny and her teddy bear, I wanted to show you that Towel made the Dean's List. So thank you so much for Nancy reminding me. I think I had said earlier, oh, I should say that. That's good news. And I forgot. And then Nancy was kind enough to make a comment and reminded me. So Towel did make the Dean's List. It was a tough semester. I have just one class to go going into the fall. Thank you so much, Tanya. I have just one class to go going into the fall. I got to start getting ready for bar prep. Not now, but in a month or two, we may have to help raise a little money for Tal to do bar prep, just because of the way the chips are going to fall and the timing. Maybe I can not take the bar till next summer, but my mom really wants me to take the bar. I don't really want to practice law, but if it will make her happy, I'll take the bar. I just don't know if I have the money to pay for a good bar prep class, but also if I don't really care if I pass or not, do I even need to take a bar prep class? I don't know. I think Mom doesn't really understand the logic of it all, because she wants me to take the bar, but, I don't want to burden her with the class, so, I'll just try to do it. I'm never going to be able to pay for it, but we'll talk about that in a few months. So anyway, my plan is to finish up school, take the ethics exam, which I will pass easily because I loved ethics class, did very well in that final. And then I will graduate. I think they have a special graduation for those of us who either fall a little bit behind or because of circumstance, like a parent passing away or whatever, have to graduate in the middle of term. So I'll graduate in the middle of the year. And then I'll have a JD. So that'll allow me to pursue, hopefully, start exploring some positions within my limitations. I'm thinking about teaching. I'd like to do some consulting maybe for regulatory compliance things. I'm thinking about my friends might open some law firms. Maybe I can help them as consultants or some kind of paralegal. I don't know. There's lots of things that I have on the radar that I'm thinking about, but the point is I need to get through the next few months, so I'm going to keep hanging out with you all. There might eventually become a time where I have a parallel sort of obligation where I have to start doing other things and we don't stream as often, but for now I'm going to take my class, do bar prep, try to stabilize my existence and hang out with you all for the next few months, and that's what we're going to do. That doesn't mean I can broadcast. If a trial goes for 4 weeks, I may not be able to do every day. I have to go to class on the days I have to go to class, but that might only be for a little bit of time and we'll work around it. Same thing with bar prep. If I have to do my bar prep, then I'll prioritize that over the streams. But I think this has given me a lot of meaning in my life. I don't really do it for the donations, obviously. I do it because, it helps me to decompress. I like the community that's formed here. I appreciate the people here. And as I continue to move forward with my own sort of life and how it's going to play out, I want this community and this stream to be an integral part of it. I don't want it to be the foundation of everything I do. I'm clearly not a branding guy, okay? I made some merch, but it was more because people really wanted to call me Hank Shirts, and I own the image. But I'm not really a branding guy. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not very good at that. It's not what I'm aiming for. I don't even really aim for influence and clout. I just believe what I believe. I work really hard, and I try to authentically convey the truth as I know it at that moment, okay? And that's why I don't really mind the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune very much, so I guess we can talk about this a little bit. Don't really mind it that much, because I don't really have any personal aspirations or goals like that. I'm not trying to accomplish anything or get a title or make a lot of money or whatever, do PR. I'm primarily interested in authentically advocating for the 4 principles, which I have reiterated many times are at the core of what I do, which is safety, country, God, family, safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. And that's all I've ever really tried to do. So if you see me doing something, I promise you it falls into one of those 4 categories: safety, country, family, or God. Safety, country, God, family, or academics, which is a bonus category. There's nothing that I do and there's no motivation I have outside of those 5 principles. I'm a Kantian. That's the only reason I act. Sometimes I don't even remember to eat, and I wouldn't really feed myself if I I wouldn't. I forget sometimes. It's I don't even do a good job of basic daily life tasks. Mind you, that's part of being on the spectrum. I have good analytical intelligence. I don't have good emotional intelligence, and I don't have good analytical intelligence. In any event, in terms of myself, that's why it's so easy for me to take the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, because I'd rather you go at me. Like with the Cannabis Control Commission. Go ahead, go at me. If that's what draws attention to the fact that vulnerable people were being silenced within the agency because of overlapping concentric social circles of influence that were of the most nefarious and insidious order, then sure, go at me. Okay, the CCC in 2023, a government agency, issued a promulgation on their website smearing my reporting. There is nothing that you can do to me that, first of all, I won't see coming. Second of all, I won't have already been through. And third of all, nothing you will be able to do will be able to influence my psyche. My psyche is so numb to that kind of politicking that I just think analytically about it. It sucks. I'm very numb to it. But, whatever. It's not my first rodeo. What I don't like seeing is people insult my intelligence, okay? And over the past week or two, there was this bubbling up. Like, there was some threats I got via text. There was just some weird behavior. Like, somebody tried to bribe me. Of course, I flipped them off. There was just a lot of stuff that was bubbling up, and I didn't know exactly what it meant. I got the sense I was being followed, but, like, I always think I have a tail. So I'm just always kind of, like, looking around. Like, if I see the same car 3 times, like, I know what to do. I know how to turn, like, right a bunch of times so that if the car follows me, they have to have been following me because it doesn't make sense to turn right 3 times. I know a little bit. I'm not a government agent. I've never worked for the government. I do not work for the government. I want to make that clear. But I know a little bit about counter surveillance, and in particular how to spot a tail. So I just had some sense that I was kind of being tailed. Like, I sweep for bugs every once in a while, you know what I'm saying? So I just had a sense that I was being tailed. And it really started percolating up when last week I started, or just in the past few days, I started talking about the money involved with a private investigator named Marty Kraft. Now I'll bring this up on the screen for you. Let me just take down this picture, and then hello, Bella. So the other day, just being a little towel, I was posting about my normal towel things, and one of the things I stumbled onto was this private investigator named Marty Kraft had gotten $75,000 in 2025 in state contracts. Now, this whole issue here, I wouldn't exactly say it's particularly related to Marty Kraft, but it's more related to, like, whether Kate Peter, who goes by Mafia Masshole, was working for Marty Kraft. Now, it's one thing if you're just a PI, like getting hired by, like, Jen McCabe or something using private funds, but the second you start walking into the arena of spending state funds, oh, now you're in my wheelhouse. Now you're in my wheelhouse, because that's exactly the kind of stuff that I look into at the CCC and other areas of government. The second we start talking about disbursement of state funds, you're in my wheelhouse. So it got a little weird because, so first of all, like, Kate Peter has been really weird about whether or not she actually was a PI, that worked for Marty Kraft. Like, for a while, she was the one that actually put it out there, but she spent a lot of time denying it. And you might say, like, why would she do that, right? Well, I don't know. Take a listen to this clip from Kevin Linehan's show back, I think it was in, what was it? It was on February 23rd, 2025. And just take a listen to how Kate talks to Kevin about what she does as a PI. And now that all this stuff is coming out in hindsight, I started asking questions like, what was going on in the fall of 2023? Was Brian Tully working, the state police lieutenant who was involved in the Reed investigation, the Birchmore investigation? There was partner John Fanning. It was Tully's unit. The Aidan Kearney case, the release of Lindsay Gattani's cell phone. What happened in the fall of 2023? And my conclusion was that Brian Tully had a pre-existing contractual relationship with a PI firm run by Marty Kraft. I believe that went back to 2022 or earlier, and that Marty Kraft was basically trying to keep the Sandra Birchmore cover-up under wraps for Tully. That's my opinion. Then, I think in October of 2023, Tully needed help with the Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed cases, and he thought the best way to do it was to bring in Kate Peter. Oh, Jesse, thank you so much for your kind words. God bless you. You did, Faith Chavez. You're kicking butt and taking names in the chat. Towel JD incoming, Nancy says. Thank you all. But yes, so what really I was thinking about, and it's not malicious. I was very concerned because, to me, I think Turtle Boy and Karen Reed did bad things. But I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Obviously, I'm still in law school, and this is just a lay opinion. Okay. I think you really have to understand the rules of evidence, okay, to be involved in a criminal investigation. I'm not involved in anything like that because I'm not appropriately trained, and I don't want to be. Okay, and if Kate Peter got retained by Brian Tully vis-a-vis Marty Kraft in the fall of 2023 without really understanding the evidentiary consequences of being involved with the evidence, okay, especially presented to the grand jury, it makes me conclude one of two things. One, they didn't know what they were doing. But Brian Tully has been doing this for 20 years. I think he knew what he was doing. Two, they never intended to actually take Aiden's cases to trial. It was a pressure tactic to get him to flip on Karen Reed, who was the real target. Everybody following along? Okay. So that makes you wonder, like the stage we're at now, right, with all of this new discovery last week coming out about messages from Tully to Kate and from Kate to Ken Mello and God knows who else, okay? And we're looking at a situation where it's Odell, okay? I'm not a lawyer. Mr. Bettero is like the one who's going to end up filing this. He's already talking about it on Nurse Kim's show. It really upsets me that this is happening. But unlike in the Karen Reed case, we had Michael Proctor making derogatory remarks about Karen Reed and leaking some protected information, which are violations of the rules of conduct for state police because they compromise evidentiary integrity, I hope folks understand. Unlike that case, like Proctor's behavior was minor. He did, I think, leak that email from Karen Reed to Alan Jackson about David Yannetti to Kate Peter. I think that's like the only thing he really did that was like egregious. Otherwise, I don't think he's a bad man. I think he's okay. All right. I need to find out more about what he knew about Birchmore, but overall right now I don't think Michael Proctor it was like the biggest problem in this. But if we think about by analogy how much more serious Kate Peter and Brian Tully's conduct was in the context of the Kearney case, then you see why I get a little concerned. Because it's not just that Kate Peter was involved as potentially an undisclosed PI working under Marty Kraft's license in order to like directly prosecute Aiden Kearney, basically, vis-a-vis Brian Tully, Ken Mello, eventually Robert Cosgrove, and this woman Pam Friedman. Okay, it wasn't just that was going on. It was that because Kate Peter was sort of handling evidence in a way that was very gratuitous, and Brian Tully, and what I mean by gratuitous is Kate Peter didn't need to be involved in the handling of the evidence. Brian Tully could have just got the evidence, okay? Whoever it was that had all these recording, I know like 7 different people have like record in real time everything Aiden broadcasts, okay? So like whoever Tully needed, he could have gotten archives of Aiden's material, kept the titles as they were on the YouTube, and just submitted them to the grand jury. The reason why this is such an issue and why I'm kind of up in arms about it, and it's not, Aiden, in my opinion, did bad things. Karen Reed did bad things. But we have a justice system that is set up vis-a-vis the exclusionary rule under the Fourth Amendment, and then more seriously under the progeny of Odell, McCarthy, and DiBenedetto, you can be penalized for compromising the integrity of the grand jury as a prosecutor with a dismissal. Okay? We're not talking necessarily like compromising procedurally like something at a motion hearing or a case. Like a trial. Those are all different sanctions. We're talking specifically under Commonwealth v. Odell about, and its progeny, about what happens if you compromise the integrity of the grand jury. It's basically an ex parte proceeding where you have an elevated burden as the prosecutor to make sure that the evidentiary record presented is free from any extraneous influence. That doesn't mean that it was wrong for Kate Peter to collect evidence for Brian Tully to submit to the grand jury. What's wrong is that Brian Tully was basically taking this stuff sight unseen as attachments with different file names, whatever, and then submitting it to the grand jury. That, unfortunately, is, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, an independent factual analysis from whether or not the underlying evidence is valid. Okay, it compromises procedurally the integrity of the grand jury proceeding, and then Bettero's going to move. But prior to what Bettero's going to do, he's already telegraphing it, I was listening to him. Bettero's going to move for dismissal under Odell. It's a renewed Odell motion to dismiss about the October 2023 indictments, 10 of the 16 felonies that are still standing. Aiden has 14 total felonies. outstanding. 10 from October of 2023, 2 from December of 2023 from related to Lindsay Gattani, and then 2, the October ones are related to like Chris Albert, Colin Albert, other witnesses in the Reed case, and then 2 from the spring of 2025 or something. 2 indictments were bound over related to Aiden yelling at a pizza shop, and I mean that he yelled at a camera at a pizza shop. So anyway, what I think Bettero's going to do is he's going to move under Odell and its progeny to renew his motion to dismiss, Aiden's motion to dismiss the October 2023 indictments under a theory of governmental misconduct, which is an independent evidentiary analysis from whether or not the evidence is valid. That's a component of it, but it's a much different multiple-pronged standard when you're questioning the integrity of the grand jury proceedings. And so what I think Betterow is going to do is he's going to move for that, but as grounds for, as part of that process, he said it on Nurse Kim's show, he's going to move for an evidentiary hearing involving Kate Peter, Brian Tully, Ken Mello, and probably Pamela Friedman. So he's going to move to call those 4 people as witnesses, and then what we're going to see is that you can't just have an evidentiary hearing for its own sake. What you have to say to the judge, and I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, what you have to say to the judge is, Your Honor, we'd like to have an evidentiary hearing because in furtherance of our renewed Odell motion, we need to gather evidence that is indicated in the existing discovery motions, but is not fully contextualized. Therefore, we need to put these people under oath and ask them questions. That's what Betterow is going to do. I'm not speculating. He telegraphed it. He told Nurse Kim to expect that, and he told Nurse Kim to expect an evidentiary hearing with those people specifically. I think I got them all right. I don't remember every name he said. It was like 3 or 4 names. Those were them. And then he's going to use that. It might be a simultaneous motion. He might telegraph what he's planning to do for the reason. He might make a motion for an evidentiary hearing in the context of a larger Odell motion, a renewed Odell motion. Depending on the procedure, he may need permission to make a renewed Odell motion, which would like leave of the court, which would mean that he would ask for leave of the court to file a renewed Odell motion, and then in the context of that motion, he would argue that part of the reason that he needs leave of the permission for this, or in the context of making this motion, he needs an evidentiary hearing to establish the record to make the renewed Odell motion. That's what I think he's going to do. He telegraphed it. I was listening. It was very brief, but if you understood what he was saying, that's where we're going. Here's why that's a big deal. Listen to Kate Peter literally admit to Kevin Linehan that she was doing PI work. So again, independent, and it's very frustrating for the victims, I'm sure, okay, as an analyst here. It's probably very frustrating that now you have someone who did something way worse than what Michael Proctor did. And I know it's tough to understand, but it makes sense. It's way worse in terms of the implications for the integrity of the grand jury proceedings. That's why Karen Reed was able to go to trial. If Proctor had done like what Tully and Kate did in the investigation of John O'Keefe, that couldn't have gone to trial, okay? Because it wouldn't have survived a threshold analysis under Odell related to the evidence presented to the grand jury. That's the problem we have here with Aiden's cases. And I personally think he did bad things and should be held accountable, obviously. What we have here is a situation where that may not be able to happen, at least without it being refiled, some of this stuff, because Kate Peter did stuff, and Brian Tully, in my opinion, and Marty Kraft did stuff that was way worse as to the evidentiary integrity of the underlying indictments than Michael Proctor did in the Reed case. So Proctor got sanctioned with being fired, and then the Reed was able to go to trial. Tully, I'm pretty sure, is on the way out. Like, there's no way he can stay. I'm sorry. It has nothing to do with Michael Proctor's text messages. Like, he really, really messed some stuff up. And that's why they're going to get rid of him, in my opinion. Furthermore, I also think Kate Peter's a huge liability for the Commonwealth right now, because if she gets up on that stand, which Betterow's going to make her do, there's no way she's going to be able to match wits with him. I've seen her in court pro se before. She doesn't do very well. So you're up against Betterow and Bradel, and I mean, it's not like I like either of them. Like, they're lawyers. They're still lawyers. They have a lot of evidence. They have evidence you might not even know about, okay? And they're really, really good at what they do when they're upset. And they are both very upset about this. And I can tell from how they're acting. They're not even, like, raging at Lindsay anymore. That's how far this has gone forward. They're upset because they rightfully feel the grand jury was compromised way before Lindsay was even involved in November, December 2023. It was compromised because of Kate Peter in October or before of 2023. And what gets even more strange about all of this is that if it was pretextual and designed only to pressure Aiden, then Lindsay Gattani may have been literally used by both sides unwittingly, because Aiden Kearney started telling Lindsay that Karen Reed and Josh Levy were talking ex parte in November of 2023, okay, which gave Lindsay Gattani insights that Brian Tully might have wanted to learn about what the feds were really looking into, because the feds clearly weren't investigating John's death. That was cover. The feds were investigating Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up and Tully's unit and the MSP in general. Okay, so Lindsay Gattani got screwed by all these people. And that's why I want to just play this clip of Kate Peter where she openly talks about being a PI. She spent months denying it. Now she's circling around. Kate Peter's very cornered. They're all cornered. And then once I play this clip, I'll tell you what I experienced a little bit over the last week. I'm not saying it's related to Kate. I certainly felt that way based on some of the texts, but who knows what the police are going to find.
Even the Colin Albert thing, people are like, "Oh my God, how did they get the call log about Colin Albert being served the subpoena by the FBI, right?" And I'll tell you again, and I've always said I do not generally do defense cases. That is not what I do. It's mostly workers' compensation or other things sometimes that require a little bit more discretion, but I don't really handle defense cases. That's for the license that I work underneath. However, if I was looking into somebody for a defense case and I was going to characterize them as a potential third party, like they were positing to do with Colin Albert, one thing that...
Just so you understand, she's talking about if she were a PI, how would she approach it? And then she's saying, oh, I do all this other stuff under a license, but I don't do defense cases. She's talking about being a PI and what she would have done to Colin Albert. And then watch, she's going to give examples, and then I intercut it with stuff she then went and said about Colin Albert, which is a little weird, And I think the motive there was that it wasn't that Kate was working as a PI for Karen Reed, pretending to be a PI for the state. It was that Kate had an allegiance to Jen McCabe, in my opinion, and making Colin Albert and Chris Albert out to be drug dealers was a way to distract the Turtle Riders from Jen McCabe. And Brian Tully also knows Jen McCabe, so Tully might have been okay with that. That's what makes me think Kate was a PI for Tully and Kraft and loyal to them and Jen McCabe first. Secondly, the way in which that rumor was spread about Colin and Chris Albert was very similar to Brian Tully releasing Lindsay's cell phone extraction. Brian Tully took a full 15-year unredacted copy of Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction, which he didn't need to take as part of the evidentiary record. He got that thing and then violated a promise that Ken Mello made. And I thought more about this over the weekend. Ken Mello made a promise, an oral promise. We read the motion last week to Lindsay Gattani that phone would be subject to a reverse taint team, and then Brian Tully had her sign a form facilitating the phone being turned over for redaction. Unless that form, I'm not a lawyer, that's not legal advice, but I was thinking about this over the weekend. Unless that form explicitly states that it disclaims all, or incorporates all prior oral agreements or supersedes them, then the doctrine of promissory estoppel attaches. I actually watched Melanie Little read that motion because my version, I couldn't really hear it well. It was like an automated voice, but she read it out loud, so I listened really closely. And I saw Attorney Melanie Little, get to a point in that motion where she was she didn't say it, but she was reflecting on Ken Mello's oral promise. And then she was talking about the form that Lindsay signed, etc., when Tully took the extraction. That form, hello, 65 CJ5, it's so good to see you. That form that Lindsay signed, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but the doctrine of promissory estoppel attaches. And the doctrine of promissory estoppel is if you make an oral promise as part of a negotiations or like contracting to contract in the lead up to contract formation, again, not a lawyer, not legal advice, the doctrine of promissory estoppel says that you're promissorily estopped from violating the oral promise because it's incorporated into any subsequent written agreement unless you explicitly exclaim or explicitly denote in the written agreement that the written agreement supersedes and or otherwise supervenes all previous oral promises or oral agreements. The reason this is a doctrine is you can have a contract that is unconscionable on its face because it violates the spirit of your oral negotiations, basically, okay? So the doctrine of promissory estoppel related to that redacted cell phone extraction is a huge quagmire for the courts to figure out. I read the motion, and Lindsay didn't argue it in her motion, but I think by implication, by saying there was an oral promise and then it attached in very short temporal order, which means in a short amount of time, to the signing of the agreement to turn over the phone for production to Tully and Nicarino. I think what that does is she's pro se. This is not, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. She's pro se. The court will liberally construe that pleading. The court can sua sponte read into her argument the doctrine of promissory estoppel. She doesn't have to say, and she didn't, because Melanie Little would have commented on it. So Lindsay didn't say this in the motion as far as I remember when Melanie Little was reading it. Lindsay didn't say, because Ken Mello made this oral promise and then I signed the document, the doctrine of promissory estoppel attaches. But she doesn't have to. She has to just make the sort of constructive explanation, lead the judge to say that's promissory estoppel. If you're a lawyer, you must assert the doctrine of promissory estoppel in your argument for the to make sure you preserve it for appeal. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. But two, also because the judge won't liberally construe your pleading. You don't argue it, the judge isn't going to read it in. Judge might have their own stuff they want to say in their decision, but you don't argue it, judge isn't going to read it in. If you're pro se, because of the liberal construction of the pleading, yeah, judge is going to be like, that looks like promissory estoppel to me, and you don't have to say the words promissory estoppel. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. Hello. Elijah Towel. I'm sorry if the sound's popping a little bit. It could be that I'm just getting a little bit too close to the microphone. I can adjust what's called the gain. Very good to see you, Elijah Towel. Hello, Steph. When did the Turtle Riders start getting upset with Jen McCabe? Okay, so I think the Turtle Riders were initially focused on Jen McCabe from like the summer of 2023 onwards, okay? And it didn't really stop. It got really brutal over that summer and fall. It didn't really stop when Colin Albert and Chris Albert were kind of made the target by this drug-selling rumor, which didn't exist before Kate Peters spread it. And I also think Kate Peters might have a dual motive. Like, she creates emotional torment pretending to be Turtle Riders or leaking stuff to Turtle Riders in the witnesses, so they'll go to her for support, so she can do either like catch and kill stuff, which is a term where you catch stories and information and kill it before it gets out, or as a form of like handling the witnesses, like so they only say certain things to the news and to other people. All right, like she induces emotional trauma in them by proxy, blames it on Aiden, and then the witnesses like Chris and maybe Colin and others run to Kate thinking she can fix it, but really she was the source of it. That's what makes it so insidious, and why I try to kind of point it out. Hello, Claudia. Yes, we're going to watch the 1:15 p.m. hearing in the Don Adelson case, justice for Dan Markle and his, at least the part of his family that was not involved in the conspiracy to murder him. But all of this, I think, goes to something broader, and it's something I think is reflected in Falcor Luck Dragon's point here. The state police and Brian Tully had no right to look that far back in Lindsay's phone or take her full extraction and manipulate her. They never would have done that to Natalie, one of the other witnesses. They never would have done it to Jen McCabe. In fact, Jen McCabe has said she was allowed to delete information from her phone before handing it over for extraction. Natalie was allowed to do the same thing. It's that Lindsay was someone they looked at as a poor single mother with no connections, and they exploited her. And the reason why, and this is what gets me so riled up, is I think Brian Tully and Kate Peters consciously said to themselves, let's just get this girl's whole phone. Like, that way people won't pay attention to Jen. Like, we'll just leak the damn thing, Brian. Like, you just say you, like, released it to his lawyer by accident, you know? Then Aiden will get it, and he'll never give it back. And then the Turtle Riders' new target will be Lindsay Gattani. It won't be Jen McCabe. But it makes you wonder, like, Jen McCabe didn't do anything wrong with the Google search, so what the fuck does she care? Like, yeah, it's tormenting, I get it, but you're a witness in a high-profile murder trial. That's Karen's fault, in my opinion. So what the fuck does Jen McCabe care that people are looking into her background or she's the focus of public attention? All right, well, you know, maybe she's in a weird social scene. I don't know, bro. Maybe she's got a family that's got, like, a dark past. I don't know. I don't fucking care. I'm sorry for cussing. What upsets me about it is that her solution, in my opinion, and Kate's solution and Tully's solution, was to take advantage of Ken Mello and Robert Cosgrove via Pamela Friedman and release Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction as a way to distract public attention from Jen McCabe. It's one of the most grotesque abuses under color of law I've ever seen in my entire life. And I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but a few things should be considered here. One, Brian Tully used his official position as a state police officer to release that unredacted extraction. Two, he had Nick Garino's help doing so, and I don't think Nick Garino is very loyal to the state police after that drunk driving accident that basically is forcing him into medical retirement, where he was hit by a drunk driver on a detail near the Newton exit of the Pike about a year or two ago. Brian Tully, while that extraction was in the possession of the state police between January of 2024 and April of 2024, only removed two things. Two sets of things. Messages from Kate Peter to Lindsay Gattani and messages from Brian Tully to Lindsay Gattani. I have confirmed that was the only thing removed from the extraction before Tully released it in full, covering 15 years of Lindsay's life, including attorney-client material, doctor-patient privilege material, educationally protected material, HIPAA-protected material, etc., 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 to Aidan Kearney's lawyer on April 24, 2024. I believe the intent was, and I hate to say this, but I really think it was so that Lindsay would take her life. I think Brian Tully and Kate Peter wanted one of Aidan's victims to take their life so that they could use that as the example of why this man is so bad. And I think Kate Peter and Brian Tully tried to make it happen. They tried to literally accomplish two goals at the same time: drive Lindsay Gattani to take her life, and then simultaneously get public attention off Jen McCabe by focusing it on Lindsay, by giving Aidan 15 years of extraction that he could leak. Who did he leak it to? Jason Broyles, who's a guy that goes by Haley Walbrecht on Twitter, who happens to have, dating back to 2019, a proven connection to Kate Peter. See what I mean? Kate makes sure the material gets to someone who will focus specifically on Lindsay, won't talk about Jen, won't talk about Kate. All right. Eventually, Broyle started talking about Jen and Kate because I think it got a little obvious. But this was an op. All right. Lindsay Gattani was the target of an op. Aidan Kearney was the target of an op. Lindsay Gattani did not know what they were doing to her. Why would you ever participate in Brian Tully leaking 15 years of your phone? They were working her and not telling her because they thought they underestimated her intelligence, and they also thought she had no resources. So now we're in a situation where we're going to listen to this, and you can hear Kate basically talking about some of these tactics. And it doesn't, frankly, if it had just been by the book, T's crossed, I's dotted, there wouldn't be a problem here. The problem here is that there are rules that have serious consequences for the case if you violate them. And it's not sort of wishy-washy. If you compromise the integrity of a grand jury, like Kate Peter and Brian Tully probably did, you compromise the case. It doesn't matter what the person did. And that's the worst part. You know how agonizing that must be for Kate Peter and Brian Tully to become the Michael Proctor of the Turtle Boy cases. That means nobody, potentially, at least as things stand now, is going to get justice. Maybe they get a dismissal without prejudice, and then they're allowed to refile, okay? Maybe, because Double Jeopardy hasn't attached yet. And then a new MSP unit without Kate Peter or anyone else being involved just investigates it straight, then it could hold up. Or if the feds get Aidan on something, then it can hold up. But this case, as filed, cannot hold up. All right? It can't, in my opinion. Maybe there's other stuff being investigated that can hold up because it wasn't tainted by Kate Peter and Brian Tully's participation, but it can't hold up. I hate it. I hate that. It makes me very upset. I'm not pleased with it. I'm just disturbed that if we had all just come to terms with this in 2024, when I tried to start explaining it, Kate Peter wouldn't have gotten so enmeshed in this sort of situation. But she hid in plain sight, and by virtue of that, the consequences is not that I feel any glory or pleasure about talking about this. She compromised the cases. Okay, that's my role here, to analyze the implications of what she did. And that's why I was so upset last week. Rightfully so. There was other stuff I was upset about. But that's why I was so upset when the crushing weight of those discovery disclosures in the Kearney case last Wednesday during that hearing, when all of that started coming out, we'll watch that hearing again. We'll rewatch it. When it all started coming out, I felt so bad for Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Lindsay, all the people who were victimized by Aidan. Because at the hands of Kate Peter, Brian Tully, and strangely Jen McCabe, which I still don't really understand why people give this woman so much influence. I don't know, I don't want to know, I don't care. the case were compromised. Okay, so sorry, I can't feel bad for Jen McCabe. I don't think she did anything wrong in the context of the John O'Keefe case. She just answered the phone trying to help her boyfriend, the girlfriend of her friend. Her friend was John O'Keefe, and Karen Reed was John's then girlfriend, ostensibly, although their relationship was ending. But I don't feel sympathy for Jen McCabe, because by knowingly, and Tully and Kate Peter, by knowingly doing all this, and Pam Friedman, they compromised the cases. Now they're going to get hauled into court and we're going to watch this hearing. It's going to come up in the next month or two, I'm sure. It's going to be Kate, Brian Tully, probably Ken Mello, and then maybe Pam Friedman. I think it's like Tully's friend or something who was a victim's advocate that got involved. It wouldn't surprise me. And that's going to be just like the Proctor and Lally hearing, and it's going to be brutal. And then it's all going to collapse. And that's the one thing that Kate and some of the people in her orbit didn't want people to realize. Like, she has loose lips, especially when, I'm not saying this is a negative or bad thing, but like, I've seen her drink and then she talks, okay? You can't be in the intelligence world and drink and talk, okay? You have to live, like, if you're going to go out in public, be very well trained. If you're going to have friends, be very well trained. Do not talk. Don't talk. Don't brag. Don't talk. No glory. And if you talk, especially while the case is ongoing, there's no immediate consequences. Immediate, you can deal with the PR, like whatever, convince people you weren't doing it. The consequences are eventually the judge overseeing the proceedings, whether it's brought to his attention by the defense or something just happens, whatever. The consequences are going to be compromise the integrity of the cases. And that just, I can't tell you how much that frustrates me. It makes me so sad. And we'll watch the end of this video, then I'll talk a little bit about what happened to me over the past week and why I was a little bit off kilter. I'm feeling much better now. Zen is centered, so to speak. But let's listen to this.
What I would do is I would monitor where they are as far as like kind of sweeping periodically for any police calls to come in to see if maybe he gets popped with drugs. This was 100% a fabrication out of my own mind. It is not rooted in reality at all. I sent this just to fuck with Aiden to prove that he does not vet information at all. He will run with any sort of gossip that bolsters his claims, and I want to prove this.
Hey, Peter, go fuck yourself. You are a piece of shit.
Sorry.
So anyone who believes him should realize that a lot of this is getting sent out. I just went ahead and I emailed turtleboysports@gmail.com.
If you had to predict who's going to file lawsuits against you, Jen McCabe, calling up. Oh, actually, I do have a question for you. I have a question for you. If, and this is an interesting question, if Kate Peter sent you that rumor about Colin Albert selling drugs that was false, do you have a contribution claim against her as a co-defendant if you get sued?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't.
I wrote based on a movie plot. This is based on a movie plot. You could do the same thing. You would probably run with it too. If anyone gets their fake stories mentioned by this schmuck, please email me. We'll have a prize for you. Listen to this.
Yeah, this is an honor. Like, I don't know who this person is, but I'm just going to read the email that I got out loud. Bear with me. Because, hi, I've been really scared to talk to anyone about this. And I know I'm not the only one. But I see you're keeping people anonymous, and I think it's important people know. The problem that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe was that Colin Albert sells pills and weed, and John knew about it because he lived across the street from one of Colin's friends who runs Colin. Colin's dad knows, and sometimes the drugs go through the pizza shop, from what I've heard. The whole Albert family makes money from it. I don't know, that's that's what makes it a little far-fetched. Like, you're making the Albert family relies on marijuana sales and what other pill sales. Come on, that sounds. I'm just reading the email from it, and I don't know if his Uncle Brian knows or not, but I think he probably does, and explains why they're really covering it up. I have screenshots of Colin selling drugs because, sadly, I have bought from him before. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
So interesting.
So again, this person asked for anonymity. They will be granted it. Just to be clear, I have not said your name, and I'm not going to say your name.
Yeah, very trustworthy man.
You are
until you don't dance to what I tell you to dance
Oh, he said you're safe with me. Well, I don't want anonymity. I sent you that email, you dumb motherfucker.
All right. So someone asked, they didn't really understand what Kate was doing. So there was no discussion about Chris Albert and Colin Albert selling drugs when this video was released. The rumor didn't exist. No one had ever talked about it. This wasn't a thing. Kate went on to her show, sent Aiden an email saying that she had proof of Colin Albert and Chris Albert selling drugs under a fake name. And she told people she wanted to do this because she wanted to make it seem like Aiden would run anything. That was just a cover, though, in my opinion. What Kate was really doing is that was a time when there was a lot of heat on Jen McCabe. And I know people are going to think it's hard to understand how Jen McCabe could have done nothing but try to help John O'Keefe on the night that Karen allegedly struck John and left him to die while Karen was drunk driving, according to the civil complaint. It was that I think Jen McCabe was desperate. I truly, I understand where she was coming from, but I also don't like this nexus between Jen McCabe, Brian Tully, and Kate Peter because it's not appropriate in the justice system. So I think Kate Peter as a PI, I think Jen and Tully were saying to her, we're really desperate. We cannot get people to stop talking about Jen. They're following her to the kids' lacrosse games. They're following just her. They're really zeroing in on her. It's tormenting her. Do you have any ideas? And I think Kate's idea was, okay, what if we just spread the blame around a little bit? Let's put out some rumors about the other people. I'll say that I'm doing it to troll Aiden, but really it'll just get this rumor going. And by the way, this rumor spread for years about Chris and Colin Albert selling drugs. It never existed before Kate said that, and you just heard her say it. And then this is also interspersed within clips of Kate talking about being a PI. So what we're really talking about is not that Aiden Kearney didn't do bad things. I think he did bad things and he should have been prosecuted. What happened was because the prosecution had ex parte contact with Jen McCabe and Kate Peter and let Kate Peter in some cases basically run the prosecution of Aiden Kearney by proxy through Brian Tully, Pam Friedman, Ken Mello, and Robert Cosgrove, they compromise the cases. It can't withstand what's called an Odell motion to dismiss. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. And Bettero's already talking about this. The case as stands against Aiden Kearney, all of them, from October of 2023. So Chris Albert, Colin Albert, Julie Nagel, Jen, Matt McCabe, all those are potentially and probably, I'd say 80% out. That's where we're at. So we can talk about this when it happens, but I at least want the record to reflect that I heard Mr. Bettero on Nurse Kim yesterday. I know what Mr. Bettero is planning to do. He telegraphed it. We're going to have an evidentiary hearing in the next month, maybe two, with Kate Peter, Ken Mello, Brian Tully, and probably Pam Friedman. That evidentiary hearing will be allowed because Bettero's going to ask the court for leave to make a renewed motion under Odell v. Commonwealth v. Odell, which is the standard for grand jury misconduct leading to a pretrial dismissal of an indictment in Superior Court. Okay? He's going to move under Odell. He's going to move for permission first. Then he's going to do a renewed Odell motion based on what he gets at that evidentiary hearing. And Kate doesn't know what Odell is, and even if she did, she wouldn't understand what Bettero was asking her on the stand and how she was giving him evidentiary foundation under Odell's prongs. That's what I'm saying. You're outmatched by these lawyers. I don't necessarily love them. I don't like defense lawyers mostly, but they know what they're doing. He's gonna get all of them up there back to back, and they're sequestered probably. So back to back to back to back to back. He's gonna get all four of those people up there who are not equipped to deal with him, and they're not. Even if they read Odell, they wouldn't get it. He's going to get them to lay the foundation to make his Odell motion, and they're going to do it. And they're not even going to know what they're doing because they're not going to understand. He's not going to say, I'm moving under Odell to dismiss this. Please tell me what I need to know. He's going to trick them because he's not really tricked, but he's going to obfuscate his intent, and he's going to ask questions that lay an evidentiary foundation to move his Odell motion. That's what an evidentiary hearing is. If you know what you're doing, that's what you do. And so he's going to absolutely ruin these people, and they don't stand a chance against Bettero. And that's why I'm frustrated about this, because the inevitable consequence of this is we're going to get this is going to be dismissed, whether it's voluntarily by the prosecutor's office or by motion of or order of the judge. Those October 2023 charges are getting dismissed, and I'm upset about that, rightfully so, and the victims should be as well, because it did not happen because of the underlying conduct of Mr. Kearney. That's not what's going to lead to dismissal. It did not happen because of the quality of the evidence is standing on its own right. It happened because there were procedural deficiencies in the presentation of that evidence to the grand jury, which under the standard of Odell is going to render those charges dismissed. And that's why Kate Peter and Brian Tully and Jen McCabe are the Michael Proctor of the Aidan Kearney cases, and it's worse than what Michael Proctor did. And eventually, whether you listen to me say it now or you read it in a judge's order, it's going to be the factual record. And that's why I'm frustrated, because I don't like that this played out this way. I cannot change the past, but I can affect the future. And anyone who tells you otherwise is a lethargic devil. Let's keep listening to Kate talk about being a PI. Then we'll rewatch last week's Aidan Turtleboy Kearney hearing, where like a lot of this stuff is kind of telegraphed. And then we'll see what else I want to watch. I think there was something. Oh, I wanted to watch the analysis of Wendy Adelson's police interrogation, which we will also do. And by the way, it's coming up on 9 a.m. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and let me just give you an indication that it won't be until 1:15 p.m. Eastern time today. It's coming up on 9 a.m., excuse me. So it won't be until 1:15 p.m. Eastern today that the last pretrial motion hearing in the Donna Adelson case takes place. We will take that live. No, it's not a bias, Heartstar. No, it's what it is so it's kind of like saying that if you have a principle that these charges are important, and notwithstanding what like Aidan's bad behavior, like the process is important, that's not really a bias. That's a Kantian maxim. You know, if you believe Aidan Kearney did bad things, which I believe, if you believe Aidan Kearney should be held accountable for those bad things, which I believe, then when you say something like, my principle is that violating the integrity of the presentation of evidence to the grand jury, and in such a way where there's a documented record that leads to an evidentiary hearing, is a precursor to dismissal in a way that upsets me. And when I say Kate Peter, Brian Tully, and Jen McCabe are the Michael Proctor of the Turtleboy Kearney cases, Aidan Turtleboy Kearney cases, I'm not doing it from a place of bias. If you're saying, well, you have principles that have made you frustrated because they were violated in a way where the consequence can and will be a judicial order dismissing these cases, well, that's not really a bias. I'm just frustrated because the analytical inductive circumstances are such that I feel principles were violated that would have allowed a charge that was otherwise valid to move to trial. So, I mean, that's a bias, but it's more of a commentary on the failure of Mr. Tully and Ms. Peter and Mr. Kraft to appropriately appreciate the implications of the rules of evidentiary procedure with very delayed consequence, by the way. It doesn't happen right away. It happens 2 years later as to the presentation of evidence to a grand jury. That's not really a bias. I'm just upset because that is an inappropriate intervention in an otherwise sound judicial process. This would be a valid case, but for that. So when you think about proximate cause and things like that, when you're thinking about who's responsible and why, you always have to look for but-for causation. But for what would we be in the situation we are now? And if you can figure out the answer to but-for causation, which in this situation is Kate Peter and Brian Tully, not really as much Jen McCabe, because I don't think she actually handled evidence. But if you can tie together the but-for causation and say, but for the actions of who would we be in this situation? Okay, it's Kate Peter and Brian Tully. Okay, it's not that the charges against Aidan, in my opinion, weren't valid. I think they were valid. I think he did bad things. It's that but for Kate Peter and Brian Tully doing what they did regarding handling evidence in the case, due to the implications under the standard imposed by Odell, the cases can't survive. That case from October 2023 can't survive as stands. Doesn't mean they can't refile based on the statute of limitations, which I think is 6 years. But it does mean that, rightfully so, people should be asking if these cases were valid, if people truly cared about getting justice for the victims of Aidan Kearney, why would they ever, especially if they were trained in bright line reasoning and the rules of evidentiary procedure and the Fourth Amendment and Odell and all of this good stuff, why would they ever have allowed the evidentiary record to be tainted in a way that would facilitate an Odell motion? And I'm telling you, it's because they never intended on bringing these charges to trial. They were trying to pressure him to flip on Karen Reed. So whether or not you think that's a legitimate, like, righteous motive, I don't know. That's not for me to decide, okay? But they didn't accomplish it, okay? And you must accomplish your goal in this kind of operation or the side effects are catastrophic, and they didn't accomplish it. He never flipped. He might still. I don't think he's going to now because Bettero's definitely telling him some of this shit. He's never going to flip, okay? Because they compromised the proceeding. Why would you flip if they compromised the proceeding? The leverage is the charge. So if they compromised it, you would never flip because they compromised it. Maybe if they refile, but like you can't pressure to someone to flip with a charge that can't withstand an Odell motion to dismiss. That's the bottom line here. And the reason why this charge, especially these charges from October of 2023, can't withstand an Odell motion to dismiss is the compromised evidentiary record because of Kate Peter and Brian Tully. Therefore, that's the problem. And I dislike it. I wish we were analyzing the merits of the arguments as to what Aidan Kearney did wrong. I wish we were looking at the evidence. But that's not what this is going to be about now. It's process. And procedural, there's two different forms of due process under the 14th Amendment. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Procedural and substantive due process. Procedural due process is distinct and different from substantive due process. Substantive due process has to do with the nature of rights and the way that they are applied based on the words of the rights. Procedural due process has to do with the nature of rights that you are afforded in the context of the larger judicial process that you're involved in. They are similar, but substantive and procedural due process are two specifically two specifically different and distinct enumerated rights under the Constitution. Therefore, you don't have to allege a substantive violation of your rights, or even like a substantive lack of probable cause or materiality of the evidence to move under procedural due process as enumerated specifically in this context by Odell to have the charges dismissed. That's why I'm a little frustrated, because we don't even get to deal with the merit or the substance of the arguments. We have to deal with whether under the 14th Amendment and Odell, the process, forget the underlying evidence or the weight of the charges or any of that, the process was compromised in a way that will lead to dismissal. That's very serious. It's frustrating. You should be upset about it. And I'm not saying like upset in a right, like vindictive way, like replace Kate Peter with anyone else, replace Brian Tully with anyone else, and just ask yourself, if this same set of facts applied, would I be frustrated at the result? And the answer is yes. Now, if they got him to flip, okay, it's a whole different analysis, bruh. All right, but we are not in that situation. You can say all you want that was a well-meaning motive if they really no, leaking Lindsay's phone and calling Chris and Colin Albert drug dealers were never had any pure motive. But you want to say compromising the process because you never thought you were going to go to trial because he was going to flip. You want to call that righteous? Fine. I don't mind. I don't really care who people support, who they talk to. It doesn't really matter to me. If you think the motives were righteous, at least for that, I can overlook that. What I can't really understand is why people are so frustrated that despite me yelling from the rooftops that these were going to be the descriptive implications, whatever your normative viewpoint on the justification for the behavior, that's what really frustrates me. I tried to say, normatively, we may feel that was a righteous end, which means like in the spirit of our principles, but not mine, but maybe some people feel that way, which is fine. But descriptively, the implications of trying and failing to get him to flip are that if you compromise the case to put that much pressure on him, the consequence is not exclusion of evidence, it's dismissal under Odell. If you don't believe me, read Commonwealth v. Odell. It's very, very clear. The consequences are dismissal. I don't like this state of affairs. It frustrates me deeply. And it's the consequence of the fact that they failed to get him to flip. So if you want to blame anyone, blame Brian Tully. Got blamed. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's just completely gone. He was basically disappeared. Kate Peter is still trying to protect her image because she wants to be in the Netflix documentary, in my opinion, because she wants Gretchen Voss to present her as the Charlotte of the internet. How are you going to present Kate Peter as the Charlotte of the internet when she's going to get hauled up there for an evidentiary hearing? And I promise you, we are going to see an order, at least on some of these charges, dismissing them because of Kate Peter. They'll spell it Catherine Peter. Probably Judge Doolin will write it. Catherine Peter, Brian Tully, Ken Mello, and Pam Friedman will be cited as the foundational reason for the motion to dismiss. You're going to then put Kate in the Netflix documentary? Gretchen's not dumb. Gretchen can only put Kate in the Netflix documentary as the Charlotte of the internet if Kate controls the narrative. This blows the whole narrative up. Now you understand why everybody's freaking out. Add to it the financial records tying Kate Peter, Marty Kraft, Brian Tully probably to state funds. Bro, they're screwed 6 ways from Sunday. and they know it. That's why they freaked out over the last week. And it's like somebody threatened me in text, clearly followed me around, took pictures of me using a coupon on a pizza. That didn't work at first, to be fair. We got it to work eventually. It was one of those CVS 40% off coupons. And you have to enter in your phone number, and you have to tell them what name you used on the original purchase, and they just couldn't line up the numbers. So we had to get the manager. It was all confusing. Felt terrible for the employee. But eventually we got it to work. I got my $10 pizza for $6. There you go. But somebody definitely followed me. I didn't think it was coincidental. Then they started sending me kind of I took as blackmail, like we're going to smear you about using a coupon. We have the video, etc. And so I went to the police. Yesterday I filed a report. The report was taken. I tried to argue the serendipitous recording was wiretapping because there's an expectation of privacy in public unless you're a police officer in terms of that recording, and I'm not a police officer or a government agent or any public official, frankly. So I said to them, notwithstanding Glick v. Cuniff, I said this while trying to report it, notwithstanding Glick v. Cuniff, this is wiretapping. Surreptitiously recording someone in public is wiretapping. They wouldn't necessarily go along with that, but I still tried to report it. What they did take a report on, which means I know I passed at least some threshold for reporting something of concern, was about a week ago, or maybe closer to 13 days. Exactly 13 days. I got a text message threatening me about what I was posting online. And it was about a lot of this stuff. Marty Kraft, Brian Tully, the PI situation, compromising the evidence, Odell, the FBI investigations about those folks and others. And I got a text threatening me about that. And then the same number started messaging me, 12 days later, 11 days later, about the coupon video, which was surreptitiously recorded. And I had thought I had a tail. Not that day, but I thought, I had reason to believe, I was being tailed. Once you know you're being tailed, you're using counter surveillance, so it's easier to pick up the tail, because if you turn right 3 times and you see the same car, they weren't going that direction, they're tailing you. So it's really easy to pick up a tail. What's not so easy to pick up is stuff like that, where you don't catch the tail on the way to your destination, and then you're in a place, and then somebody records you. That's what I thought happened there. Whether it did, I don't know, okay? But that, I had definitely been threatened in the week before. I was definitely tailed, and then it led to, I think, me being kind of followed around. Now, I live in a small town. I live in a very wealthy town that's very small. A lot of us have been here for decades. I've lived in this town for 37 years. So, the police know everything. If we're driving around at 4 in the morning, they sit parked at the entrances to the town, and if you are not from this town, they're going to know, and there's going to be a problem. They're sentinels. They're very watchful. So the last thing they want is for a resident of this town to feel like there are people in this town monitoring them and following them around. They were really freaked out. So, yeah. Not to mention the fact that I was oh, by the way, I think I should play you this voicemail from the FBI that I have, because not only did I report information to the FBI, I have proof that they constructively and affirmatively took steps to receive information from me about specifically named matters. This police officer, I've never seen anything like this before in my life, looked me in the eye and said, I don't want anything to effing do with the FBI. I don't want to listen to that. And I said, but you don't understand. It's material. I was talking about cooperation with the FBI when they threatened me. He would not listen to it. He was like, I don't want anything to do with that. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce it. I don't know what the hell. I'm just telling you the facts as I know them. This man. I could feel I had met him before, and I forget what had happened. Somebody left a box of something on my steps with a note, and so my mom asked me to report it 6 or 12 months ago, and he was the one who came. When he came then, I was I appreciate cops, a lot of people don't like cops, I like President Trump, I understand one bad apple doesn't spoil the whole bunch, I like cops, I really support the justice system. He was so much different this time. I could feel the vibe. It was Grant, what did you get me involved in? And I was I didn't mean to get you involved in anything. I'm just reporting it. But his vibe was so different. It wasn't angry. It was just as he started listening more and more, he was oh no. And then I heard one of the other cops be should I get the detective? And he was not for now. I already took it. I'll deal with it. And it's like, oh, no, they are not pleased. But, like, I don't mean to burden the police. That was not my intent. I was worried, and I have a right to be concerned. This is a small town. I don't want people, like, stalking me in this town. I don't want other residents at risk. And really, it's on my duty to investigate whatever the hell happened there. All right, that's what I said, and I feel this way to this day. I am not going to investigate something involving myself as a journalist. That's not happening. I was concerned. I was scared. I took it as a threat. I took it as active stalking. I took it as, like, monitoring. I reported it to the police. I felt that was the responsible thing to do. And I absolutely did. Now, listen, I also don't disagree that, by the way, Brian Tully and Kate Peter and Jen McCabe were primarily, and Marty Kraft, working to get Karen Reed. I think we all agree that Karen Reed did very bad things and that people were working to get her and expose her lies. That's not really the issue. It's what they did in the context of trying to get Karen Reed and compromising the Turtle Boy case. And you don't really have to believe me. Just believe whatever you want. That's why I was getting, by the way, last week, the threats, the attempted bribes, all this chaos culminating into Friday was putting some stress on my mental psyche. But you know what I said to myself? It's going to crescendo, and I'm going to understand it when it crescendos, and it did. And then I immediately realized it was tied to the forensic audit, potentially, of the MSP, and then Tully's unit paying Kraft, and then it all started to sync up with me. But fundamentally, let me see what I was saying. Hold on. What was I saying? Hold on. Oh, right. I think Karen Reed did do bad things. I think the whole reason why Brian Tully and Kate Peter and Jen McCabe were working to pressure Aidan Kearney was so that Karen Reed would be held accountable under 274.7 and 268.13b for subsequent indictments for WI and conspiracy. In fact, that's what I think the whole point was. And you have to realize, like, in some sense, yes, that is how criminal prosecutions work. You can charge someone for the purposes of getting a bigger fish. But, like, they weren't saying that. And if you shoot for the moon and miss, you are not going to land among the stars here. You are going to crash right back to Earth. We are witnessing the crash back to Earth of Brian Tully and Kate Peters' ill-fated rocket ship. It's not really a rocket ship. I'd call it more of, like, you know that scene in The Simpsons where the leader of the cult is, like, flying in a spaceship, and you think it's a spaceship, but then all the wood panels fall off, and it's just a guy pedaling like a hovercraft? Good analogy for Kate Peter and Brian Tully, you know what I'm saying? Like, they weren't flying a spaceship. They were, like, pedaling a hastily constructed hovercraft that cannot withstand an Odell motion to dismiss, and it's made the people who are in the know about this incredibly frustrated because that means that Aidan Kearney can't be held accountable for doing bad things. And eventually, like, I will say it enough where we all get it. You don't have to believe me. You're eventually going to read a judge's ruling on this. We're going to have to come to terms with this, like, as a group about this. I don't know what we're going to do about this. We need to decide how we feel about it. But, like, believe me now or read it in the judicial decision. It doesn't matter. Eventually, we're going to have to come to terms with this. Like, it's a descriptive reality. I'm not talking about what I want to happen. It's what I think and have strong reason to believe is going to happen based on the set of my knowledge and understanding and whatnot, which is comprehensive. So I'm not better out, okay, but I listened to him talk, and that's where we're heading. So, yes, Colleen Henry, I have my guard up. So that's what I'm saying. And then we also, so I want to talk a little bit about how Kate and Michael Gaffney ruined Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Falcor Luck Dragon. So if you don't know who Lindsay Gattani is, let's listen to her great speech at the State House to begin. But then let's look at, I have evidentiary proof, and I will show it to you, that Kate Peter and Michael Gaffney sabotaged Lyndon's most recent fundraiser that's still active, that you can support. Because I think if Kate feels that she and Gaffney and those close to Tully can't control Lindsay's representation, then Lindsay will inevitably move to hold the state police accountable for leaking her phone and for all the stuff Kate did. And so Kate's trying to catch and kill it. Like, I've been around the block, bro. I know what this shit looks like, and I'm not being mean to Kate. She's just doing tactics that are really fucking shady. Sorry for cussing. This is stuff you see out in, like, Hollywood or, like, in intelligence community circles. You do not see it here, and I don't want to target it at Lindsay, okay? And that's why I'm so frustrated with her. if Kate had just gone about her business, everything would have been fine. She screwed up by introducing me to Lindsay, and then she screwed up by trying to screw with Lindsay. Both of those things made me very upset. No, not the first thing. The first thing I was fine with, especially because Kate had a look in her eye that first day she introduced us. She brought me to Lindsay's apartment. Then Kate had to leave early, and I saw her walk out of that apartment. I looked her right in the eye, and she was like, "Oh no, what have I done?" I just smirked at her. I think she thought I was a little goofy at the time, so I think she was like, "Oh no, it's not a problem." Goofy? Hey, I can clean up, all right. What are you talking about? Andy Dufresne is Kim Fair, and Kim Fair worked with Kate to try to sabotage this independent fundraiser. Now remember, if you want to support Lindsay, take a look in the chat. We're going to watch her speak right now. She's incredible as a public speaker. And by the way, Kate tried to sabotage this, and a lot of people have been asking, why was there a press conference that day? Did Lindsay just walk up and go to the press conference? No, bro. I set the press conference up. Who do you think has contacts in the media? Lindsay didn't step up to a press conference she wasn't invited to. I set the press conference up. She was the last speaker. She's who they wanted to hear from. What do you think this is? I know exactly what I'm doing. I set that press conference up. Okay? So all those people were like, Lindsay just went up there and spoke. No, she got 160,000 views. She got more than any other speaker, way more than the senators and reps, way more than anyone else who spoke. And people were jealous of her. And Kate Peter really didn't like that Lindsay Gattani was able to have that effect because I was involved. Kate is standing there around the corner. By the way, when Kate was there that day at the State House, she was talking to the other victims about how she spread revenge porn of Aidan Kearney. We can't bring Kate anywhere. Kate should never be allowed in public. She sabotages everything. She's not a fundamentally good person, in my opinion. And so even this State House press conference, I think Kate was so freaking jealous of Lindsay that she started trying to sabotage it. But I was like, bro, Kate, you are in my world. JFK walked these halls. I gave her a look that day behave yourself, little child. Behave yourself. You are in my world. And she did, for the most part. She stood around the corner and behaved herself. But I was like, do something in this moment. First of all, I will never forget it. Second of all, F around and find out right now. You are in a sacred place. It was the middle of the State House, outside the Senate chamber, with half the leadership looking on. And then third of all, I was like, if I have the ability to make this happen, as Kate puts it, I can open doors. Then imagine what I'm going to do to you if you mess with me or people I care about. That's the look I gave her, and Kate behaved all day. And in turn, Lindsay got to take center stage and make these remarks because she is a boss.
I'm here today to break my silence for the first time through public remarks. I'm going to read through a prepared statement. To begin, thank you, Madam Senate President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate, and members of the House. Your bold action to ban revenge porn and coercive control has given me the confidence to stand here today, and for that I am eternally grateful. So many of us over recent years have heard the phrase, revenge porn is legal in Massachusetts. It's been thrown around as if this is somehow an excuse for weaponizing the most intimate moments of a person's life as a form of emotional control and abuse. But today, lawmakers in both houses of this esteemed body have spoken with a unified voice and made clear that revenge porn is no longer legal in Massachusetts. And survivors like myself are the ones who can now hold our heads high in defiance of anyone who might seek to use revenge porn as a weapon. I want to stress, though, every day that passes before this bill is formally becomes law is for further agony for survivors. I encourage the Compromise Committee to get this legislation across the finish line as soon as possible. I heard it said once that whenever we stand against the flow of opinion on hotly contested issues, a woman does what she must, in spite of the personal consequences and dangers and pressures, for that is the basis of all human morality. If those words from a great human being who himself changed history still stand for anything, it is a profound principle that will be embodied when this legislation is quickly signed into law. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to use my voice, and I just want to let you know I cannot take any questions at this time, but I just want to thank everyone for allowing me to speak today.
Can you just say your name again?
Well, friends, wasn't that a powerful set of remarks? I have dropped a link in the chat. You don't have to donate any way except for directly to Lindsay's authorized fundraiser. You can go to givesendgo.com, GEFJ4. Do you know how much it means to her that she sees those donations come in? She has a third-party payee that distributes the legal fundraiser for her at her contractual discretion. It is her official fundraiser. If you read the words on that fundraiser, you'll see how grateful Lindsay is for all your support. I know that she certainly appreciates it because I read the thank you letter. So GiveSendGo/GEFJ4. Whether you do a prayer, whether you share it, let's show that we can come together regardless of how Kate Peter or Michael Gaffney may feel, and support Lindsay Gattani. Just because Kate Peter feels and Michael Gaffney feels that Lindsay Gattani shouldn't have support unless Lindsay refuses to hold account, just ignores what Brian Tully did and Kate did, doesn't mean that that's what Lindsay should have to go through. We should be able to enable, support, and engender Lindsay's autonomy because of who she is. She deserves support because of who she is, because of what she's been through, and it shouldn't be tied to Kate Peter or Michael Gaffney trying to control who she's allowed to get involved with as lawyers so that Brian Tully won't be held accountable for leaking Lindsay's phone. And you might be saying to yourself, there is no way that all this stuff happened, that Kate Peter sabotaged Lindsay's fundraiser. Oh, okay, well, we can. I'm not being gratuitous or pedantic. We can look at the text messages, okay? I want everyone to look at this stuff. Now, by the way, Vicky Towell did have to go earlier, but I want to give you a warning. At the end of this, Michael Gaffney says the most gratuitous sexual thing about Lindsay I've ever seen in my entire life. You should prepare yourself. He says multiple disgusting things, confirming his sabotage of the fundraiser, and then he admits to basically misleading his own credit card company. He's kind of a moron, in my opinion. So here's a message where Antiquated Rogue is talking to Julie Ginto, and Rogue is basically saying, I don't care about Kate or anything. If you don't get Grant to take those messages down showing that Kate sabotaged the fundraiser, I'll destroy it. Okay, well then you got messages here from Kim Fair to Lindsay, right? And I want you to note the date of these messages and the time. Give me 1 second. Kim Fair is Andy Dufresne on Twitter. And yeah, I bring receipts, Brett. All right? Sorry, Kate and Kim, I bring receipts. So these messages, the most important one is on, I believe, let me get the exact date and time. It is on, hold on 1 second. Hold on, I'm going to zoom in this date. I'm going to make sure we get the exact date. It is 1/10/25 at 8 p.m., okay? January 10th, the day Lindsay's fundraiser launched. You can see Kim asked, and this is really weird, Kim asked Lindsay, Kim's like, first of all, did you okay this fundraiser? I'll be honest, I don't like Julie. Julie was one of Lindsay's friends, who sometimes we fight, but I don't know exactly what's going on with her, but she was trying to help with this fundraiser, and she signed a contract, and she did everything Lindsay instructed, so there you go. And Julie had already been raising questions about Kate's motive, and then all of a sudden Kim starts saying to Lindsay, I'll be honest, I don't like Julie Ginto. Apparently she was bashing me to people despite the fact I've never done anything to her. I will not share the fundraiser, but I want to know if Barry Lewis, which by the way, Barry Lewis is a really weird man who's like now in the center of a lot of trouble for his past criminal history and what he's been doing online. Why was Kim Fair trying to get Lindsay to set up a separate fundraiser run by Barry Lewis? But I want to know if Barry Lewis puts together that fundraiser, if you will okay it. Is that okay with you? That is the one I want to contribute to. So Kim Fair endorsing Barry Lewis. Let me know. If you can call me. Like I said, I'm worried about you. I hope you're doing okay. Then Lindsay says at 8 o'clock, yes, it's mine, but it doesn't matter anymore. And you might be saying, well, why would Lindsay say it doesn't matter anymore? Why? Kim just wanted to know, that's a great thing. Kim obviously wouldn't have gone to Kate or something and had Kate destroy the fundraiser without even waiting for Lindsay to confirm. No, Kate wouldn't do that, right? Oh, yeah, that's exactly what Kate did. So you can see the timestamp, 6:14 p.m., January 10th. Kate says, quote, I had one of my people donate $2,000, the last we will ever do. Julie can go F herself, and so can you, Joe. This was a group chat. And then Kate says, I never had filters, LOL, but I'm not happy with this talk behind everyone's back drama stuff. If that fundraiser isn't legitimate, I'll have Gaffney call his card and put it in the legit one. I just need to know. Then Kate says at 6:20, without even waiting, 6:29 for Lindsay to respond to Kim, pull the donation. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm going to go with Andy and wait for the legit link. Oh, really? Why would Kim think Barry Lewis would be legit? Oh, and then look what Michael Gaffney posts. By the way, explicit content warning. Cover your little towel ears if you don't want to hear this. It's brutal. Please cover your towel ears. I'm giving you a warning. This is explicit. I am not showing this because I am pleased with him saying this. This is disgusting. This is the worst thing. Look what he does. Look at this rape SA culture. This MFer goes on Twitter. Look, tell me that I am wrong when I get upset about this. There are some things, I was raised by Wendy Murphy. There are some things you effing say, I will lose my effing mind. Not because I'm unstable in the moment or emotionally not with it, but because I am so furious on a moral level about your behavior that it unsettles my soul. I condemn this man to hell. May he burn in the eternal flame. So Gaff, by the way, I didn't delete his comment. It was either Julie or Lindsay, and it was disgusting. It was a disgusting comment, very sexual on the fundraiser. So he donates $2,000. By the way, you can now see Michael Gaffney manipulates the public. He tries to make it seem like because Julie or Lindsay deleted his comment, that's why he pulled the donation. No, we have proof he pulled it. We literally have proof that Kate Peters said pull the donation in that chat. Okay, so what does Gaffney then go post? Because this is all PR and nonsense. Gaffney posts this. Deleted my comment on the donation grant. I've already called my card. Notified Give Send Go that this fundraiser was not authorized by Lindsay and will cancel the transaction. Congratulations, you played yourself. Let Lindsay know you effed her over again. I'm not giving a dime, and I recommend no one else does either. And listen to what he says next, and F it. I no longer believe Aidan Kearney S.A.'d Lindsay, and she's too effing stupid to say no to getting effed by a-holes. What the fuck? This is Kate Peters' ally? I know I'm getting frustrated. I'm going to calm down. Can you believe this? Can you believe he said that? And in context of what we just read in the other messages, my word, folks, this man is disgusting. And then look what he says. As if it somehow could get worse. What does he say? Read it. This is Kate Peters' friend. Read it. Read it. Read it. Does that silence hang heavy enough for you? No, I'm going to leave it up for a little bit. I want you to read it. This is Kate Peters' friend. All because they couldn't control the fundraiser. It's disgusting. So please support Lindsay. I beg you. Everyone is against her, and the reason they're trying to sabotage this fundraiser is so they can move in and have Kate or her people represent Lindsay so that they can sabotage her interests. I don't want to be involved with it at all. I want to pay for her to get a lawyer of her own. I'll bankrupt myself to do it. I'll take a personal loan. I don't care. These people are evil. That's an evil thing to say. Steph, it's more than just crude. It, coupled with the message above, shows an intentional manipulation of the public, and in a very virulent sexual way that enables SA culture. Okay? It had nothing to do with Gaffney's comment getting deleted. It is that Kate Peter instructed Michael Gaffney to pull that donation in order to sabotage the fundraiser, even though it was completely authorized. Okay? It is, yes, so folks, we need to get Lindsay, anything you can do. I know I hate asking people to donate. We have so much going on, but if you're out there listening to this, if you're a person of means, please help her. I'm begging you. GiveSendGo.com, GEFJ4, all uppercase. Though it's in the pinned comment. I'm going to repost it again now. It is literally directly to Lindsay's third-party payee. I will show you the contract. It's been posted on social media. Only Lindsay can authorize distributions from this fund. You can see right here that Kate Peter and Michael Gaffney coordinated a smear campaign to undermine this fundraiser to protect Brian Tully and others. It is so important to me. Yes, Steph, but he had already been told it was authorized. That was wrong. And then he committed fraud, Steph, because after the fact, like an hour later when he found out it was fully authorized, he continued to move forward over the next few weeks by withdrawing the donation despite knowing the fundraiser was authorized. It wasn't in good faith, Steph. I implore you, it was not in good faith. I implore you. I know it's hard, Steph, but you've got to believe me. You just have to believe me. I beg you, if you have ever given me any credibility or trust what I have reported, believe me when I tell you that it was intentional. Gaffney did not make a mistake. He committed fraud, in my opinion, by intentionally going out there for weeks afterwards and following through with pulling the donation despite knowing the fact that it was authorized. Hi, Vicky. I know, and Vicky, I am so sorry, my dear friend. I should have given that warning last week. I thought a lot about it. I did it today, and I also want to just be clear. I didn't even read the comment because I am not saying those words. I'm sorry. I'm not saying them. And Vicky, I hope you understand. It makes me stutter, the emotional impact of it, but it's important in the context of what happened to show you the motive, the intent, the maliciousness of it, because that's what was done to Lindsay. It's not about me. It's not about us. It's about her. And she deserves support. And so you got it, Vicky. Damn straight. Yeah, no. So, Steph, we're not talking about just that. We are talking, my dear friend, about continuing to go forward with representing to the credit card company for weeks after that. Gaffney thought that, Gaffney was representing to them, the only way you can pull the donation is if you say it's fraudulent, and then he did that and continued saying it despite within like an hour that night on the 10th, this contract was released. So I'll just read it to you, and this is what could get him in a lot of trouble. But whether or not it gets him in trouble, Steph, the fact that over weeks he continued to misrepresent that it was unauthorized despite the existence of this contract in public, I mean, that's notice. It's not just inquiry notice, it's constructive notice that it was an authorized fundraiser from Lindsay directly through Kim, and then also by way of the contract, which was publicly promulgated. He can't argue in light of that constructive notice, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, that he thought the fundraiser was unauthorized, maybe for 20 minutes, but the fact that he kept it up for hours and days and weeks and then went through over 2 weeks with pulling the donation on the grounds the fundraiser was unauthorized, that's fraudulent, in my opinion. And it says, this agreement between Lindsay Gattani and Julie Ginto memorializes the complete agreement of the parties regarding any and all fundraisers operated by Ms. Ginto on behalf of Ms. Gattani. And this was January 10th, 2025. This agreement incorporates all other proceeding oral agreements and shall reflect the scope of the current agreement of the parties. No modification may be made to this contract without the explicit consent of both parties. It may be made, but I think it's may be made. If any part or section of this contract is found to be unenforceable, the rest of the contract shall survive. Julie Ginto does hereby agree to manage all legal donations made on behalf of Lindsay Gattani at the sole and explicit direction of Ms. Gattani. Ms. Gattani at all times shall be provided active and valid login information to all fundraisers raised by Ms. Ginto on behalf of Ms. Gattani. Ms. Gattani, in her sole and explicit direction, shall direct Ms. Ginto as to which legal services bank account any and all donated funds shall be dispersed to. Ms. Gattani, in her sole and explicit discretion, shall dictate the amount and date as to which those funds shall be dispersed. Ms. Gattani, in her sole and explicit direction, may appoint new administrators of the fundraisers at any time, and at any time may remove any such administrators, including Ms. Ginto, without Ms. Ginto's consent or agreement. Ms. Ginto may take no action related to any fundraiser mentioned herein without the explicit written consent of Ms. Gattani. That shall include, but is not limited to, changing the text of any fundraiser, withdrawing any monies for any fundraiser, adding any administrator administrator to any fundraiser, removing any administrator from any fundraiser, causing any monies to be dispersed from any fundraiser, or altering the login information and or deleting any such fundraiser. This agreement shall not be amended unless by written agreement of the parties. Lindsay Gattani, Julie Ginto. So I very much, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he not only pulled the donation under misrepresentative purposes as to what he was telling the public, he also went to his credit card company and for weeks after obtaining constructive knowledge that the fundraiser was authorized, persisted with pulling the $2,000 donation. Steph, it's as bad as you think. It really is. Yeah, no, Steph, you got to understand. He did it on purpose. He made a comment saying that he was mad about the comment being deleted, but what he was actually covering up, which I've shown you, is that Kate instructed him to pull the donation without waiting to find out if the fundraiser was authorized. That was at 6:29 p.m. Then at 8 p.m., when all the confirmation came out that Lindsay had authorized it, Gaffney, over not just that night, January 10th, Steph, but January 11th, January 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, until February 5th or something, when the donation was finally pulled, he continued to represent to his credit card company, who then represented to Give, Send, Go in an official legal document, I'm pretty sure, that this fundraiser, according to the report from Gaffney, that he continued to make after the night of the 10th, was unauthorized. That's wrong. He was not right about that. He was constructively representing to a financial institution that fundraiser was not authorized. Whatever his motive for pulling the donation, the deleted commenter because Kate told him to, is irrelevant. He constructively represented to his financial institution that fundraiser was unauthorized way after January 10th. That's the problem. I mean, it's serious. Oh, yeah, no, I agree, Steph. I'm just trying to explain it to you. It's really serious because it didn't just occur the night he made the comment on the 10th when he was manipulating the public about his motives for pulling the donation. It was over the subsequent weeks where, despite constructive notice of it being authorized in a legal document, he represented to his financial institution it was unauthorized. That's not good. Yeah, not just bizarre, it shows malicious motive. I'm telling you, Steph, it's a smoking gun. Yeah, Colleen, he freaks me out. Michael Gaffney and Kate Peter and all the people around her freak me out. So, of course, no, Steph, I'm not being frustrated. I wanted to answer your question because I know this factual record demonstrates what I'm explaining, and I want people to hear it. I don't want to traumatize Vicky again, dear God. We're not doing that. But I want people to understand what's going on, and God bless you, Vicky, for holding the B words accountable, not B-I, B-A. Get them, I think these people were cruel to Lindsay. They hurt her. They undermined her fundraiser, and it was all in the pursuit of control and covering up misconduct by Kate Peter, Brian Tully, and others. And we have to help her. There's no one that's going to help her because all these people who are around her, I think Julie cares, Julie Ginto, at least about helping her. But let's help her because she deserves it. She is one of these people that these fundraisers should exist for, and she is clearly a strong-willed person. And if you were up against Kate Peter, wouldn't you be a little terrified at first? You'd be like, wow, she got really close to me, got all my private details. She has connections to the state police. You'd be terrified. I would be too. But we got to help Lindsay. You know what will make her less terrified? If we just give her unconditional financial support so that she can be like, oh, I don't need Kate Peter. I don't need Michael Gaffney. I don't need Grant. I don't need anybody. I can just go be Lindsay. We got to do that. I think we can do it. I believe in you. I believe in all of you. I know we can do it. So if you want to donate to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser, oh, God bless you, Colleen. God bless you, Peggy. Oh, yeah, Falcor Luck Dragon was really messed up comment. No, absolutely, Steph. I appreciate all your questions. God bless you for listening to me, my dear friend. I had some things I wanted to explain. So let me just make it clear one more time. If you want to help Lindsay, remove me from the equation, remove everybody else, you can donate directly to Lindsay's legal fundraiser. Just go ahead and open up that link, givesendgo.com, GEFJ4. And how about this? I don't get any money for a little bit, but on September 3rd, I will match every dollar donated to, up to $500. Okay, let's not go overboard. Anything over that I can't match. I will match dollar for dollar up to $500 every single, of course, Vicky Moore, every single dollar raised today or until September 3rd for Lindsay, on that Give, Send, Go, I will match dollar for dollar. Okay, I'll follow up with you on the 3rd. I'll show you the donation on the Give, Send, Go, and I will match every single dollar that you all raise between now and September 3rd up to $500. If you raise more than that, God bless you, but I cannot match that. I got to try to live. But I will match that up to $500. So I'm committing to it. All right. It's an oral promise. If you all raise any amount between now and September 3rd for Lindsay Gattani's official fundraiser, I will donate. I will match the donations 1-to-1 up to $500. Okay. That you can hold me to it. But you have to donate through the Give, Send, Go. Okay, that's the only way for us to fairly track it. If you want to donate to Lindsay, however you want to do it, that's not my business. But if you want to donate directly to the Give, Send, Go, which is her authorized, approved fundraiser, only she can access it. I don't have access to it. I never have. I don't want it. You can ask her. She'll confirm it. I've never had access. I don't want it. Only she is the one who controls who has access and where the third-party payee sends the money. She's the only one. It's contractually stipulated. I've never had access. I've never asked. I don't want it. I never would. By the way, when Kate ran a fundraiser for Lindsay, she wouldn't give Lindsay the Give, Send, Go login. That's a little weird. But let's just reiterate that. Anything donated, of course, Vicky, I'm happy to do that. Anything donated to Lindsay between now and September 3rd, yes, she did, Steph. Read that contract right on the screen, my dear friend. Her friend Julie actually posted it for her, but it was Lindsay's fundraiser. It is right up on that screen for you, Steph. Legally binding, I would imagine. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but signed by Lindsay Gattani and Julie Ginto. So, yes, it is 100% her fundraiser. It is the only authorized fundraiser. And you know what? Let's just, Steph, not to, I know you just want to make sure this is all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, but please donate. Obviously, I know some really good people have been reaching out to me on Twitter. They have been telling me that they are going to be donating today. And one of I'm not going to name names, but somebody who's like a really good person who's kind of a little removed from all this reached out to me and was like, you know what? God bless you, Grant. Like, I know that like people of all different stripes support justice for John O'Keefe, but what Lindsay went through is wrong. And even if I want to support justice for John O'Keefe, I'm going to donate to her. Oh, it brought me to tears. I'm not going to name names. I know who the person is, and I know they're going to follow up. But they aren't even really involved in this. They just sent me a DM on Twitter. It was like, Grant, God bless you for all you're doing. And by the way, I don't get the fighting in the like justice for John O'Keefe movement or the other side, frankly. But Lindsay is not involved, and I want to support her because it was wrong what was done to her. Melted my heart. Melted my little towel heart. Oh, my goodness. Someone sent a $50 donation on the Give, Send, Go. I'll match that, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. So $50 is already matched. Let's look at it right here. Hold on, little towels. Hold on. I got it. Let's look at it right here. We just got a $50 donation that came in. Let's read the comment. Excellent job. God bless you, whoever sent that in. We're going to take a look. Now Lindsay's fundraiser is up to $3,075 with a $50 match from Towel. That brings it up to $3,125, but I'm not matching till September 3rd. Give me my time, but I promised anything raised between now and September 3rd, I will match 1-to-1, and I will show you on September 3rd a donation to this fundraiser in the amount of all monies raised from now until September 3rd. So see this one right here? That's the first one. Any donation that comes in subsequent to this, along with this, is going to be matched 1-to-1 by Little Towel. I spoke to Towel Mom this morning about the interview. She has promised she will pick a day that is not Friday. I told her she can't do Friday because we have to watch the Donna Adelson hearing. And then she said, are you going to be watching the Donna Adelson hearing or going to class? And I said, I'm going to go to class, but on the days where I don't have class or bar prep, I'm going to do the Donna Adelson hearing. And she said, that's okay. So not that she has to approve it, but she was like, you cannot skip class to broadcast the Donna Adelson hearing. And I said, I'm not going to do that, Mom. And then she was happy. She's like, you have a very strange way of finding the world, or like finding your way in the world. And I was like, yeah, you know, you said I wasn't Court TV. And she was like, you're not Court TV. I was like, I'm going to get there. She was like, you have an alternative career path. I was like, you had an alternative career path. Me and Towel Mom are very funny when we talk sometimes. Like, both of us are very smart in our own ways. But she's very, like, she wants the best for me. And so she's always like, you got to excel. And I'm like, you cannot keep telling me that I have to be your perfect little child. Like, but also I'm smart. You know, just be proud that I'm smart. And she's like, you're pretty smart. I'm like, you're pretty smart. You know what I'm saying? All right. So who sent the donation? It says, it's a $50 donation from an anonymous giver. And it says, quote, each time a woman stands up for herself without knowing it, it's without each time a woman stands up for herself without knowing it, without claiming it, she stands for all women. Maya Angelou, time for healing. You are not alone. God bless you, folks. God bless you. We got our first match donation. And let's take a look what Lindsay Gattani had to say in her most recent thank you letter. Because we had that video of Lindsay talking at the State House, but if you want to read Lindsay in her own words and just want to hear how grateful she was all the way, I don't want to follow it. I'm not even logged in. But if you want to hear how grateful Lindsay was all the way back in January, I would be honored to read this letter she posted. And this is public. Anyone can just go on the Give, Send, Go. You can verify this is Lindsay, and you heard her speaking earlier, so she is capable of speaking in this way. She is a G. Sometimes, like, I just watch her, like, speak, and I'm like, you are more intelligent than me. And she's like, no, I'm not. Like, she's always like, you people accuse me of being biased. I'm joking. But, like, she all the time is like, you're biased. I'm like, no, you're brilliant. She doesn't believe me, though. January 21st, 2025. I want to thank everyone who has been kind enough to donate to this fundraiser. The messages and prayers that you've sent have given me strength and hope to keep going. I read them over and over. See what I mean? You post a comment on there, you send a donation, she's going to read it. It means so much to her. I read them over and over, especially in recent weeks when it's become difficult to see the sun through the clouds. By the way, I did not write this for her, and I never write anything. Like, I'm telling you, she is a G. Like, that's a metaphor. She is a genius. It means more to me than you will ever realize. I want to specifically thank my small circle of friends who have been the subject of personal attacks simply for organizing this fundraiser and standing up for the truth. I never was part of, like, the actual, like, process, but I supported her and got attacked for it, and you can tell she doesn't like when that happens to her friends. I'm just analyzing this, but, like, she doesn't like it. Don't fuck with her friends. And standing up for the truth. They gain nothing by trying to help me and certainly don't deserve the onslaught of harassment they've received. I will always remember these friends who have stood by me in my darkest times when there was zero benefit for them doing so. It's not often that you find friends like this in life. Oh, it's very well said. Hold on, there's more. Which brings me to something that I need to address. And so, Steph, I think this will answer some of your questions. This is and has always been the official and only fundraiser created in my name. She had prior fundraisers. She was talking about, like, what's active now. There's much more that I would like to say and address, but right now I'm going to leave it at that. I will not engage in or reciprocate in the disappointing behavior that has been taking place. Most intelligent people can see what is happening anyway. This past year has taught me a lot. I've seen the absolute worst of humanity. My children and I have been the subject of vicious harassment and complete lies, betrayals from bad actors who pretended to be my friends, deception from people who never had my best interests in mind, death threats and wishes of harm, disappointments in people whose job it is to protect and uphold the law, and frustration with the justice system, which I've come to learn is not about justice at all, but rather about who you know and what strings you can pull. Weeks before my latest hearing to renew my restraining order with Kearney, I had decided to step back from social media. This has been the best thing for my mental health. I will not be returning, at least not for the foreseeable future. I can't change the opinions of people who have no interest in the truth. I know who I am. My children know who I am. We know what we've experienced. And I know what I stand for. The people who have intentionally hurt us will have to answer to God someday. I've experienced a lot in my life, but I was blessed with an amazing gift. The ability to persevere, even in the toughest of times. Giving up, though it often crosses my mind during moments of weakness, is just not in my blood. If you have the ability to donate, every dollar helps. I intend to continue the fight against evil with everything in me and teach my children the importance of standing up to bullies. Public smears and lies by heartless people who take pleasure in the suffering of others will not deter me. If you are not in a position financially to donate, please consider a prayer. The power of prayer is real. She is very religious, by the way. People mock her for that. No, I'm very religious. She's very religious. It's not a joke. Thank you all for you who show thank you for all of you who show compassion, empathy, selflessness, and a desire to see good to triumph over evil. The truth will eventually be told, and those who have intentionally caused harm to others will be held accountable in this lifetime by means of the law, or in the next lifetime when they face God himself. With all the gratitude and love in the world, Lindsay. Luke 23:34. And Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Edited to add, at this point in time, this has been this is and has been the only fundraiser. There have been rumors swirling that this fundraiser was not approved by me, or that there was another fundraiser created by someone else. This message is to clarify that currently this is the only one, and it has been approved. There have been 2 fundraisers in the past, one for the hearing in which someone tried to vacate my RO. An attorney was retained and paid an $8,000 retainer. The unused retainer in the amount of $2,000 was returned at the conclusion of his representation, so she paid him $6,000, he returned $2,000. $2,000 was then rolled over towards the next attorney who represented her for the Rule 17 hearing in 2024. That attorney charged a flat fee of $4,000. The $2,000 unused from the first attorney was rolled over, and an additional $2,000 was raised. That was paid to the second attorney. So Kate blew $12,000 on 2 basically useless attorneys, but Lindsay paid them in full. There are records. The additional $2,000 was raised. There were no unused funds, so after the first attorney, George, and the second attorney, Melissa, or whatever, were paid, no funds left over, both paid in full. It's a little bit of a strange thing. I think Kate set that all up and made them ineffective, but the fundraiser is now starting at 0. So when we started raising, all of us together a few years ago, or over 8 months ago, not a few years, we were at 0. We have since gotten it up to $3,075 for Lindsay. So God bless each and every one of you for showing your support. I'm going to show you right here up on the screen that we do indeed. There you go. Let's see if we got any more donations in during the pendency of this first part of the stream. Makes me very happy, and it also is very clear this goes directly to Lindsay. So we're at $3,075, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely proud of you all. Let's do a little refresh here. I bet it will be at the same. Oh my goodness, someone donated another $50. Oh, I'll match that as well. She's now at $3,125. Oh, this is excellent, ladies and gentlemen. You are warming little towels' hearts. And oh, someone said it was Luke 23:34 that got them. Oh, God bless you, towel friends. So I will match. Remember, I made a very specific promise. Any monies raised for Lindsay's fundraiser between now and September 3rd, I will match up to $500, dollar for dollar. You want to raise more than that? That's great. But I can't individually out of pocket match that. Maybe we'll get another pledge match higher than that, but I cannot match more than $500. I got things to do. Maybe later in time, but right now, we're doing a match, so that means she actually has $3,225, but I'm not doing it until September 3rd. That was my promise. You will see a donation on September 3rd. I'll do a stream about it where I donate the match. So the match is $1 for every dollar donated. So if you donate $50 or $100, whatever, I will match it up to $500 total. So no matter how many donations come in, I'm matching up to $500. Anything above that, I cannot match. Maybe we'll get another pledge. I don't know. However, right now we have 2 $50 donations. I'm so grateful to the people who just donated. Lindsay's fundraiser is now up at $3,125, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely grateful to both the people who just decided to donate and support. God bless you for that. We are going to do this. We're going to spend a little bit more time talking about this because folks are supporting dear Lindsay, and that means so much to Little Towel. Vicki is hearing 1:30 Eastern today. Last minute hearing for Donna concerns a motion. I think I told you 1:15. Maybe confirmed, so I'm not held accountable. I will, Vicki. Don't worry. I'm going to take a look at the Law and Crime stream. They are taking it. They are taking the feed, from what I understand, Law and Crime, so we will have it. All right. Whether we have to start a little bit early at 1:15 or 1:30, that's okay. But before we watch the Wendy Adelson police interrogation, I would just like you all to, first of all, I want to thank you all, and then I want to remind you all, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 10 a.m. Eastern here. There's a Donna Adelson hearing today that should be starting somewhere in the vicinity of 1:15 to 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, and we will be watching that live coverage. Of course, jury selection in the Adelson case begins tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. That is Tuesday, August 19, 2025, projected to run through Thursday, with opening arguments provisionally scheduled, depending on how today plays out, I suppose, for Friday, but it could be pushed as far as Monday. And if we have opening statements Friday or Monday, presentation of evidence in the Donna Adelson trial as to the conspiracy-based murder of Dan Markle will be on the same day of opening statements. Okay, so if opening statements start Friday, 30 minutes each side, expect evidence to start Friday. If opening statements start Monday, expect evidence to start Monday. We're going to go right into the trial. Oh, yes, and not only are we going to get to watch Wendy Adelson's police interrogation, I'm going to comment on Dr. G's analysis of Wendy's police interrogation. 300 people in the jury pool, says Vicky, over the next 3 days. So I foresee, from what I understand, this is relatively efficient in Florida, so I foresee this being done in 3 days. If judge says 3 days, he means 3 days. We could be done a little earlier. Maybe it gets delayed. Also, we don't know what this motion hearing is going to do. I think it's about the scope of Wendy's testimony. Let's pay attention to that. But I'm thinking Friday, based on the efficiency of... I'm thinking Friday based on the efficiency of the Florida judicial system. Elijah, actually, you know what? Anybody want to play some towel trivia before we watch? Would you rather watch? How about this? Let's vote on it. Because we can do towel trivia now, or we can do Dr. G. No, you know what? Let's do towel trivia after Dr. G. So if you're just tuning in, the next towel trivia round is going to be in about 30 to 45 minutes. I have Dr. G's analysis already all pulled up, so I just want to watch it because I found it. I was watching it this morning and I was kind of commenting on my head about it, and I was like, wait a minute, like if I'm going to do that, I should just watch this with them. So that's what we're going to do. And then what I'm doing now is this a towel trivia warning. If you would like to play towel trivia, we are going to be playing in about 30 to 45 minutes, so let's aim for 10:45 to 11 o'clock. We'll play towel trivia up to 12 o'clock, then we'll watch some of Wendy Adelson's testimony from 12 until 1:15 p.m. Eastern from one of the last trials, and then we will jump right in to the coverage of the hearing at 1:15 or 1:30 p.m. Eastern related to Donna Adelson. So that's the plan. Oh, I got the hearing info from Colleen Henry linking Kathy Russin. Thank you so much. Donna Adelson has a last-minute hearing this afternoon at 1:30. Plea deal? Question mark. On arguments on Wendy's motion to quash, defense subpoena, jury selection is set to begin tomorrow, and that's from Kathy Russin. So let me bring this up on your towel screens before we go over to the Wendy Adelson interrogation. And we're going to watch a lot of Wendy Adelson stuff today because she's going to be a main witness. Katie Magbanawa is going to get called. Charlie probably won't take the stand, in my opinion, because he's appealing his current conviction. So it'd be kind of stupid for him to take the stand. He just invoked the Fifth anyway, and they're not going to give him immunity. So the immunity provision won't override the Fifth. So in that sense, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's going to be as many witnesses, but there, you never know. The state's witness list is still yet to come out. So let me go ahead and pull this up for you here, little towels. There you go, according to Kathy Russin. Donna Adelson has a last-minute hearing this afternoon at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, little towels. You're seeing it reported right there. And plea deal, question mark, says Kathy Russin. Arguments on Wendy's motion to quash, defense subpoena, jury selection is set to begin tomorrow. Who is Kathy Russin? I think I follow them. They follow me. It's the managing editor of Law and Crime. I love Law and Crime. They're so nice, little towel. I think Anjanette Levy's a really good reporter. Law and Crime should protect their relationship with Anjanette Levy at all costs. She's like one of our best national crime reporters in the United States. She's really amazing. I love a lot of the stuff on Law and Crime, though. I think I've always preferred Law and Crime to Court TV because, one, I like the Law and Crime host. Not just Anjanette Levy, but the guy who hosts their trial coverage. what's his name? He's like a skinny white guy, really intelligent. He's always there at like the lunch breaks. I like him, and I like Anjanette Levy. And so I guess Lawn Crime likes a little towel too. So thank you to Kathy Russin for updating the world. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and do this, and then do that, and then do that. All right, there you go. That'll get it some views. Thank you again so much to Colleen Henry for passing that along, and Vicky Towell for being on the ball, knowing about the hearing this morning. And now we have crowdsourced our understanding of when it's going to take place. So if you're just tuning in, Wendy Adelson motion hearing. Strangely, it is a Wendy Adelson motion hearing in the Donna Adelson case. So let me see where we are. the Wendy Adelson interrogation is also coming up. So now let me change this to, hold on. We're going to get rid of later. We're going to change it to now, Wendy Adelson interrogation. Next up, towel trivia. And then later, Donna Adelson motion hearing, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. All right. So the full Chiron is updated. You can pay attention to the scrolling part of the screen to get all the updates on what we're doing. Towel trivia is expected circa 11 a.m. this morning, ladies and gentlemen, maybe 10:45. It depends on how much commentary I do on Dr. G's stream. But right now, Little Towels, we are indeed going to watch Dr. G's analysis of Wendy Adelson's police interrogation. We've actually commentated the stream. We've all watched Dr. G's analysis before. We kind of pause it. We talk about what he's saying. He's really smart. Dr. G is very smart. He's doing it clearly for the right reasons. He's very interested in like public knowledge and like helping people understand. So I really like listening to him. A lot of people who listen to this channel also like Dr. G as like an intelligent, erudite, insightful mind, which also makes me enjoy it. I like towel trivia too, so I'm excited for 11 a.m. All right, so that's what we got going on today. All lined up for us, folks. We got a lot of stuff to do. We got a lot of stuff to cover. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. And Lindsay Catani's fundraiser will be the theme of the day because I'm matching all donations raised until September 3rd to total up to $500. All right, you all donate any amount. The first $500 worth of donations that come in between now and September 3rd, I will match in the amount of dollar per dollar. So you raise together $500 for that Give, Send, Go between now and September 3rd. I'll match in the amount dollar per dollar. I'd love to see other people match too, but anything works. You want to share it, you want to leave a prayer, God bless you all. All right, so I got Dr. G's analysis here. Let me bring this up for you. And then I also have a little Kohberger stuff we might talk about, maybe, depending on if I want to watch Wendy Adelson stuff or Kohberger stuff in the lead up to the Donna Adelson hearing. I saw an interesting Ashley Banfield video about Kohberger. I don't really like the way people are covering Idaho 4 right now because of the new police docs, but they're like Brian Enton and Ashley Banfield, I will listen to about it, but I really don't like the way people are starting to talk about this case. It feels very exploitative. Like trust me, I've had my own questions, and some of my answers were in those police reports, okay? But I don't like how some people are talking about the Idaho 4 case right now. It's like, especially in light of these documents. First, the New York Post got it wrong today when they were saying that Dylan Mortensen identified to a cop that BK said that, like, Kaylee's name or something. No, it was like a telephone game where Dylan said something to a cop who misunderstood it, who said something to a detective who put it in a report. So, like, people are getting it wrong. It's frustrating me, but the two people who actually know a lot about it are Ashley Banfield and Brian Enton. So if we're going to listen to anybody about it, we're going to listen to them. And if we're going to listen to anybody about Donna Adelson, it'll probably be Surviving the Survivor. They know that case really well. There are other people who know Donna Adelson really well, too. Murder by Maestro is a good example, even if he's a little mad at me right now. I can't do anything about that, okay? It's politics, bro. What do you want from me? It's operations. It's crazy stuff. I don't really, if you want to be my friend, that's cool. Let's just not talk about that crazy stuff. Personally, I don't work for anyone, okay? I am just a journalist doing my own thing. So you want to be my friend, then leave all that stuff out of it, okay? Just, you want to talk to me as a person, just talk to me as a person. But, like, I don't work for anyone, so, like, I don't separate personal and work because there is no personal and work. It's all my life, okay? I don't have a 9-to-5 in that sense. I can't. My body, I collapse, like, routinely. I just fall on the ground and I wake up and I'm like, what's going on? We don't even know why it's happening. So this is the best I can do for right now. All right. And if you want to be my friend, just leave my coverage out of it for the most part. If I want to talk to you and bring you into that fold, that's fine. But like, it's not good to mix like me as a person with the coverage that I do. Like, if you want to know me as a person, that's fine. Just don't bring up what I'm covering. And ideally, like, just tell me what's going on. Like, Murder by Maestro, I don't know what's going on with him about, like, Miss Shorty and whatever, that they didn't apparently date. Miss Shorty thought they were dating. He's very sensitive about this. I don't understand why. I like him a lot as a person. I hope we can get over this. But, it's not going to be the end of me if we can't, okay? In the sense that I'm not going to, like, cry. Like, I cry over some things, but I'm not going to, like, mourn like in black for 4 weeks and not do streams. Like, I think it's sad, but there's something going on, and a lot of people started acting a little weird over the past few weeks. I'm not talking about anyone here, just people on the internet, on Twitter in particular, just started losing their minds collectively on all sides of the Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, Justice for John O'Keefe case. And I don't want to be a part of it. Okay, I have my own stuff that I want to deal with. I don't want to get involved in drama involving like Australians and Russians and Germans and people from the UK who moved to Holland and Roberta and Kate and all these people. I don't. Maybe they're all wonderful. Maybe some of them are bad. Some of them are evil. Some of them are good. I don't care. I don't want to be involved in your like 6-year-old internet feuds. I think it's great that you all are like, trying to get over this, apparently, like, just talk it out. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on with those people. That's my best analysis of that. It's just some crazy personal stuff. These people have known each other for a while. I think it was mostly about the Adelson case. They like have like, it's like internet nerd shit. Like, they fall out, they like hate each other, they try to troll each other. They're very like savvy with the internet. Like, I don't know. It's internet stuff. What do you want me to tell you? It just predates the John O'Keefe and Turtle Boy stuff. That's just like was their next thing they were like bonding over, whatever the hell you want to call it. So, like, I don't know. You don't live here. Like, a lot of those people don't live here. They don't really know what's going on. But, like, they have friends, and those friends give them, like, allegiances, and then they get caught up in all this crazy stuff, and they don't even understand who they're, like, working for or what they're doing or why they're doing it. It's very compartmentalized. It spans, like, multiple continents and countries and political spheres, and it's very complicated, and it's mostly personal drama, all right? It's mostly like somebody dated somebody, or somebody thought they were dating somebody, or somebody had some view on something, and they were in somebody's chat, and they were somebody's mod, then they were somebody else's mod. It's very, like, territorial. I don't know. I don't want to be involved in it, but that's what's going on there, all right? So Murder by Maestro is a little bad at towel. It's not about anything of substance, in my opinion. It's just he's very upset about the fact that for whatever reason, like Roberta Glass and Miss Shorty and Kate Peter and whatever, it just drives everybody off the wall. I don't really want to know. I don't care. I have an interest in like the financial auditing of the use of my state funds. Okay, I live here. I have an interest in that. And then I have an interest in like the release of that cell phone extraction because I watched the impact it had on that poor girl, Lindsay, who is a dear, dear friend of mine. And then I have an interest in a few other things, okay? But I do not have an interest in international drama that predates all of this and is bubbling to the surface by proxy about all this. I just don't. I think you should all figure it out. I'm glad you're talking it through. Good for you. My advice to those people, the Russians, the Germans, the people from Holland, from the all those people, my advice is figure out like what you want versus like what your handlers want. They may not even tell you they're your handlers. Determine who's acting to protect whose interests. Really narrow in on like what the core like circle is, who's at the table, and why they're instructing their proxies to do different things. Then like you're never going to avoid these people's fear of influence, but you'll always be on guard against their attempts to cognitively manipulate you, such as to advance a compartmentalized agenda of which you are unaware. That's the best way to preserve your autonomy, and I care about autonomy. Most philosophers do. I'm classically trained as a philosopher. Anything that threatens human autonomy is going to make me upset, and that's what we got going on. So don't do it. Fair warning. I'm just saying. Don't do it. I get a little upset. That might be an understatement. I start thinking about Play-Doh. Lindsay's here. Hello, Lindsay. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Before we go to the Don Adelson interview, Lindsay Towell has made an appearance. We've been raising money for Lindsay this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Towell is in the comments. I am matching all donations raised between now and September 3rd, contributed to Lindsay Gattani's Give, Send, Go. If you would like to learn more about that, one, you can say hello to Lindsay in the chat. Two, go ahead and go to GiveSendGo /GEFJ4. Pardon me for that burp. And you will see it right here. There it is. Give, Send, Go, GEFJ4. Let's see what we are at. We were at 3,125. 3,175. All right, little towels. And the most recent comment is from Rhonda. Oh, God bless you, Rhonda. You're such a wonderful super towel. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Lindsay is at $3,175 for her legal fundraiser, givesendgo.com /GEFJ4, all uppercase. You can find the link pinned in the description and to the top of the chat. And because I'm matching dollar for dollar, all funds raised up to $500 total between now and September 3rd, Lindsay actually has $3,350. Excellent job. Lindsay says, thank you for everyone's support. I don't have social media, so it was nice to wake up to such heartwarming messages and help on the Give, Send, Go. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you can't warm the heart of Lindsay Gattani sitting somewhere in Massachusetts, wherever you may be on the world, just by leaving a nice comment or a donation on the Give, Send, Go, are you really living? Think about how much you can, meaning and support and compassion you can bring to one little small corner of the world unconditionally just by donating to this fundraiser. Oh, Lindsay says, I cannot thank you all enough or express how grateful I am. And then she put some hearts. So just to remind you folks, if you would like to support the Lindsay Gattani fundraising efforts, you can go ahead right into the chat and you should be able to find the donation information. Now I will grab that one more time there, and you should be able to as well. So just go ahead into the chat, and I'm going to grab it right here. 1 second. Hold on. I have to go up and find it. There it is. So if you'd like to help Lindsay Gattani, you are able to do so. You just head right into the chat. And okay, that's not what I want. There we go. And you'll see Lindsay is in the chat and saying thank you, and also God bless you for so many of you taking the time out of your day to express your support. Comments, donations, sharing the fundraiser. It clearly makes an impact. It's making a difference, and that is impressive. There's also a pray button. That's one of my favorite things about Give, Send, Go. I don't love everything about what they platform, but they have a pray button. How many sites out there do you see with a pray button? You gotta like it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, God bless you, Tanya. And what we're going to do today, folks, obviously I wanted to take a second while Lindsay was in the chat to take an opportunity to say to read her comments of thanks. You can see it right there. You're making an impact. You're making a real difference in the world. And Little Towel is matching, as a reminder, all donations made until September 3rd up to $500 in total. Okay, so anything raised after that first donation earlier, which was 50, so we're at 150 now. Anything raised from today onwards, I'm going to match up to $500, not per donation, in total, $1 for dollar. So if you all raise 500, I will contribute 500 to the fundraiser on September 3rd. That'll be a match of everything raised between now and September 3rd. If you contribute in total more than 500, that's wonderful. God bless all of you. But I can only match the first 500, okay? Now, we might have other people who want to match, etc. And don't worry, this September 3rd is when I'm going to make the matching contribution. But any donations between now and September 3rd, God bless you, I'll match them. Lindsay says, I love the pray button. Those are my favorite to read. Oh, yeah. I love that it lets them send a message with the prayer. I even remember at the very beginning, there was one person who I wouldn't exactly say has been very nice to Lindsay online, and I don't talk to this person as much because they are mean to her, but then even they were like, you know, I'm not going to donate, but I'll send her a prayer. And I was like, well, the power of prayer, in Lindsay's words, right? The power of prayer is real. All right, let's watch this Wendy Adelson interrogation. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put in the Chiron, actually, a descriptor of Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser, because I'll leave it up on the screen while we're watching this Dr. G interview. And remember, for the next few days and weeks, I'll be matching donations to Lindsay's fundraiser, and the address, if you need it, is givesendgo.com/GEFJ4, all uppercase letters. So we'll consider it a towel-thon. A towel-thon! I was like, we could have a telethon. No, we'll have a towel-thon. This is a towel-thon, ladies and gentlemen. So I will be matching all donations raised up to $500. And today is a towel-thon for Lindsay Gattani's legal fundraiser. Contribute here. Towel is matching the first $500 of donations in total, $1 for $1. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I updated the Chiron. We're calling it a towel-thon. And Lindsay says it's hard for me to respond to each person individually on here because the chat goes so fast sometimes, but I see you all. Well, God bless you, Lindsay. I'll be happy to read out your comments as I see them. Use this link to donate directly to Lindsay's approved fundraiser. Here we go. All right, let me grab that link. I got that link, and it is now going to go into the Chiron. I like this Chiron. I think it's effective. I think it's informative, and I think it's cogent and useful. All right, so God bless you. Thanks so much for allowing me to do that one more circle around on Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. Let us watch Dr. G analyze. Oh, we got another donation. Let me read it out. But we're going to watch Dr. G in just a minute or two. And remember, we're not playing towel trivia until 11 a.m. So I have about 45 minutes to watch a 30-minute video, okay? But I just want to let folks know that before we do that, we are raising funds in a towel-thon, which is a telethon, but for towels, for Lindsay Gattani's legal fundraiser. And as I refresh the page, another $10 donation has just come in, which I will match $1 for $1. And it says, Grant brought me here. Lindsay, you got this. You are a strong woman. Well, God bless you, Nicolette. Thank you so much for your support. We have now raised today, ladies and gentlemen, $160, which I will match $1 for $1. $320 raised for Lindsay Gattani in just over an hour. Excellent job, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent job. Now, let me put over onto the Wendy Adelson hearing. All right, we'll circle back on Lindsay's towel-thon donation fundraiser and drive today, later today. But let me put on the Wendy Adelson interrogation. Dr. G is providing the commentary, but I will be commentating because Dr. G's analysis is really good and it makes me think of things to say, so that's why I like to do this. He will kind of take you through the nuance of it, and then I will react to him as if I'm someone learning about this case, which I am, which provides reinforcement of his point. So this is Dr. G. I know a lot of you like Dr. G. I like Dr. G. His content's great. Please give him a follow. You can find him youtube.com, Dr. G Explains. Make sure you click subscribe. And by the way, when you click subscribe for bigger channels, it sometimes will unsubscribe you, even for my channel. So just make sure every time you revisit his videos that you're staying subscribed. It's not your fault. It's not YouTube's fault. You got to think of the volume of activity on this platform. So you always double check whether it's me or Dr. G or whoever you're following that you're still subscribed. It really helps the channel. Okay, little towels. Okay, let us get ready. Heartstar, that's a really good question. I don't think she thought it was illegitimate. I just think she wanted, and Gaffney wanted to pull the comment, and they wanted an excuse. Kim gave them one, and once they found out it was real, they just pretended like it wasn't real, even though they knew it was. So I think she, it was to destroy Lindsay's fundraiser, and it's sad, but, Lindsay's in the chat. God bless her, and God bless all of you. All right, let's take a look at the Wendy Adelson interrogation.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson, as you probably already know, is the sister of Charlie Adelson, Charlie Adelson was recently found guilty for being involved in the murder of her ex-husband, Dan Markell. In addition to that, Donna Adelson, their mother, has recently been arrested as she was trying to leave the country. A couple of quick things before we get started. One, I wanted to make sure that you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions based on publicly available information. Two, the goal of this is not to suggest that she has been involved in a crime, but we are going to be looking at various behaviors, and some of them may be a little bit unusual. Last thing before we get started is I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. So my goal was originally to
and yeah, so Dr. G makes the point, but I'm going to reiterate it. First of all, I'm not a lawyer. There's not legal advice, and I'm obviously not a psychologist. There's not medical analysis. All I can do is listen to Dr. G and interpret how that helps me understand the case. Okay, so I want to give the same disclaimers as him, and I also want to point out Dr. G is appropriately giving this warning. And so what I mean by appropriately is Dr. G's disclaiming that his analysis here is he's not treating or diagnosing her. He's trying to understand her responses to make clearer the facts of the case. Now, I'm going to try to do that as well, but I want to be very clear. I'm not doing this on my own. I am relying on Dr. G's analysis, and I'm analyzing it myself. So all the warnings he gives you apply to me, and then I'll extend the warning that I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, and here we go.
One long video covering all of Wendy Adelson's testimony as well as this police interview, but it turned out that was going to be too long. So this is just going to cover the police interview, and then I'm going to do a part 2 that in fact also covers all of her testimony. I want you to keep in mind, this one has very little related to body language. A lot more of this is related to the statements that she's making. The body language is going to be much more related to the testimony that she provided. Now, typically when I show testimony or police interviews, I go in order, but it's vitally important that I show you one small clip from the middle of the interview before we go back to the beginning. I'm going to show it to you, and then I'll explain its significance.
Let me go get the form for the phone.
Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're going to look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear that.
I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no reason. I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay.
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, the reason why.
So she's indicating that during the ride over to the police station, she was concerned she's a suspect. The question is, a suspect of what? Because at that point, she had been told nothing as far as we can tell. She did not know what had happened as far as we know. So what was she concerned she was a suspect for?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well,
because at that point, she had not been told that Dan Markell had been shot. So she is saying that when she was on the ride over to the police station, she was concerned she was a suspect. I want you to keep that in mind as we watch this entire police interview. So what we're going to do now, we're going to jump back to the beginning, and we're going to go in order. But I want you to keep in mind, her mindset this whole time has been that she is a suspect.
There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay.
What she said was that when she was in the police car, the questions he was asking made her wonder if she was a suspect. But at this point, she is just now finding out that Dan Markell was shot. So what at the time, because of the questions he was asking, what would she have been a suspect for? Why would she have been worried that there was a suspect when she didn't yet know that there was a crime? That I find very curious. I'm trying to piece that together. If you all have explanations for that I'm not getting, please let me know, because this is really hard for me to make sense of.
I'm sorry, what? I'm about to around this morning. What happened?
Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, and then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How could this happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't.
She does seem to go back and forth between inconsolable and very calm very quickly. Now, some people can do that. Some people can compartmentalize. But one thing that's noticeable is the intensity of her reaction.
All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay.
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Because sometimes.
Oh, you're saying as you...
Okay, so now there's a couple of pieces of information in that right there. One is she's establishing that she did not suspect at that time that anything nefarious had happened. She thought some trees had fallen down or something like that. So she is establishing she was not worried about anybody at that time. What she's also establishing is that she attempted to go down that road. She's making sure that people know that because that will ultimately be discovered. So it's better that she tell them that now. That doesn't necessarily mean that she's being suspicious, but the goal with that for people who are suspicious is to make sure that they seem overly honest about certain details. I'm coming and telling you this now. I'm making sure that you know this, because that way it'll hopefully seem less suspicious as they dig more.
You drove down which one of the side roads?
When
All right, I know it's cold in here. Okay.
I think that's not why.
Okay, I know it's part of it, but do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
So one thing I think is very interesting is that this is now the first time this detective has introduced the idea that this may be somebody that Dan Markell knows, or somebody that would have a problem with him or whatever, asking her if she can think of anybody. Because, and maybe this is my own way of thinking about the world, but if I found out that somebody was hurt, if I found out that somebody was shot, my first thought would be that it was a mugging or a home invasion or something that was more random, or that somebody was trying to get money from them. I wouldn't think that it was because somebody had a beef with them or because somebody was angry with them. The idea that somebody did this that knows him seems to be what she latches onto. We'll keep going and we'll get more into it.
He had friends. He was he always meant well, but he would sometimes rub people the wrong way.
Okay.
But not anyone who would do something like this.
Anybody that he owes money to?
No, he owes money to me.
He owes money to you?
But not me.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God,
Now, this is interesting behavior. Once again, this is not about her guilt nor her innocence, but I do want to note that the behavior that comes right after this is very interesting, because she's saying, no, I didn't do this. Basically, she's acknowledging he owes me money, but it wasn't me. And then she covers her face. And then she starts sobbing uncontrollably. It seems like an odd time to start doing this. It also seems very, very intense. Now, there's no right or wrong way to react when somebody has been shot or hurt or when somebody's passed away. But this, in this context, seems pretty intense from what you would expect. And it's very interesting that this followed right when she started talking about herself. Watch this again, then we'll keep going.
No, he owes money to me.
He owes money to you?
But not me.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God,
And we oftentimes think of putting your hands on your face as a way of obscuring people looking at you.
I know a lot of people didn't really love him, but I don't know anyone who would do something like this.
Well, we're still trying to determine, what happened and how it happened.
But he wouldn't do this to himself.
Okay.
He was a very positive positive person.
Now, this is a really bizarre point in all of this because she repeats this multiple times. He wouldn't do this to himself. Nobody has suggested that he would. I don't believe there's been any indication whatsoever that he would have done this to himself. So the fact that she keeps repeating that is very curious.
Okay. No one that you know of or that he's spoken to recently that he's had some type of problem with or that he was concerned about?
No one that he was concerned about. I mean, we've been separated for 2 years, so I don't know, like,
right.
You know, if he had something going on, I wouldn't know about it. But, I mean, I had lost my voice earlier this week, and so we had put off this conversation about our son's school and where he was going to go, and he, I can't. I know a lot of people didn't love him, but not anyone who would, like, hate him.
Okay.
He meant well, everyone that knew him.
Okay.
So what's so curious about this is that she's not just saying, I have no idea, and moving on. She could just allow the detective to ask questions. She's the one that's staying on this subject right now.
He knows that he means well, but he can be a little, like, argumentative.
Right.
But not, he didn't owe anyone money. He didn't do anything except work and take care of his kids. He wasn't involved in anything bad. I can't believe this is happening.
I know. And he was a professor at the law school, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And your divorce has been 2 years or the total separation, I'm assuming?
Total separation's been 2 years. Our divorce was finalized last summer around this time.
Okay.
He wouldn't do this to himself. He has a girlfriend now.
Do you know his girlfriend?
So I think the reason she's saying he wouldn't do this to himself, I've gone back to the idea that when people are trying to hide something, they try to give you details, to be overly honest, to be overly correct about something. I know he wouldn't do this to himself. So by saying that hopefully lets people know, hey, look how she's thinking about this. He didn't do this to himself, and she said that and agreed with that as well. So she says things that are true. Oftentimes we do this when we want people to believe us.
You're being very helpful. Okay, I know it's hard.
I'm trying.
You're doing fine.
Believe what's happening.
You're doing fine. I know it's all of a shock. I know it's coming to you all at once. Okay.
I don't know who would do this.
Okay. Well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt Daniel. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't think.
You don't know who it is.
No.
Now this is interesting. Watch the way that she looks at him when he's talking right here. So she's been inconsolable. She's been all over the place.
You're doing fine. I know it's all of a shock. I know it's coming to you all at once. Okay.
I don't know who would do this.
Okay. Well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt Daniel. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't think.
You don't know who it is.
No, and I don't
what
think.
What if they come after the boys?
And you don't know who it is. It's a very interesting question. I presume that many of us would ask that, but at the same time, she does sometimes ask questions. She does sometimes try to get information from the detective. I'll point out more instances of that later on, but I did think that was a very interesting question with how she said it.
My parents are in Coral Springs.
Okay.
And my brother, I have two brothers, but I'm very close to one of them who is in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. All right. So that's where you're from originally, I take it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
His family's in Canada. Did they know? Did you tell them?
No, they haven't been notified yet.
Oh, my God. His parents are...
And she once again is asking for information. Do they know? Did you tell them? There are a lot of times that she is getting information from the detective. And I always think that's curious in situations like this.
I'm devastated.
Okay. This is what I want to do, okay? This is what happened, okay? Daniel's been shot, okay? And we have to find out why and who did this. Can you help with that?
I will try.
Okay.
I'm
what I want to do right now to try to expedite things, okay, but I need your permission, is I want to take your cell phone and download all the information out of it.
Sure.
Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay. And then we're going to make arrangements for you to get the kids, or we'll get the kids somehow, okay? Because the kids are at daycare, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to need their mother.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. I got to get a form for you to sign, and then I'm going to get the phone started, okay?
Oh my God. I have a lot of friends.
I know.
How do you know that?
Well,
Now, this was once again interestingly and surprisingly defensive. So he's saying, so she said, I have a lot of friends. And he said, I know. Now, I think, at least in the way that I see this, the vast majority of us, if we were in this situation, if we said, I have a lot of friends, and they said, I know, we would assume they meant because we were friendly or something like that. She said, how do you know that? So that's very interesting. That has her thinking that they have been looking into her. So the idea that she's saying, how do you know that, is very unusual. I can't really rationalize why somebody would ask that. Let's go back and listen to this again.
phone started, okay?
Oh my God. I have a lot of friends.
I know.
How do you know that?
Well, you had two of them up there for a last-minute lunch date, right?
See, when he has a friendly response, then she laughs, but she got the information she was looking for.
Last minute.
Well, I mean, that you went up.
And then she just said last minute. She's trying to get more information because he said last minute. So she wants to know, how do you know that's last minute? Why do you think that's last minute? She's trying to find out how much information they have. At least that's how I interpret that behavior. Let's watch this interaction again.
Okay.
Oh my God. I have a lot of friends.
I know.
How do you know that?
Well, you had two of them up there for a last-minute lunch date, right?
Last minute.
Well, I mean, that you went up there. You're sitting with them. You have friends.
I do. What I meant by it is that Danny did.
So she got to ask her questions. How do you know that I have friends? How do you know that that was last minute? Once she establishes that she feels safe, then she can answer the question.
Treat me very well. And I'm so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something like this?
Who would do this?
I don't know. That's why you're here, and that's why we're talking. Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
I made my brother, the one, his name's Charlie, the one I'm really close to, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste. And it was.
So I want you to keep in mind, she's talking about Charlie now. She got to this point because she had to, because she had repeated a joke to the TV repairman. So she had to get to this point. So I don't know if the reason why she didn't just say, no, I don't know anybody who would do this, why she got to this point was to explain away the fact that she had made that joke. But I want you to keep in mind the idea that she is going to be talking about this joke about hitmen. At this point, she would have no reason, no rational person would have considered that this was a job done by hitmen. That wouldn't enter the vast majority of people's minds in a situation like this. That would not be anywhere on the landscape of things people would be thinking about. Now I'll let this play through and we'll talk about it more.
It was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken. And I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one. And it was always this joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always this joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right.
All right, so she had to tell the police this. She had to tell this detective this story because Obviously, they are going to be asking questions. Obviously, they are going to talk to the repairman. So she had to tell him this. So I think that's why we got here. I think that's why we got into this story. Because had she not repeated that, I don't think that she would be talking about Charlie right now.
It's okay.
He said, he asked me how much it cost, and I said I didn't know because it was a gift, because the brother said it was cheaper than a hitman. It was my divorce present.
Okay.
Such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do something like this. Never.
And this is interesting. Now she's going from Charlie to my family would never do anything like this. So, yes, I get that Charlie's family, but she's not being specific at this point. Now she's referring to her whole family. And this, once again, very, very interesting. It's interesting to think about where her mind is going here. So rather than her saying, well, Charlie made that joke, but Charlie would never do this, it's my family would never do this.
Same spelling, Adelson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God.
What?
What? Oh my gosh.
What?
I can't believe this is happening.
Okay. All right. Let me go get the form for the phone.
Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read your Miranda if you want to hear
I don't
that.
know, I'm just trying to.
So she's continuing to try to get information as to whether or not she's a suspect. I think that this is so interesting because of the way that she does it. Rather than just directly asking, being very clear about it, it's these strong reactions, the crying, and then asking questions in a way that maybe are a little bit less direct.
Make sure I'm being
I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well,
now we're back to where we started. I couldn't tell if the way that you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect. Once again, now that we have more context, while she was in the car with him, she was worried whether or not she was a suspect. A suspect of what? Because she didn't know that Dan Markel had been shot until this detective told her that in this very room. What was she concerned about being a suspect for when she was riding with him? This is very, very hard to make sense of. If somebody else can make sense of this, please let me know in the comments. So let's try to figure out everything that she knew that morning by the time she got to that room. Before this, she had tried to drive down that street, but it was blocked off with a police car where she had said innocently enough that it was probably just something electrical. So she wasn't concerned that anything had happened to him at that point. There was a message on her phone that I believe she didn't listen to until she got into this room. That's what it appears to be when the video starts, is that she is listening to this message for the first time. But even that, all it says is some concerns that something has happened. Nobody suggested that somebody had done this or that she was suspected of something or what had specifically happened. Nobody knew at this point. And yet while she was riding in the police car with him, because of the questions, she was concerned that she was a suspect. A suspect of what? There was no crime established at that point. Nothing specific to Dan Markel had been established to her at that point. So what is she referring to? We're going to listen to that one last time, then we're going to keep going.
At this point, to suspect you in this incident. Okay?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
Is he still in the hospital?
He's at the...
So I didn't want to get into everything until we got here. So he didn't get into everything in the car. So what she was concerned about being a suspect of, once again, is anybody's guess.
Well, no, the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
Is he still in the hospital?
He's at the hospital, yes.
And so now she's been able to ask that question, and now she's moving on. Is he still in the hospital?
Yes.
And he's alone.
Yes.
And nobody knows he's there.
And nobody knows he's there. Once again, she's gathering information. Why is that of consequence right now? That's such a strange point to make. So I feel like this is a way for her to find out what the detective knows or who's been contacted.
Well, you know now, and while I'm going to get this phone taken care of, I'm going to have a victim advocate come in here, and hopefully you can supply her with his parents.
Oh my God.
I'm assuming his parents would be his next of kin.
He's a sister he's really close with.
Where is she?
They're all in Canada. He's Canadian.
Okay. All right. They live in Canada.
They all live in Canada.
Okay.
His family's all in Canada.
Okay.
They're going to think I did it.
Now, just don't jump to conclusions on that.
They're going to think I did it. Once again, nobody's established that this wasn't just a random mugging or something like that. Once again, that seems like one of the early things that people would be thinking about. The fear that people are going to think that she did it is so fascinatingly bizarre to me.
They're going to think I did it.
Now, just don't jump to conclusions on that.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening.
All right, let me go get the form for the phone, okay?
So hopefully watching this is helping you better understand some of the strange inconsistencies that we saw during this police interview. As we go through and analyze the testimony as well, hopefully this will give you a base for things that we're going to be looking for and things that we're going to be looking at as we cover that. Last thing before we get finished up is that I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, thanks for watching. Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing more behavior and body language from Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson is the sister of Charlie Adelson, who was recently found guilty for his involvement in the murder of her ex-husband, Dan Markell. Their mother, Donna Adelson, was also recently arrested as she attempted to leave the country. A couple of quick things before we get started. One, I do want to remind you that this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions based on publicly available information. In addition, the goal is not to figure out guilt nor innocence in these cases. The goal is to provide commentary. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. So today we're going to be looking at testimony from 3 different trials, 2019, 2022, and 2023. The first 2 trials were of Catherine Magbanawah, and the last trial is of Charlie Adelson. But we're going to be looking at Wendy during all 3 of these trials. Now, before we get started with that, I'm going to show you a couple of clips because I think they're important to see before we watch Wendy Adelson's testimony. The first is from Jeffrey Lacoste. This is Wendy's ex-boyfriend.
And while discussing that issue, did Ms. Adelson make some statements to you about her brother Charlie?
She did.
And what were those statements?
She asked to speak to me confidentially in a very serious tone of voice, told me that Charlie had investigated all possible options to take care of the problem of Danny Markell, including hiring a hitman, which would cost about $15,000. And I later revised that and thought maybe it was $50,000, but the dollar amount was the only thing in question. She definitely said that Charles Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Danny Markell.
And when did she say Mr. Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman?
When the relocation was denied the previous summer.
When she said this, what was her demeanor like?
She was very serious.
All right, so definitely not to be confused with the TV joke?
No, I'd heard that joke repeatedly. I knew that joke. This was something very different. This was chilling, a little scary, made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing. The joke was said in a lighthearted manner, and this was not said in that way. This was serious and said confidentially.
All right, thank you.
Now I'm going to show you a brief clip of Wendy responding to that claim.
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacoste at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up. So I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
All right. So
So you'll notice she said, I don't think I would have seen him at my place. So that's a non-committed answer. We'll keep going and I'll explain why that matters.
On that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence?
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
Once again, she didn't say no. She just said it was unlikely.
You couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman?
I can't imagine I would have said that.
Now, that's such an interesting response. I can't imagine that I would have said that rather than no. Obviously, I didn't say that because he never looked into it, or there's no way I would have said that. she's saying, I can't imagine I would have said that, which is a very specific way of phrasing it. I think that's very interesting. Let's listen to that one more time, and then we'll stop.
The statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hit.
I was muted that entire time. So I kept commenting on how I really wanted to see Wendy's trial testimony analyzed by Dr. G, and then the autoplay just put it on her testimony. And as I was saying, oh, this is so great, I was muted the whole time. So I was eating chicken, though. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to watch a little bit more of this. We're going to play some towel trivia at 11 a.m. So if you're wondering what we're doing, we are preparing for the 1:30 p.m. Eastern Don Adelson, Wendy Adelson motion hearing. We're watching some of Dr. G's excellent analysis of Wendy Adelson's police interrogation and her trial testimony. And we're going to play some towel trivia in just about 10 minutes, and then we'll get back to more of Wendy Adelson's testimony with some of Dr. G's analysis as we head into the 12 o'clock hour. And then 1:15 p.m., of course, will be the Adelson hearing itself, and we will take live coverage of that. So, Grant Smith Ellis with you. Let's continue. Thanks very much for being with me. It's coming up on 11 a.m., just 10 minutes until Towel Trivia.
I can't imagine I would have said that.
So part of the reason I wanted to show this is an example of one of the situations where both cannot be true. Jeffrey Lacoste and Wendy Adelson cannot both be telling the truth because these directly conflict each other. Now, before we get into the three separate testimonies, I'm going to show you one last clip. This is of Officer Bill Brannon. He was an officer there the day that Dan Markell was murdered.
Okay, but you were just making sure they didn't come through.
Yeah, I was parked there next to the crime scene tape with my lights on and my vehicle blocking the road.
So when cars approached the roadblock, they just on their own turned around and went back the way they had come?
Yes.
All right. And did one of those cars in particular stand out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what vehicle was that?
It was a later 2000s model Honda Odyssey van.
Why did that vehicle stand out to you?
I had obtained information that the ex-wife drove a vehicle like that. I don't know if they were like formulating a new plan because suddenly they can't go the way they want to go. There's usually just seemed to be a hesitation. This one caught my attention a little bit more also because when it pulled up, I mean, it just automatically did a 3-point turn and headed on.
I wanted to show this clip for two reasons. One, because the way that the car turned around, the way that Wendy Adelson's car turned around, stood out to him because he said it happened quickly, that she didn't hesitate. She just saw it, turned around, and left. I also wanted to show this because it gave some clarity on the layout of everything. Basically, he said you could see Dan Markell's house from the roadblock. The way that it was described, the way that Wendy Adelson had described it when I originally heard her talk about it, the way I envisioned it was that she was driving down the road. She tried to pull into the neighborhood, but it was blocked right there, so she turned around and left. So I envisioned it being something that was basically that the whole neighborhood was blocked off or that it was blocked off very early on. The way that he describes it and the way that it appears is that you have to actually turn down Trescott off the road that she was on and drive for a bit before you get to this place. So this is not at the very edge of the neighborhood, at least not the way that I understand it at this point. Briefly, I want to take one last look at her talking about during the police interview what happened when she went from Centerville Road to Trescott so we can get definitively what she said right after it happened on that day.
Drive down, Trescott's blocked, you turn around, you go back around on Benton, and then you go
There's a tree.
Right. Pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right. So
I didn't even think like that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off and
So the way she's describing it there sounds a little bit different. It sounds like she was actually able to drive on Trescott. Now, I'm sure that the police already have all the information on this, but as we're trying to make sense of it when she talks about it, it sounds like she was actually able to drive partially down the road. And here's her describing the same situation to a friend.
I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape and I just thought, oh, maybe there's like an electrical outage or something. Like I saw the street blocked. I was driving into town. I was running errands. I was meeting some friends for lunch and I drove up Trescott because it's the shortcut. And so I drive up Trescott and I see the tape and I was like, I guess there was like an electrical outage because sometimes we'd have trees that would fall or whatever. And so I turned around and didn't think anything of it.
So the way she's describing it here, it sounds like she drove down Trescott. So it doesn't sound like she couldn't get into the neighborhood or couldn't get on the street at all. It sounds like she actually drove down the street, saw the tape, turned around. I'm only pointing this out because it's very difficult to make sense of the way she describes it because it does sound different each time. So I just wanted to show this to get some clarity for what she actually experienced. So now we're going to watch some from the 2019 Catherine Magbanua trial. Now, what we're mostly going to be watching during these three different testimonies is her talking about the events of that day.
All right, so this is a good natural place to pause. We're going to come back to this. What actually we're going to do is, so I love Dr. G's commentary, but he laid an appropriate foundation for us to just watch it ourselves. So if you've been looking forward to Towel Trivia, we're going to play 3 rounds of Towel Trivia right now, maybe a little more depending on how I'm feeling. And then what we're going to do is from about 11:30 until 1:15, we are going to watch one of Wendy Adelson's full testimonies. I think it's going to be the Katie Magbanua trial. I think that's the one that I think Georgia really hones in on what makes Wendy the most culpable. But I'm going to think about it. But right now, as we head into 11 a.m., if you like Towel Trivia, we are going to play Towel Trivia. I love Towel Trivia. It's one of my favorite things in the entire world, and it's a day. You know what I'm saying? It's a day. So here's what we're going to do. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to prepare Towel Trivia. We are going to play some Towel Trivia. You're all welcome to play along. Here are the rules. We are playing a quiz game. The way it works is the question's going to go up on the screen. I'm going to read it for you. I'm going to read 4 possible answers. If you get the question right in chat first by putting 1, 2, 3, 4 in the chat, you get a full point if I get the question right. All right? If you get it right after that and I get the question right, you get half a point. If I get the question wrong, however, you get 2 points if you are the first person in chat to get the answer right. And if I get the answer wrong, you get a point for being someone to get it right subsequent to the first person. Those are the regular rounds. Now, once in a while, I like to play a double bonus round. Now, here's how double bonus rounds work. First of all, for the other categories, we will either play a general trivia category that is selected by the game, or we will pick a category that you vote on or suggest. For trivia categories that are double bonus rounds, however, they are areas of my expertise. I pick the category. We don't do them often. 1 to 2 rounds a day. It's a way for people to earn a lot of points. In the double bonus categories, regular scoring rules apply if I get the answer right. Okay, 1 point for the first person to get it right, half point for any subsequent right answer. If I get the question wrong, however, in a double bonus round, you can get up to 4 points if you're the first one to get it right in chat, according to my phone. Up to 2 points to get it right if you get it right for any subsequent answer. If you get it right subsequent to the first person. That's a way to make up a lot of points. I have seen one person, Jeff Towell, get like 20 points in a single round. It was very impressive. Mind you, the highest score of all time over like a full day is like 56.5. So 20 points in a single round, you're talking impressive. Rue is awake. It's coming up on 11 a.m. And you know the best way for us to get ready for Towel Trivia. We're going to play the Towel Trivia song. If you've never heard the Towel Trivia song, let me just tell you, I love the Towel Trivia song. All right? I love the Towel Trivia song. And we started the day with Bella, so we got to play the Towel Trivia song. All right? Everybody get ready for the Towel Trivia song. We are going to play the Towel Trivia song. Then we're going to play Towel Trivia at exactly 11 a.m. Okay? I promised 11 a.m. I didn't say exactly, I said circa, and I'm going to hit exactly 11 a.m. Take it away, Towel.
Welcome to Grant's Towel Trivia. All you knowledge junkies, but grab your wrench and your towel. More fun than a barrel of monkeys. Grant and his cigar is on the screen with a smile. He's got lots of questions, so we'll be here a while. All of us contribute in our own special way, and it doesn't matter who wins at the end of the day. We're the top community, and we won't stop. Steph is at the top, she never does flop. Ollie, Ruth, and Nancy are sprinting towards the finish line. Kitty's 1993 is not too far behind. Tater, Bug, and Dewdrops are smart and so kind. For one family, we're family.
Hello.
Ruth and Captain know their stuff. Jeff's waiting on the clue. Claudia's got the answers, but Bunny does too. Lydia's sharp as a tack. Deb just scored. Bossy Texas Chick and Bella are in last place again. They're always at the bottom, but one day they will win. That's alright. That's an 8 Every day's a new adventure in Towel Trivia Town. KR's not guilty, but that won't get us down. From the brightest to the struggling, we all play along in this corner of the internet where we all belong. So here's to all the players and the hosts so fine in this little slice of heaven where we all do shine. Towel Trivia time. Towel Trivia. Welcome to the Grant Smith Ellis Show. When you know you know. Ooh, 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 Towel Pride.
All right. Jeff Towel, it's so good to see you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm an excitable towel. What a great song. Pete Bunny Towel was dancing along. Pete Bunny Towel was having a great day. All right. Let's do some towel trivia. You know how it works. I know how it works. We all know how to play. Round 23. Towels were in the crown from yesterday. We'll check yesterday's scores before we begin. All right, I'll show you yesterday's scores. We had a fun day yesterday. It was a bit of a chaos. 2 days ago, Saturday. The Towel doesn't stream on Sundays. That's the Lord's Day. All right, here we go. Oh, there we go. That was yesterday's scores. We had a pretty competitive game. Steph Towel was fighting her little Canadian, British, and German heart out. Bunny Towel put up a good fight. Cynthia Towel, Ola Towel, Ruth Towel, Peggy Towel, Nancy Towel, Selena Towel, and Christina Towel had a great day yesterday. So, gotcha. So, Barry Mayfield trial, September 2nd, motion to reduce bond was filed recently. Gotcha. Interesting. Absolutely, we'll learn about it. I don't know a lot about the Barry Morphew trial. I will learn about it. I will commit to learning about it. All right, so that was yesterday's scores. That was 2 days ago, Saturday the 16th. So Towel's wearing the crown, but Towel doesn't count. His Towel counts, his scores don't. So Steph Towel's really wearing the crown with Bunny Towel right behind. All right, round 23. Let me put the date in. What date is it here? 8/18/25. All right, there we go. There's going to be your scores. And, we're going to start off with a traditional daily challenge. All right? General category here, ladies and gentlemen. Towel trivia time. All right, here we go. First round of the day. Just a general category. No picking this one. No picking. We just got to see what the category is. And remember, if the scores, everything is not shown correctly, I have to go over here. So hold on. I just have to make sure all the answer choices get shown on the screen. Otherwise, people get frustrated. Rightfully so. All right, here we go. First question. It's going to be a broad general category, so who knows what could happen. First round of Towel Trivia beginning now. 3, 2, 1. What 1990s rapper, real name Rob Van Winkle, swapped spitting rhymes for flipping houses in his home renovation show on the DIY network? What 1990s rapper, real name Rob Van Winkle, swapped spitting rhymes for flipping houses in his home renovation show on DIY Network? MC Hammer, Ice Cube, Vanilla Ice, Coolio. MC Hammer, Ice Cube, Vanilla Ice, Coolio. It's Vanilla Ice. Towel, ladies and gentlemen, grabs the first point. The correct answer is number 3. Steph Towel, waiting on that super fast Towel internet, and just nailed the first point. Jeff Towel, half point. Jeff and Steph Towel, they kind of rhyme. Nancy from the 508, half point. Allie and Bro, half point. Excellent job. We're off to a fast start. By the way, this is just a warm-up round. Your points absolutely count, but if you're just joining, you can play Towel Trivia at any time. This is the warm-up round. We haven't really gotten into the game. These are general knowledge questions that are chosen by the game, not by us. Excellent job to those who got it right. Join in anytime, by the way. A lot of people feel like they just see a question up on the board so they can't join in because we've been playing. No, join in anytime. It's kind of like a rolling trivia game. You can get points any time of the day. You don't have to have played previously. You can just join in. Here we go. Which Russian leader did poet Robert Frost meet in Crimea in 1962, hoping to mend fences during the Cold War? Which Russian leader did poet Robert Frost meet in Crimea in 62, hoping to mend fences during the Cold War? Was it Khrushchev, Lenin, Brezhnev, or Gorbachev? Was it Khrushchev, Lenin, Brezhnev, or Gorbachev? I think it was Khrushchev. Got it. Kennedy and Khrushchev met a lot. I read the files. Good guess. It was not Gorbachev. He was the guy with the liver spot on his head. I think he was around in Perestroika during the 80s. He tried to reform the Soviet Union. A lot of good guesses. No, Gorbachev's the guy with the spot on his head. He's a pretty well-known name, but he was the guy that tried to facilitate reforms in the Soviet Union leading up to the Prague Spring in '89. Didn't really work. You know what I'm saying? But that was Gorbachev. Jeff Towell was the first one to get it right, just ahead of Allie Towell. Jeff Towell gets the full point. Allie and Bro get half a point. Now, here's what some of you got to realize. There's tactics to this game. Allie and Rue are very, very good at just picking up points, and Jeff Towell's a genius. So you're all in a lot of trouble playing against them, too. Not saying Steph Towell isn't fierce competition along with Nancy. Oh, Jill Young-Smith, that was a good guess, my friend. Not saying you're not all fierce competition. You just got to realize Allie Towell and Jeff Towell and Rue Towell, they got plans. You know what I'm saying? All right. Jill got the last one right. Jill, I am so sorry I missed you getting the last one right. I will add your half a point. Thank you so much to Nancy Towell. And by the way, if I ever miss saying your name and assigning you a point, that means I may have just misread or not seen your comment with the right answer. So always listen for your name getting read out for a point and pick up any points you may have missed because Towell's eyes aren't amazing. That's why I have glasses. I'm a towel. Next question. Which NFL team's name was inspired by a famous poem? Which NFL team's name was inspired by a famous poem? Was it the Washington Commanders? It would have been the Redskins at the time. Was it the Arizona Cardinals? Was it the Los Angeles Rams or the Baltimore Ravens? Was it the Washington Commanders, the Arizona Cardinals, the Los Angeles Rams, or clearly the Baltimore Ravens? It was clearly about Edgar Allan Poe. It was the Baltimore Ravens. Steph Towell comes in, gets a full point. Steph Towell knows her Edgar Allan Poe. Jill grabs half a point for knowing Edgar Allan Poe. Absolutely excellent job. Now, I'm going to give people some time. All right. You answer the question anytime you want. We are in Towel Trippy Land until about 11:30, 11:45. Then we'll watch more of the testimony related to the Markle case. Okay. Who else do we got? We got Jeff coming in, grabbing half a point. We got Nancy from the 508. Oh, wait a minute. What are you doing there? We got Nancy from the 508 grabbing half a point. We got Jeff Towell grabbing half a point. Excellent job, Jeff Towell and Nancy from the 508. And Allie Bro coming in with half a point. And I almost dropped my keyboard. Alrighty. That keyboard goes flying 4 times a day. I feel really bad for it. Yes, the Raven. Quoth the Raven, saith no more. Here we go. Towel Allan Poe. I'm a towel. Next question. Good job, everyone. You all did very good. Jill Young-Smith, did I get your point there? No, I did not, but I did now. Jill Young-Smith, your name keeps hiding in there, Jill. I think it's because it looks like Jeff, so the 2 J's next to each other. I got Jill Young-Smith's point, though I know Nancy Towell is going to correct me. She's on the ball. People are like, how does he read my mind before it happens? Well, I'm just a prescient towel. Next question. What flowers are the focus of William Wordsmith's lyric poem, I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud? What flowers are the focus of William Wordsworth's lyric poem, I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud? Are they the daffodils, roses, sunflowers, or peonies? Are they the daffodils, roses, sunflowers, or peonies? Show me peonies. Oh, it was daffodils. Steph, you nailed it. Steph gets 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. I just did that because of peony and rose. I'm not going to lie. I think I knew the answer was daffodils. I just really wanted to select peony because now I know peonies are the origin of peony and rose's name. Jill Towell gets a full point. Nancy Towell gets a full point. Excellent job. Jeff Towell gets a full point. Allie and Bro come in with a full point. See what I mean? You got to pick up points like that. Now, I just love the fact that Peony and Rose's name is named after a flower. I already thought Peony and Rose was wonderful. Now I just think they're amazing. And now I just wanted to pick peonies in honor of them. So I cost myself points just because I'm hilarious. And I also think peonies are wonderful. Next question, Little Towels. I'm hilarious, I know. All right, here we go. Poet Walt Whitman served as a nurse in what war? Poet Walt Whitman served as a nurse in what war? Was it World War II, the Korean War, World War I, or the Civil War? Was it World War II, the Korean War, World War I, or the Civil War? I think based on the fact that he was writing in the 30s, he probably was a nurse in World War I. Oh, wow, he was old. Steph, how the hell did you know that? Steph gets another 2 points. Bro, he was old. He was writing like in the 30s, in the 1930s, so he must have been like 60 in the 30s. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are going to get that. That's really hard to. First of all, you would have had to know that Walt Whitman was like an American writer in the 30s. Then you'd have to know he was like 60 in the 30s to have gotten that answer right. So excellent job, Steph Towell. Absolutely nailed it. Jeff Towell picks up a full point. I told you Jeff Towell and Allie Towell know how to grab those points on the board. Allie Towell picks up a full point. There was a commercial about it in Canada. No, what? Hold on, Steph. Pause. We're watching it. Steph, we are watching it. You don't understand. I have the internet. That means I can get literally anything. We are watching this. Pause, ladies and gentlemen. Keyboard, get back here. What are you doing? Listen, this has made me overly excitable. What are you doing, Steph Towel? You're making me an excitable towel. Oh, yeah. No, we're watching it. I don't think you understand. We're taking a pause from Towel Trivia. I have added everyone who got those points for the last question. We are watching this. Okay, here we go. Canadian Walt Whitman commercial. This could be the most ridiculous thing in the entire world. Oh, dear God. All right, so I'm not exactly sure. Do you remember what the ad was for? Oh, okay, 1990s. Oh, Jesus Christ. We're really pushing it here, Steph. All right, I think I got it. All right, here we go. Okay, I think I got it. I think this is the one. Now, I'm not saying this is the one. I have to make sure. Hold on one second. Let me mute this to make you mute what you hear to make sure that there's not a song or something. I think this is it. Steph Towell, what have you done to us? Hold on. All right, here we go. I think I found it. I don't think this has anything to do with what. I don't think this is what Steph was talking about at all, but I'm just going to put it on anyway. I think it's hilarious.
Pioneers. Oh, pioneers. Come, my tan-faced children. Follow well in order. Get your weapons ready. Have you your pistols? Have you your sharp-edged axes, pioneers, oh pioneers? For we cannot tarry here. We must march, my darlings. We must bear the brunt of danger. We, the youthful, sinewy races, all the rest on us depend. Pioneers, oh pioneers.
Steph, I hold you accountable.
Oh, you youths, Western youths, so impatient, full of action, full of manly pride and friendship. Plain I see you, Western youths. See you tramping with the foremost. Pioneers, oh pioneers. We debouch upon a newer, mightier world, varied world. Fresh and strong the world we seize. Pioneers, oh pioneers.
What the hell? That was not about maybe that was a Walt Whitman poem, but that was not about Walt Whitman being a nurse. Oh, goodness. No, goodness. All right. I'm going to compose myself. I'm sorry for that diversion from trivia. Nancy, I thought it was going to be a commercial from Canada that would teach us that Walt Whitman was a nurse in the U.S. Civil War. It turns out it was a commercial for Levi's where they were quoting a Walt Whitman poem. Oh, goodness gracious me. That I cannot answer that question, Allie or Nancy. I'm sorry, I did my best. Next question, Steph Towell. I blame you and all the Canadians for this kerfluffle. Here we go. What author wrote Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats? A poem collection that inspired the Broadway musical Cats. What the hell? What author wrote Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats? A poem collection that inspired the Broadway musical Cats. W.B. Yeats, William Wadsworth, T.S. Eliot, Virginia Woolf. Yeats, Wadsworth, Eliot, Woolf. Show me Yeats. No, it's T.S. Eliot. Steph, how the hell did you know that? Steph's going to be like, well, I was watching this commercial one time in the 1990s. Yeah, us Canadians, they really teach us a lot on our commercials. What? Okay, like, that's good. Kind of makes me want to move to Canada. Excellent job, Nancy from the 508. Excellent job. Picking up a full point. Jill Young-Smith picking up a full point. Allie and Bo picking up a full point. Now let's see if Jeff Towell's still here. Well, that's okay, Steph. I apologize if I... Oh, Jeff Towell is still here. I was like, apologize if I have... Listen, at least Levi's is pretty classy with their Canadian commercials. I just want to say, like, you're going to do a commercial. For Levi's, you may as well quote Walt Whitman. You know what I'm saying? Steph got the answer right because the commercial was about someone else. That's somehow even better. Getting the answer right for the wrong reason still counts. I don't know what that says about our society, but if you get the right answer for the wrong reason, it still counts, okay? This is like horseshoes and hand grenades, almost is good enough. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Next. Oh, no, it's not time for the next question. We have our scores after the initial round. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. If you're just tuning in, we're playing some Towel Trivia. You know what the best part about Towel Trivia is. If you want to play Towel Trivia, just go ahead and join right in at any time. But let me show you the scores after our first round. That was just the intro round. We did a hodgepodge daily challenge category. All right, here's your scores. Your scores, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. Round 3. Here are your scores on the 18th of August, 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Steph Towell in first place. She nailed a bunch of questions in that category because she is a Steph Towell. She is leading the pack, ladies and gentlemen. Look at how far ahead of the pack she is. I got absolutely dominated in that category. It's clearly because I don't watch enough Canadian commercials. I'm now going to spend all my nights just watching Canadian commercials so that I can get trivia answers right. I think that's the lesson we learned from that category. If you want to be educated and erudite, just watch Canadian commercials from the 1990s. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the message of today's stream. Support Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser, and also, because I'm matching dollar for dollar up to the first 500 donated in total between now and September 3rd, but also watch Canadian commercials from the 1990s, and you can be in first place because they will make you erudite, cogent, and educated towels. There you go. Nancy Towell, you and I, my friend, together. You know what? We're doing this. This is the first time this has ever happened. I'm going to the bottom of the list. I'm doing it. Watch me. I've never been in the position of honor before. I do so proudly. Ladies and gentlemen, I embrace my position proudly. All right? So, first place, Steph Towell. Excellent job. 8 points. Excellent job. I found the commercial and says A.A. Moline served as a nurse in World War I. So Steph not only got it wrong, she got the wrong war, but she still got the answer right. That's better than when Harvard Yard answers something that's not on the board. Steph, the first step to admitting you know something is admitting you know nothing. I am honored as well, Nancy. I am honored to be with you. All right. First place, Steph Towell. Congratulations. 8 points. Just absolutely dominating us. Second place, Jeff Towell. Fifth place on the podium. Second place, Jeff Towell's always a threat in trivia. You better watch out for Jeff Towell. Third place, Allie Towell and Rue. Good job, Rue. You tell Mom Towell she did a great job. You go over, ask her. No, I won't say the T word, but ask her for some food. You say, Mom, you won. Give me some food. She didn't actually win. She's in third place. Being on the podium still counts. 4.5 points. Excellent job, Allie Towell. In fourth place, right outside the podium, Jill Towell, 3.5 points. Great job, Jill Towell. You are in striking position at any moment. And in fifth place, in a tie, position of honor, ladies and gentlemen, Nancy Towell. And Towell, you know him as Little Towel, for the first time ever, he's in the position of honor. Nancy Towell, I'm glad to be with you. Towell is in last place. All right, it's true. Allie and Rue are absolutely flabbergasted, but Towell is in the position of honor. It's never happened before. I appreciate you, Vicky Towell. You email me about Morphew, and I will absolutely read it. If you're just tuning in, we're playing some Towel Trivia for the next 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. Then we're going to watch Wendy Adelson's full testimony from Katie Magbonowa's trial. Then at 1:15 to 1:30 p.m., probably 1:30 p.m. Eastern, we have a Donna Adelson hearing. I'm going to take live coverage. I believe Law and Crime's going to cover it, so I'll take live coverage. They have the pool feed. And then I found out today the Law and Crime producers all follow me. That's wonderful. Towel loves Law and Crime. Great job, Law and Crime. Follow them as well. Follow Dr. G as well. And then we're going to watch that Donna Adelson hearing, and then we'll see how much trivia we can get through after. But we're going to play a lot of trivia right now for at least the next 20 to 30 minutes. So tune in, buckle up, have fun with your towel friends. Oh, all right. Hold on. We're doing it. I'm getting the link. Steph Towel has provided us the link. Okay? So let me keep your scores up. Let me grab the link. Where's the link? I have the link. Towel Computer likes that it's getting colder, by the way. And it's almost college football season. Do you know how excited I am for college football? I've watched college football every year since like 1994. I love Boston College. I cannot wait for college football. Okay, so we're going to watch this. Give me 1 second. Steph Towel has found what we all crave. It's not what the people want, ladies and gentlemen. It is what the people need. It's the video. It's not about the right person or the right war, but it's at least Canadian, and by God, we're going to watch it. From me to the people of Canada, I love all of you dearly. You all can be honorary towels. Just leave Detroit alone. No matter what Steph does, I don't care how hard she tries, she's never getting Detroit. Just give up.
So you'll be fighting in France tomorrow, huh? Well, good luck, Captain Colbert. No, and you can be sure we'll take very good care of the bear. You are noting that it's the official mascot of the 2nd Canadian Infantry Brigade?
Yes, sir.
So long, Winnie. You be a good girl while I'm gone.
Why Winnie, sir?
From my hometown, Winnipeg.
Oh, Daddy, I just love Winnie. Couldn't we take him home with us?
Christopher Robin, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll write some stories about Winnie, and Mr. Shepherd here will draw some pictures.
Oh, Daddy, let's call him Winnie the Pooh.
Why Pooh, son?
I don't know, just Winnie the Pooh.
And that's how a young Canadian soldier's bear inspired 4 volumes of stories and verse that still sell millions of copies around the world.
I mean, that's great. I love that was the reason you got the answer right. It has absolutely nothing to do with Walt Whitman or the U.S. Civil War. No, I love it. I love it. So if you're wondering, that is the video. If you've ever just gotten a trivia question right because you just remembered something that was not remembered correctly in your brain, that was it. It was not about Walt Whitman. It was not about the U.S. Civil War, but Steph got the question right nonetheless. And he wasn't even a nurse. It was very interesting to learn about Winnie the Pooh. I absolutely agree. Oh, I think you know what that means. Our next towel trivia category is Winnie the Pooh. Yep, it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. The Canadians of the world are about to go wild. Try to contain your excitement. Try not to make too many pierogies. The next towel trivia category is the Canadian icon, not Bret Hart, but Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the next very special towel trivia category. Canadians around the world are making pierogies in celebration and cutting out pictures of Bret Hart. He's their national icon. And Steph. So Steph's a Canadian hero and Bret Hart, and they make pierogies and they love Winnie the Pooh. All right, here we go. Everybody's excited for this one. Christopher Robin and I walked alone under branches set out by the moon. That's a great song. I used to listen to it a lot as a kid. All right. Here we go. First question. Which character is known for losing his tail often in the 100-Acre Wood? Which character is known for losing his tail often in the 100-Acre Wood? Is it Eeyore, Piglet, Tigger, or Rabbit? Is it Eeyore, Piglet, Tigger, or Rabbit? Well, pin the tail on the Eeyore. I'm a little towel. Hey, I got a point. Needed that point. Steph Towel grabs a full point. Jeff grabs half a point. Nancy, Jill, and Elizabeth Lander is here. Hello, my friend. Nancy and Jill get half a point. Elizabeth Lander jumps up on that board. E-L-I, Elizabeth, half a point. I'm not the greatest at spelling. Allie and Bo pick up half a point. This is a fun category. I liked that question. Next question. Who is Pooh's domineering rabbit friend? Who is Pooh's domineering, quite a word for a Winnie the Pooh question, rabbit friend? Is it Christopher Robin, Owl, Kanga, or Rabbit? Okay, reading comprehension question. Is it Christopher Robin, who's a person, Owl, who's clearly an owl, Kanga, who's a kangaroo, or Rabbit, who's clearly a rabbit? Now, I like those questions. It's free points. Someone inevitably gets it wrong every time. Stuffed Owl gets the full point. Everyone got it right. Oh, this is excellent. Sometimes people get things like that wrong, and they're like, oh, goodness. Jeff Towel, half a point. So Steph Towel got the full point. Jeff Towel gets half a point. Elizabeth Lander gets half a point. Nancy gets half a point. I'm in my towel zone today. Allie Towel and Jill both get half a point. Nothing like towel in the towel zone. All right, here we go. Little towels. Steph's like, I now wonder how many of the questions I got right because I thought it was one thing and it was another, but I still got it right. Well, points are points. It's not how you know it, it's that you got it right. All right. Next question, little towels. Next question. That one actually wasn't a great question. I'm going to do too easy. Next question. What is the name of Christopher Robin's nanny in the Winnie the Pooh stories? What is the name of Christopher Robin's nanny in the Winnie the Pooh stories? Is it Jane, Alice, Margaret, or Elizabeth? Is it Jane, Alice, Margaret, or Elizabeth? I don't remember. I think it's Alice. Yeah, I think it's Alice. Yep, it's Alice. That was my first thought. I almost went with Elizabeth for some reason, but I think he named it after his wife, and that's how I knew it. I'm not positive, though. All right. Hello, Elijah Towel. Oh, no, we're all in trouble. Elijah Towel's here. Elijah Towel's going to kick butt and take names. Watch it happen. Steph Towel was the first one to get that one right, of course. Steph Towel, do you literally know everything about everything? Elijah Towel gets half a point. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Jill gets half a point. Allie and Bro get half a point. Who else here? Jeff and Elizabeth get half a point. Excellent. Excellent, 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 excellent. Steph's doing very good in the Winnie the Pooh category because he's a Canadian hero, just like Steph and Bret Hart. The triumvirate of Canadian heroes, okay? The Canadian Mount Rushmore, all right? Steph, Bret Hart, Winnie the Pooh. Okay? Steph, Bret Hart, Winnie the Pooh. Canadians around the world and in Canada, they all are very polite and they love their Canadian heroes. All right, next question. On the topic of Canadian heroes, maybe our next category will be Canadian heroes. If Steph is the answer to one of those questions, I'm literally going to jump out the window. Not really, but like, if Steph is the answer to a question, who is a Canadian hero, I'm jumping out the window. Next question. Who illustrated the original Winnie the Pooh books? Oh boy, were you paying attention? Who illustrated the original Winnie the Pooh books? Was it E.H. Shepard, A.A. Milne, C.S. Lewis, or Beatrix Potter? Clearly Beatrix. Was it E.H. Shepard, A.A. Milne, C.S. Lewis, or Beatrix Potter? What? Oh my goodness. I was tricked. It was a trick question. He didn't actually illustrate it. Steph just ruined me. Steph got 2 more points. Oh my goodness. I feel like so. I see what I mean. I was paying attention and I didn't even notice that intricacy. 2 points for Steph. 1 point for Elijah Towel. 1 point for Jill. 1 point for Nancy. 1 point for Allie and Bro. Excellent job. Nancy Towel and Allie and Rue and Elizabeth Landa with the full point. I know, Jeff. I was thrown off by it too. Why? Because I didn't know there was a distinction between the author and the illustrator. I should have been smart enough to realize that. I still would have no idea who the hell E.H. Shepard is. But that was a good question. Hard question. Hard question. Next question, little towels. Which character was known as Edward Bear before getting his more famous name? Which character was known as Edward Bear before getting his more famous name? Winnie the Pooh, Roo, hey Roo, Tigger, or Piglet? Winnie the Pooh, Roo, Tigger, or Piglet? Hi, Roo. You're not the answer. It's Winnie the Pooh. It's Winnie the Pooh. I wish Roo was the answer. Towel loves Roo. Excellent job, Steph. Full point. Jill, answers flying in. Jill gets half a point. Then I got Jeff Pesos grabbing half a point. Then I got Nancy from the 508 grabbing half a point. Then I got Elizabeth, Elijah, and Allie all grabbing half a point. Great job, Elizabeth, Elijah, and Allie and Bo. Good job. Very close to Roo's real name. It was an impersonator, Roo. How dare you? Next question. Last question of this category. What is the nickname of Pooh's original illustrator, E.H. Shepard? What is the nickname of Pooh's original illustrator, E.H. Shepard? The Teddy artist, the man who drew Pooh, the woodland sketcher, the hardy illustrator. The Teddy artist, the man who drew Pooh, the woodland sketcher, the hardy illustrator. Show me the Teddy artist. The man who drew Pooh. Steph got it wrong. How dare you, Steph? Steph, you have insulted the Canadian people. You must now apologize in front of the Prime Minister along with the King. Yes, the King shall fly in. It shall be a very sacred ceremony. You must apologize for not knowing that E.H. Shepard's nickname was the man who drew Pooh. Yes. Oh, Steph has already filed her formal letter of apology. Jeff Pesos picks up 2 points. Allie and Brew pick up a full point. Very difficult question. Who would have knew it was the man who drew Pooh? And Steph says, I'm sorry, Canada and His Majesty the King. Well, Steph, I'm not the king, but I'll relay your condolences through the diplomatic office, as long as it's not a violation of the Logan Act. Oh, that's going to be our next questions. It's going to be a double bonus category, and the next category is going to be the Logan Act of 1798. All right, we'll watch a brief refresher on it, and then we're going to watch questions about our next category is a double bonus category, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be about the Logan Act of 1798. Everyone loves the Logan Act of 1798. I'm telling you, people celebrate the Logan Act of 1798. If you've never celebrated it, you can start right now. Just start running around in circles. We have a lot of fun here. There scores. There. Piglet was my favorite. I know. The Logan Act. Yes, the Logan Act of 1798 is going to be our double bonus round. Now, here are your scores. You can see we got some ferocious competition. Towel's no longer in the position of honor. But we got some new players on the board. You feel free to join in at any time. It's a dynamic form of trivia. Some people go, some people come. It's kind of a time zone-based thing. A lot of Towel friends are on the West Coast, so they're just getting up now. It's only about 8:30 a.m. over on the West Coast of the United States. But it's also like 6 p.m. in Europe, so people will start getting off work. And you'll notice the Towel Trivia scoreboard will expand slowly. In any event, here are our current scores. Allie and Brew, you and Jeff both play the game very tactically. That's not cheating. That's good strategy. Now, here we go. As of right now, we're 2 rounds into the day. And let me just tell you, I'm getting smoked. All right, we're only 2 rounds in, and Steph Towel is just dominating. First of all, we've only had 10 questions. Steph already has 14 points. Steph has more points than there were questions. That's not a good sign. We're all screwed. All right, here we go. First place, Steph Towel. If we play 10 rounds, to understand that if we played 10 rounds at this pace, okay, there are only 6 questions per round. Steph would have, let's see, so we're 2 times 3. Steph would have, after 10 rounds, times 5, 50. Steph would have 70 points if she continued on this pace. 70 points if we play 10 rounds and she continues on this pace. That would break the record by 13 and a half points. The record's 56 and a half for one day. Steph is on pace to get 70 points. That's outrageous. How are you getting more points than there are questions? I don't even know what to do in this situation. I think this is unheard of. Steph has managed. There have only. Wait, let me double check. We played 2 rounds, not 10 questions. There have only been 12 questions. Steph has 14 points. That's outrageous. All right. Here we go. Steph doesn't know anything about the Logan Act, though. In first place, we got Steph Towell with 14 points. I'm pretty sure that is the highest total score after 2 rounds of Towel Trivia ever. I don't think we've ever, maybe we've had someone get more points in a round. I think Jeff Towell got 20 points in a round, which was stunning. But I don't think we've ever had anyone at 14 after 2 rounds, like right off the bat. Like, that's incredibly impressive. Not only do you have to get all the questions right, most of them, you have to get questions right that I get wrong before anyone else consistently. So, anyway, great job, Steph Towell. No, Nancy from the 508, we'll watch a video on it. The Logan Act prohibits private citizens from engaging in foreign affairs on behalf of the United States government. So, first place, Steph Towell with 14 points. She's half Canadian, she's half German, she's half British, she's a Canadian hero, Bret Hart. Steph, Winnie the Pooh. Congratulations. Steph in first place, 14 points. Second place, I don't know, though, because Steph can't let the pedal off the gas. Do they use gas in Canada, or do they use some form of alternative fuel? I don't know. Their prime minister is sometimes literally a communist. We think he's Fidel Castro's son, secret son. So anyway, Jeff Towell, Steph can't take her foot off the gas. Because Jeff Towell has 9 points in second place, and Jeff Towell is a persistent, ever-present, omnipotent threat. Jeff Towell, 9 points, second place. Excellent job. Thank you, Steph. You're doing a great job. Jeff Towell right behind, second place, 9 points. Now, in third place, you may know them as Allie and Rue. And you may think, okay, well, one of those two things is a dog, the other is a person. But yes, we know them as Allie and Rue. Rue is going to be the mayor of Boston one day. We've decided that if a guy in jail can be the mayor of Boston, Joseph Michael Curley from 47 to 50, then of course Rue can be the mayor of Boston. We also found out that animals are the mayors of a bunch of towns. Apparently there's no explicit constitutional prohibition on animals becoming mayors. So in short, vote Rue 2025. Allie and Rue in third place, 8.5. Excellent job, Allie and Rue. All right, so there's your podium. Steph Towell, Jeff Towell, Allie Towell, 14, 9, 8.5 points respectively, with Rue hanging on there as he coordinates his campaign to dethrone Michelle Wu and be the mayor of Boston we all know and love, okay? In fourth place, he's a little towel. You may have heard of him. He likes towels. He's a towel. I'm a towel. Fourth place, Little Towel with 7 points, ladies and gentlemen. They use maple syrup for gas, says Jeff. Of course, they smuggle the Vermont maple syrup to offset their domestic consumption, and then they use it for their cars. I knew it, those damn Canadians. That's why they want Detroit. It's a diversionary tactic. Steph has actually been manipulating me all along. She wants me to think she doesn't want Detroit so that I will think she wants Detroit so that the Canadians can invade Vermont to get the maple syrup to power their cars. All right? How's that for conspiracy? All right? You know what I'm saying? I figured it all out. I put it together. We need to defend Vermont. In short. Steph, you see what you've done? We're going to build a border wall in Vermont. That was the real target all along. Elizabeth, thank you for playing. We had a really fun time. Thank you. Don't you come back anytime. Don't worry, you can jump up at that scoreboard. Number 4, Towel in fourth place with 7 points. In fifth place, after a slight distraction about the Canadian invasion of Vermont for the maple syrup, Jill Towel in fifth place with 6.5 points. Excellent job. In sixth place, serendipitously enough, I love when this happens, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth place, serendipitously enough indeed, Nancy Towell has 6 points. Excellent job, Nancy Towell, 6 points. In seventh place, she's taken off for a little bit, but I'm sure she'll come back anytime she wants to, Elizabeth Lander with 3 points. Great job, Elizabeth. That was a fun 2 rounds. In eighth place, ever a present threat. You don't want to sleep on Elijah Towell. I've seen Elijah Towell dominate Towel Trivia in a way that I didn't even think was humanly possible. I was convincing myself, I was like, wow, this person has to be a professor of some kind. In the position of honor, where Towell was last round, by the way, so it is not a mark on anyone. It is a position of honor. Elijah Towell with 2 points. All right, so before excellent job, everyone. before we go to our next round, we have 2 more rounds before we go back to Wendy Adelson's testimony. Before we go to our next round, you know exactly what I want to do. I'm not just going to throw you head over heels into a double bonus round. Why is that? Because I am a nice towel. So, the history of the Logan Act of 1798. So, now Elizabeth Lander is, I don't think it was Elizabeth who doesn't like the Logan Act, learning. It was one of our other towel friends. They were like, you tricked us into learning one time. And I was like, you are a towel. All right, so who's ready to learn about the Logan Act? We are going to watch a very quick 2-minute and 40-second primer about the Logan Act of 1799, not 89. I'm so sorry that I messed that up for you. I meant to say 1799. I said 1789. So let's do it.
The Logan Act was enacted January 30th, 1799. It is a United States federal law that details fine and or imprisonment of unauthorized citizens who negotiate with foreign governments having a dispute with the United States. It was intended to prevent the undermining of the government's position. The act was passed following George Logan's unauthorized negotiations with France in 1798 and was signed into law by President John Adams on January 30th, 1799. The act was last amended in 1994, and violation of the Logan Act is a felony. To date, only one person has ever been indicted for violating the Act's provisions. However, no person has ever been prosecuted for alleged violations of the Act. Section 953. Private correspondence with foreign governments. Any citizen of the United States, wherever he may be, who, without authority of the United States, directly or indirectly commences or carries on any correspondence or intercourse with any foreign government or any officer or agent thereof, with intent to influence the measures or conduct of any foreign government or of any officer or agent thereof in relation to any disputes or controversies with the United States, or to defeat the measures of the United States, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years, or both. This section shall not abridge the right of a citizen to apply himself or his agent to any foreign government or the agents thereof for redress of any injury which he may have sustained from such government or any of its agents or subjects.
Have you ever felt?
Are you lit? That's great news. You know why? That means that if I was aggrieved by the Canadian invasion of 1812 of Detroit, I can yell at the Canadian government about it. Oh, this is wonderful news. I am so pleased. I've always just wanted to learn that it was okay for me to yell at the Canadian government about the invasion of 1812. Oh, I feel so much better. Now, we have one more thing we got to learn about. I have no idea who the hell George Logan is, so we need to learn about what he did. George Logan, France, Logan Act. We have to learn about what he did, or I can't do the category, all right? So we need to learn a little bit more about who the hell George Logan is and what exactly he did that caused him to violate the Logan Act. So, hold on. Let me see right here. All right, so I need a little bit more history. I just need to know who George Logan was. So give me 1 second. George Logan, Logan Act. I need to see what diplomatic chaos he was involved in. Give me 1 second. Let's just do it together, all right? How about that? All right, so there's the Logan Act. Criminalizes the negotiation of a dispute. Passed following George Logan's negotiation with France. All right, what did he do? Tensions between the U.S. and France. And oh my God, what is the XYZ affair? Oh my goodness. All right, so I knew it was the XYZ affair. He tried to negotiate directly with the French government, and it was a big scandal at the time because he, a Democratic Republican, was trying to thwart the policy of the Federalists, who controlled both houses of Congress. He met with various French officials, including Talleyrand. This is the XYZ affair, bro. I knew it. All right, so give me 1 second. I was like, why can't it should just immediately know that it's the XYZ affair? Like, what is YouTube? Like, the algorithm should know that it's the XYZ affair. Like, come on. All right, so we're watching the XYZ affair history. Then we're doing a double bonus category, which you're all going to do really well on.
Hi, I'm the history guy. I have a degree in history, and I love history. And if you love history too, this is the channel for you.
Jumping forward. All right, here we go.
For you. In 1797 and 1798, the United States got into a diplomatic row with the French that nearly led to war. And while the entire thing was eventually resolved amicably, and you've probably never heard of it, it had some surprisingly large impacts on American history. And that's why the cryptically named XYZ affair is a story worth remembering. Relations between the United States and France became strained in the wake of the French Revolution in 1789. There were a number of issues, but one became particularly acute. The French Revolution had spawned a greater war in Europe called the War of the First Coalition, and France and England were again at war. And George Washington decided to keep the United States neutral in that war and traded with both countries. Well, that angered the French because they believed that since they had supported us in our revolution, that we were obligated to support them in their revolution. And when in 1795 we signed a treaty with the British that resolved most of our outstanding issues with England and gave them favored nation trading status, the French took it as a personal affront and started seizing American merchant vessels in European and Caribbean waters for trading with their enemies, the British. Anxious for this not to turn into all-out war, the newly elected president, John Adams, sent 3 commissioners to Paris in 1797 to see if they could resolve the issue peacefully. The French foreign minister, Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, thought he had the upper hand in the negotiations, and so he decided to delay in order to squeeze the best deal out of the Americans. Through 3 intermediaries, he made it known to the commissioners that they would have to offer France a low-interest loan and give him, Talleyrand, a substantial bribe in order to even meet. But Talleyrand misjudged. The demands offended the American diplomats and caused an uproar in the United States. When Congress demanded proof from President Adams that France had made these demands, Adams released the documents, but he redacted the names of the 3 intermediaries because he knew we might have to use them again in the future. And so he replaced their names with Mr. X, Mr. Y, and Mr. Z, thus giving the affair its name. The affront drove a wave of anti-French sentiment in the United States, which gave an advantage to Adams' Federalists, who were relatively more predisposed towards England, over Jefferson's Democrat Republicans, who were more supportive of the French side. The United States raised a 20,000-person army and increased the size of its navy in anticipation of war with France, and American naval vessels started attacking French privateers and French merchant vessels on the high seas in what became called the Quasi-War. Well, Talleyrand figured out that he had miscalculated, and anxious to avoid a war that France could ill afford, he relented, and the United States and France signed a treaty in 1800 that ended the conflict. It was actually signed by Napoleon Bonaparte, who by then had become first consul of France. So the United States and France had a little bit of a tiff. We slapped each other around a little bit, and then we made up. So what? Why should we even remember this? Well, actually, the XYZ affair had some significant impacts on American history, and part of that has to do with the United States Navy. At the end of the Revolutionary War, the United States dissolved the Navy and sold off the ships. They didn't see it as an important function of the federal government to maintain a standing Navy. But we had recreated the Navy in 1794 when we went to war with the Barbary pirates, and Congress passed a resolution authorizing the building of 6 modern frigates to support a standing United States Navy. But then the peace treaty with the Kingdom of Algeria got rid of the need once more, and only 3 of those frigates were completed. And once again, it looked like there was a chance the Navy would simply be resolved. People didn't see the reason to keep a standing Navy. But the XYZ affair and the Quasi-War raised the need once again, and the additional 3 frigates were completed. And those 6 frigates, which became the core of the first United States Navy, would see important service in the War of 1812. And so, in many ways, the XYZ affair cemented the establishment of a permanent standing United States Navy. And in order to support that Navy, in 1798, during the XYZ affair Quasi-War, Congress created the United States Marine Corps to provide Marines to serve aboard those frigates. And so the Navy and Marine Corps, as permanent standing parts of the United States Armed Forces, really derived from the XYZ affair. But the largest impact of the XYZ affair was that the anti-French sentiment drove the Federalist Congress to pass the Alien and Sedition Acts. These were acts that made it more difficult for an immigrant to become a U.S. citizen, that gave the president the authority to deport any immigrant that was seen as a danger to the nation or came from a hostile foreign power, and made it a crime to make a false statement that criticized the federal government. Now, the Federalists claimed that this made the nation more secure, but they were really trying to undercut the base of Jefferson's Democrat-Republican Party. But it was an overreach, and the states were so incensed by what they saw as a violation of states' rights that the states of Kentucky and Virginia passed acts condemning the Alien and Sedition Acts and started openly talking about nullification, which meant that they were saying that they were willing to secede from the Union over the violation of states' rights. And of course, that idea of states' rights and the right of nullification would be central concepts in what drove the U.S. Civil War, the secession of the South. In fact, after the war, President James Garfield said that it was the response to the Alien and Sedition Acts that laid the seeds for the U.S. Civil War. And the Alien and Sedition Acts became a central part of the election of 1800. Backlash against the Alien and Sedition Acts and against the taxes that were needed to pay for the cost of the Quasi-War would propel Jefferson's Republican Democrats into office and eventually lead to the demise of the Federalist Party and essentially define American politics from the period from the turn of the 19th century all the way up till the Civil War. And that is the X, Y, and Z of it.
He's a genius. Okay, so we're going to do both in one category. It's a double bonus category. We're going to do the Logan Act and the XYZ affair. I understand a little bit more what happened now. So he didn't touch on the Logan Act, but he talked about the Alien and Sedition Act. What happened was, so you had George Washington as the country's first president, and then you had John Adams, and John Adams and Thomas Jefferson were both members of Washington's cabinet. Now, Washington's cabinet was like nonpartisan in theory. Washington was nonpartisan. He was not a Democratic, Republican, or a Federalist. They didn't exist yet. They existed because of the fractures that were caused by Hamiltonian economic policy in the 1790s. Okay, so you have Hamilton driving this fissure, and Washington was sympathetic to Hamilton, by the way. He was not sympathetic to Jefferson. You got Washington driving this cabinet, and you got a fissure led by Hamilton. Okay, it was like central banking, and that it's very complicated. Okay, central banking versus states' rights versus like coinage. It's assumption debt, where the capital would be located. It's very complicated. The assumption of the debt of from the Revolutionary War and the way it would be appropriated for smaller states versus larger states. It's very complicated, and also has to do with the way apportionment of seats in the House of Representatives was dealt with, and like how people were defined. It was a very hostile time in American politics, and what happened was Hamilton really had an economic policy that drove the fissure that led to the formation of the Federalist and Democratic Republican parties. Very loosely aligned on the left and right of the spectrum as we would know it today, but in a way that's very hard to analogize. Okay, the political spectrum of Democratic, Republican versus Federalist, we're dealing with issues that don't exist anymore, so it's hard to contextualize them as left or right. We don't even think about them anymore. But one of the important things to understand for the XYZ affair and the Logan Act is that leading up to Adams getting elected, Jefferson was alienated, okay? And the Democratic Republicans, while Jefferson was in power, Washington is the first president, Adams is the next president, and then leading up to 1800, Jefferson ends up winning back the presidency. It was a vicious, very, very spiteful battle that actually led to Mabry v. Madison and a bunch of long-lasting implications because of how spiteful Adams was. He didn't even go to Jefferson's inauguration in March of 1800. They hated each other. And it was fundamentally because this sort of division between the Democratic Republicans and the Federalists. But it had nothing to do with economics, the XYZ affair. What it was Adams wanted to, as you heard, negotiate a peaceful settlement between the British and the French. And by that, Adams wanted to be able to deal with both of them for trading purposes, okay? Now, this led to a situation where the Democratic Republicans really wanted to support French independence ideologically, okay? You got to remember, the French independence movement, like the storming of the Bastille, is happening after the American Revolution. And the question presented to the domestic American polity is, should we support the French Revolution? Well, you have to think about what the French Revolution was. It was an overthrow of the French aristocracy, which was closer aligned with the traditional European powers. So what you were really saying is, should we go to war with England to support France's revolution? And the answer was, from the Federalists under Adams, no, and from the Republicans, Democratic Republicans under Jefferson, yes. What George Logan did was, at the same time that the XYZ affair was happening, when those three officials in 1797 were going to France to negotiate with Talleyrand to try to find a solution, an off-ramp for this British and French conflict, what was happening was there was another guy who went at the same time named George Logan, who tried to, independent from the interests of John Adams and in the interests of Thomas Jefferson, negotiate an alternative position on behalf of the U.S. government in effect, okay? It was kind of like paralleled in how Richard Nixon sabotaged in the lead up to 68 the peace negotiations in Paris, so that there would be no chance that McGovern or anyone else would win the 68 presidential election. It would only be Nixon because the conflict would still be going, and that Nixon had a contact who had a direct line to the South Vietnamese and North Vietnamese government, I think the South Vietnamese government at the time, and he sabotaged the peace process. It was a Richard Nixon, had he not won that election, could have got banged on a Logan Act violation, basically, because he wasn't in office, and he was representing the official policy position of the United States, and he was saying to the South Vietnamese, don't go to the Paris Peace Conference with Kissinger in 68 trying to get peace, because that will help the Democrats win. Go with me instead, and I'll give you a better outcome. That was a Logan Act violation. What George Logan did was similar. He went to France to try to encourage the side of the French Revolution so that the Democratic Republicans could undermine the position of the Federalists. Therefore, corollary to the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1799 was the Logan Act. Now, this explains why the Logan Act has never really been enforced. It wasn't really based on principle of not negotiating with foreign governments. It was, one, to send a message that you shouldn't do that. No one really does that. And two, it was designed to suppress Democratic-Republican influence in 1799 in the lead up to the election of 1800, coupled with the Alien and Sedition Acts in an attempt to suppress the vote for Jefferson, which failed and led to reactionary states' rights policies, which formed the bedrock of the conflict that led into the Civil War. There you go. Everybody's ready. I think I learned something. Did you learn something? You know, Towel Trivia is really fun for that reason. You come on here and you just learn things. I absorb things very quickly, and as you know, I have this really big interest in memorizing the presidents in order. And before we begin our next category, I would just like to do this for you, and let me see if I can do it right. So, I can't do every president in order, but starting with, let's do Taylor, okay? So, well, let's do Polk, all right? So Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden. There you go. Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump again. So there you go. In order, ladies and gentlemen. In order. Hello, Carolyn Phillips. It was so great to see. It's so great to see you. All right, so our next category, you just spent a long time learning it. Clearly, I know a lot about American history, and so we're doing a double bonus category, and it is going to be the Logan Act and the XYZ affair. And it better be hard questions, or I'm going to be a frustrated towel. I like hard questions. I don't want no easy questions. The Logan Act of 1799 and the XYZ affair. All right, everybody ready? Hello, Bunny Towel. You came at just an interesting moment. We're learning about the XYZ affair of 1798 and then the reactionary anti-French response domestically in the form of the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1799 and the Logan Act of 1799, which were both designed to suppress Democratic-Republican turnout in the election of 1800 to try to stop the election of Thomas Jefferson, which didn't work. So there you go. All right, here we go. The category is the Logan Act of 1799 and the XYZ affair. The rules of this category are, if I get the question right, regular scoring rules apply. But if I get it wrong, 4 points to the first person to get the question right in chat, 2 points to each person to get the question right subsequent. Here we go. First question, double bonus round. Which event involved a diplomatic scandal between the United States and France in 1797? Whiskey Rebellion, Louisiana Purchase, the Logan Act, or the XYZ affair? Which event involved a diplomatic scandal between the U.S. and France in 1797? Was it the Whiskey Rebellion, the Louisiana Purchase, the Logan Act, or the XYZ affair? The XYZ affair, ladies and gentlemen, that was in 1797. Little Towel gets a full point. Who got it right? Oh, a lot of people got tempted by the Logan Act answer, but Nancy from the 508 gets a full point because the answer was indeed the XYZ affair. You have to be paying attention because the XYZ affair temporally occurred 2 years prior to the Logan Act of 1799. It was the XYZ affair that was the impetus for the Logan Act. Jeff Pesos also picks up half a point. Got to give Allie and Rue a chance to weigh in. I don't know if they went for a walk. Maybe they weren't interested in the XYZ affair, but got to give them a chance because otherwise they won't be like, I want my points. All right, Bunny Towel, feel free to jump in at any point as well. This isn't exactly the easiest category, but you can play at any time. All right, maybe Allie and Rue just didn't know the answer. All right, next question. Hold on, let me reload the chat. All right, so the last answer I got was Jeff Pesos. All right, let's go. Next question. Which legalization penalizes unauthorized negotiation by American citizens with foreign governments? Which legislation penalizes unauthorized negotiations by American citizens with foreign governments? The Embargo Act, the Jay Treaty, the Alien and Sedition Acts, the Logan Act. The Embargo Act, the Jay Treaty, the Alien and Sedition Act, the Logan Act, ladies and gentlemen. Now, would you have gotten that question if you didn't watch the video? Probably not. First answer I got was from Steph Towel, picking up a full point. Nancy from the 508 picking up half a point. And then I got Jill picking up half a point. I got Jeff, Bunny, and Elijah Towel all picking up half a point. Jeff, Bunny, and Elijah Towel all picking up half a point. Excellent job. Excellent job, folks. We're learning about American history. Next question. Let's do it. What incident led to a breakdown in relations between America and France during the late 18th century? Was it the Quasi-War, the XYZ affair, the War of 1812, or the Jay Treaty? Was it the Quasi-War, the XYZ affair, the War of 1812, or the Jay Treaty? Oh, that's a really tough one. You could go one or two, but I think temporally it's XYZ affair because the Quasi-War was a little bit later. I got it. It technically could have been the Quasi-War. I would have been sympathetic if you guessed the Quasi-War. Steph Towel nailed it. Oh, wait. When in doubt, go with the XYZ affair. Steph Towel gets a full point. Jill Towel gets half a point. Jeff Pesos gets half a point. Allie and Rue are back, but they made the wrong guess. It was a good guess, Allie and Rue. Bunny Towel gets half a point. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Excellent job. Excellent job. All right. Waiting to see if any other answers come in, but that was a great job, folks. Join in at any time. We're asking questions about the Logan Act of 1799 and the XYZ affair. This is a double bonus round, by the way. Allie Towel, wait. Were you answering the last question now? Hold on. Maybe Allie Towel was just trying to get her answer in for the last one. Was the answer to the last one 4? Oh, okay. So Allie Towel gets half a point for the last one and then half a point for this one. I got you, Allie Towel. Don't worry. I got you, Allie Towel. I'm a smart little towel. Don't you worry about that. I got you. Allie Towel was getting caught up. So I got Allie Towel a half point for each of the past questions. You got half point for the last question, half point for this question. Let's go to the next one. Which law aimed at preventing citizens from conducting negotiations with foreign entities emerged in response to international tensions? Which law aimed at preventing citizens from conducting negotiations with foreign entities and emerged in response to international tensions? the Sedition Act, the Logan Act, the Embargo Act, the Neutrality Act. The Sedition Act, the Logan Act, the Embargo Act, the Neutrality Act. It was indeed the Logan Act. They're reinforcing our knowledge, little towels. You got it, Alley Towel. Nancy from the 508 was the first one to get it right. Nancy from the 508 gets a full point. Oh, wait. Might have been Steph. Hold on, it was Steph. Steph got the full point. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Who else do we got? Jill Young-Smith. Don't worry, Steph, I saw you in there. Jill Young-Smith gets half a point. We also got Bunny Towel getting half a point. We got Allie and Bro getting another half a point in the double digits. And we got Jeff Pesos getting another half a point. Jeff is already in the double digits. Jeff Pesos is in second place, but I'm not going to reveal the scores just yet. Next question, little towels. Next question. All right. Mixing a trivia cocktail. Which legislative measure was introduced to curb unauthorized contact with foreign diplomats in the aftermath of the late 18th century U.S.-France controversy? Which legislative measure was introduced to curb unauthorized contact with foreign diplomats in the aftermath of the late 18th century U.S.-France controversy? U.S.-France controversy. Embargo Act, Judiciary Act, Alien and Sedition Act, or Logan Act? Embargo Act, Judiciary Act, Alien and Sedition, or Logan Act? All right, a lot of reinforcement here. The bot isn't that smart. Don't blame the little bot. He's doing his best. It's just 3 points for you after all. Steph Towel grabs a full point. Nancy from the 508 grabs a full point. Half a point. Sorry about that, Nancy. Jill Young-Smith gets half a point. Allie and Bro, half a point. Bunny and Jeff both get half a point. Everybody getting in their answers. Good job. Now, I'm sorry that it's asking a lot of repeat questions. It's a bot. All right, we do our very best. It should ask harder questions, but it's a bot. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm going to do for that one is bad question, other. It was just redundant. All right, next question, little towels. What diplomatic episode caused a quasi-war between France and the U.S. during John Adams' presidency? What diplomatic episode caused a quasi-war between France and the U.S. during John Adams' presidency? Is it the XYZ affair, the Arstook War, the Chesapeake-Leopold affair, or the Trent affair? The XYZ affair, the Arstook War, the Chesapeake-Leopold affair, or the Trent affair? XYZ affair, ladies and gentlemen. Now, that was a lot of reinforcement. But a lot of you got a lot of questions right, so very good job. Steph Towel gets a full point. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Jill Young-Smith gets half a point. Very ferocious competition today. Jeff, Ellie, and Brew, and Bunny Towel all get half a point. Excellent job. All right, we got to 12 o'clock. So we're only through 3 rounds of towel trivia, and we're going to do 3 more. Don't worry. After the next 2 hearings we watch. I have to go get lunch now, or I won't be able to get lunch and get back before 1:30. So let's take a look at your scores. All right, 3 rounds down, 7 rounds to go today. All right, we're done with our first segment. There's your scores. All right, I got to move some people around, but there's your early scores. All right, there's the early results. We got some movement here. We got some movement on the scoreboard. I heard Little Towels moving around. I heard Nancy Towels moving around. All right, who else is moving around? Oh, Bunny Towel. Bunny Towel's on the board. All right. Elizabeth Towel, there's everybody on the board. All right, so in first place, after 3 rounds of towel trivia, ladies and gentlemen, in first place we have Steph Towel. She's half Canadian, she's half British, she's half German, she's all Canadian hero. Bret Hart, Winnie the Pooh, Steph. That is the Canadian triumvirate. We love Steph Towel. 19 points. Excellent job, Steph Towel. First place, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds. In second place, ladies and gentlemen, we have Little Towel. He fought hard. He could only get to second place. Little Towel, second place, 14 points. Right behind Little Towel, Jeff Towel, fighting hard. He took advantage of Allie and Rue being a little late, maybe taking a little nap, power nap, you know what I'm saying? Rue's running for mayor right now. He's got a lot going on. Jeff Towel comes in third place. Excellent job, Jeff Towel. Mind you, we have more towel trivia to go, but I'm talking about after these rounds. Jeff Towel, 12 points. Excellent podium, ladies and gentlemen. Steph Towel, the Canadian hero. Towel with 14, and Jeff Towel with 12. Now, right after that, right outside the podium, you know them as Allie and Rue. You know Rue is the future mayor of Boston. Better Rue than Michelle Wu. You know what I'm saying? Allie, that's the slogan. Vote Rue 2026 or whatever. Better Rue than Michelle Wu. All right, that's literally the slogan. We're going to run a dog for mayor of Boston. Nah, don't worry about it, Allie. It was my fault. I thought I was going to watch a 3-minute Logan Act video, but then we learned a lot. All right, so here's what we're looking at right now, folks. Allie and Rue are in fourth with 11 points. Rue is going to run for mayor, and his slogan when he runs for mayor of Boston is going to be Rue, better Rue than Michelle Wu. All right, see what I'm saying? Everybody's happy. All right? Go for it, Rue. Fourth place, Allie and Rue, 11 points. Fifth place, ferociously competing all day, it is Nancy Towell. Fifth place, 10 points. But look at that, just 2 points between third and fifth, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy Towell with 10 points. In sixth place, Nancy Towell did an excellent job today, although we're still playing. In sixth place, right behind Nancy Towell, Jill Towell. Third place and sixth place, ladies and gentlemen, separated by a grand total of 3 points. Jill Towell coming in with 9 points in sixth. In seventh place, we have Elizabeth Towell with 3 points. In eighth place, Elijah Towell and Bunny Towell tied in the position of honor, 2.5 points each. Excellent job. Excellent job. Now, here's the schedule, because I know folks need to plan. People have their lives, but they like playing Towel Trivia. Here's the schedule. For the next hour and 20 minutes, we are going to be watching Wendy Adelson's testimony from Katie Mogbana's trial. Maybe her first trial. I don't know if first or second. At 1:30, we're going to take the Donna Adelson hearing live. I cannot control the length of that Donna Adelson hearing. However, you should expect it to go for at least 15, 20, 30, 40 minutes. I don't know. When that ends, circa 2 to 2:30 p.m. Eastern, we will then play more Towel Trivia. All right, so our plan is I need to eat lunch now, so full hour and 20 minutes of Wendy Adelson testimony directly to the hearing, okay, directly to the hearing, and then directly from the hearing to Towel Trivia. But I cannot control when the 1:30 p.m. hearing in the Donna Adelson case will end, so just if you're planning out, next Towel Trivia round should be around 2:30 p.m. Eastern. You saw the look on my face. I don't know. The court could go for 3 hours. Florida courts are a little interesting. All right, so Wendy Adelson testimony, Katie trial. And that's the one I find most interesting, so that's the one we're going to watch. All right, now who has it? All right. Let's see. It's an hour and 10. All right, we can't do the 2-hour version. I like the Trial Channel, by the way. We don't agree on the Karen Reed case, but Trial Channel's good. And we're going to go ahead and watch. I think this is Trial Channel. What's good is they get the good pool feed, and then I think they enhance the audio a little bit, so God bless them for doing it. They can use my clips anytime they want or my pool feed if they want to. I really like the work that they do, so we don't agree on everything, but this is the testimony that I wanted to watch. 1 second. Please remember, we only have time to watch an hour and 10 minutes or so. We do not have time to watch Wendy's full testimony, which I think covers 2 hours and 20 minutes this day. So we are instead watching the Wendy Adelson testimony from, I believe it was the first Katie Mogbana trial, and we're going to watch this via the Trial Channel, so thank you very much to them for their excellent coverage of these various cases. They may not agree with Towell on the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. That's fine. You can see I've subscribed to them. Check them out. They don't really do a lot of commentary. They do on Twitter, but with their videos, they just put up the pool feed, which I really like because it's a great public service, especially for people who are trying to help people learn about the court system. So God bless them. Thanks, Trial Channel, for your good work. And let's take a look, folks. I'm going to get some lunch. I'll be back with you at 1:25 p.m.
All right, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Wendy Adelson, WendyAdelson.
How are you employed, Ms. Adelson?
I'm an attorney.
All right, and do you know...
Just a little bit, if you would, please, ma'am. All right.
I'm an attorney.
All right, how were you employed back in 2014?
I was employed at FSU Law School.
Okay, and were you a member of the Florida Bar at that time?
I was.
All right. And did you know Dan Markell?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Mr. Markell?
He was my husband.
When did you meet him?
We met in 2004.
Okay. And when did you marry?
We married in 2006.
Did you ever live in Tallahassee?
I did live in Tallahassee.
When did you first move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee in the fall, August of 2005, and we lived in Tallahassee that academic year, so from 2005 until the summer of 2006, and then we spent a year living in Miami from 2006 to 2007, and then I lived back in Tallahassee from 2007 to 2014.
Why did you move to Tallahassee the first time?
The first time we moved to Tallahassee for Danny's job. He got a job at FSU Law School.
All right, and what about the second time?
And the second time we moved back to Tallahassee because he had tried to get a job at University of Miami Law School and it didn't work out.
All right, so both times it was for his employment?
Yes.
Okay, did you like living in Tallahassee?
I did.
All right, and did you live on Trescott Drive?
We did. That was our home.
And where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm from Broward County originally.
Okay, and do you have family members in Broward currently?
I have one family member in Broward.
Where do you live currently? Or you can just tell us.
I live in Miami-Dade County.
And what about your parents? Where do they live?
They currently live in Miami-Dade County.
All right. And what about your brother, Charles Adelson?
He lives in Broward County.
All right. And do you have any children?
I do.
And how many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
What are their ages?
They are 10 and 8, turning 9 soon.
Okay. Both boys?
Both boys.
And both the biological children of Dan Markell?
Yes.
How are your family members employed, specifically your parents and your brother?
My mom is not currently working very much. She helps out with my dad's office. My dad is a dentist, and my brother Charlie is a periodontist.
And does your family have a dental practice in South Florida?
They do.
That they own and operate?
They do.
Okay. Is your family in South Florida wealthy? I know it's a relative term.
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking if they're wealthy. You may, if you don't know, you say you don't know.
It depends how you define wealthy.
Okay. Are they millionaires?
No.
Okay. When did you separate from Mr. Markell?
We separated in the fall of 2012.
And was part of the reason for your disagreement or separation having to do with how to raise the children in terms of your faith?
Yes, we had different ways of practicing our faith.
Okay. Do you know when you filed for divorce?
I believe it was the fall of 2012.
Okay, 9/10/2012 sound right to you?
That sounds right.
And when you separated initially in the fall of 2012, did you move to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to South Florida with the kids?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was it your desire during that time to move with the children to South Florida?
I would say right then, no, it wasn't.
Are you familiar with a court order ordering you to come back to Tallahassee from South Florida?
I'm not familiar with that.
When you moved out from the marital home there on Trescott Drive, you lived at another residence in Tallahassee, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall the address there?
I do. 3303 Aqua Ridge Way.
Okay. And was there a time during the time that you were living there at Aqua Ridge that you determined that you would like to move to South Florida with the children?
There was.
All right. And were your parents very involved in trying to facilitate that relocation?
My parents were supportive of me moving to South Florida.
Would you describe your parents as being over involved in your personal business?
As compared to other people's parents?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markell continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay. What was the custody situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year it was slightly different.
So still 50-50, but not necessarily every other week. It was mixed up within the week.
It was.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did develop a desire to move to South Florida. Did you file a motion to that effect on January 14th, 2013?
That sounds, I did file a motion. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay.
But that sounds about right.
All right. And in that motion, did you make some allegations that Mr. Markell was making things difficult for you at work?
I did.
Okay. And was that motion granted or denied?
That motion was denied.
All right. Denied with prejudice?
I don't remember.
Okay.
If you have it, I'm happy to take a look.
Okay. But in any event, you were not able to move at that time?
I did not move.
And were you upset about being stuck in Tallahassee?
I was relieved.
You were relieved. You wanted to stay in Tallahassee?
I was happy at my job.
Okay. Do you recall when your divorce to Mr. Markell became final?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. July 31st sound about right?
That sounds right.
Would you consider your divorce with Mr. Markell to be a nasty divorce?
I think most divorces aren't very pleasant.
Okay, but this one was like really unpleasant, right?
I found getting divorced to be unpleasant, yes.
And in the litigation that ensued between the two of you, you guys argued over things as small as a tennis racket, I noticed in one pleading.
I don't remember that.
Did he threaten to press kidnapping charges against you?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember that. No.
Did he threaten to go after your law license? Remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Do you remember him saying you failed to disclose a bunch of assets in the divorce process?
I do remember that.
Okay. Did you guys have any mediations as part of your divorce?
We did have mediations leading up to settlement.
2 8-hour mediations, correct?
I don't remember how long they were, but they seemed very long.
Yeah, and they both did not result in a resolution.
They did not.
All right, but you did reach a settlement, I think, kind of just on the eve of a trial on the matter, correct?
That sounds right.
Do you remember this motion that was filed by your deceased ex-husband on March 26, 2014, involving, among other things, that had to do with your mother, an allegation that your mother was disparaging the children? I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Disparaging him to the children is what I meant to say. Are you familiar with that pleading?
I am familiar with that pleading.
All right. And in that pleading, did he allege that you were depriving him of physical access to the children?
I don't remember the specifics.
Do you recall whether he was complaining about you refusing to communicate with him about right of first refusal to the children during your time with them?
I know he was frustrated about the Skyping.
Lack of communication via Skype.
It's hard to
between the
Skype
children.
with two toddlers, yes.
All right. And in that motion, do you recall him being upset about an allegation that you let the kids eat non-kosher foods?
I remember him being upset about that in general, but I don't remember whether it was an emotion or not.
What does that mean, non-kosher foods?
So kosher rules have to do with the separation of milk and meat, or dairy and meat. So non-kosher foods would be meat that hasn't been killed in a way that conforms with Jewish law, or the mixing of the two.
And is observing those types of eating habits something that's important to you?
It is not important to me.
And was it something that was important to Dan Markell?
It was important to Danny.
And it was important to him that the children observe that way of eating, correct?
It was.
And in that motion, did he seek to restrict your mother's contact with the kids to supervised visits only?
I don't remember, but if you'd like to show me the motion, I can take a look.
Okay, but you don't remember that portion?
No.
All right. Do you remember the allegation that your mother made statements to the children that Grandma hates you? Grandma says you're stupid. Your father is trying to take my sunshines away. Anything like that? Do you recall?
No, but again, I'm happy to look at it if you'd like to show me.
I understand. Do you recall that Mr. Markell was seeking sanctions against you personally in that motion?
I don't remember that.
Do you know whether this would have been a motion that you would have shown to your mother? Would she have been aware of it?
I probably would have shown my mom the motion.
Is it fair to say that your parents are very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Is it fair to say that your brother is very protective of you?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. What about Dan Markell? Did your family like him?
Do you want to specify a point in time?
Well, I'm specifically thinking of a statement you made in the interview after his death, where you indicated that your parents were very angry with him. Is that accurate?
At that point in time, during our divorce, I do think they were angry with him. They felt like he had treated me badly.
And the motion to preclude your mom from having unsupervised contact with your kids, that was still pending at the time of his murder, correct?
That's possible. I mean, I don't think anyone took that motion very seriously.
Okay. Did your mom take it seriously?
I don't think so.
Did Dan Markell take it seriously?
I don't know how Danny felt about a motion. If he wrote the motion, he was probably taking it seriously.
I want to approach with some emails. Have you had an opportunity to review States Exhibit 80?
Your Honor, could I see what the States of attention? Your Honor, and I don't know if you want to do it now or I'm going to request a sidebar on this.
What's that?
I'm going to request a sidebar on this search.
The letter identified first.
This is States Exhibit 80. Just take a moment and flip through, make sure this is the exhibit you reviewed previously.
I've been shown these exhibits.
Okay. And are these exhibits fair and accurate copies of emails between yourself and your mother, Donna Adelson?
They are.
And the email addresses on this exhibit, donnaharvey@gmail.com. Whose address is that?
My parents have a joint email address.
Okay, but you were communicating with one of them in particular in these emails, right?
Whoever signed the email, but it could be from either or both of them.
Okay, either could have used it, but we can deduce from who signed it who this one was from?
That sounds right.
Okay, and WendyAdelson@gmail.com, is that you?
That is me.
All right, Judge, at this time I ask you to move into evidence. States Exhibit.
We'll go sidebar. Let me give a brief legal explanation to the jury. You've heard a number of hearsay objections about things that were said by Mr. Markell, things that are in these emails by another person who may not be testifying. Normally, we refer to those things as hearsay, and they're not allowed without the person actually testifying, but there are a whole bunch of exceptions to that. And one of the exceptions to that is when it's not being offered to prove that what's said is true, but simply to show that it has been said because there's some relevance to the fact that these statements were made. So I am not offering these statements to show they're true. These persons, I mean, obviously Mr. Markle can't be here for us to have cross-examination of him. We don't anticipate that the other Miss Adelson will be here as a witness. We can't test. The attorneys will not be able to test that to see whether that's true or not, but I am allowing it for limited purposes to show state of mind of these persons. So you may proceed, Ms. Kappelman.
Yes, Your Honor.
I noticed in the emails that your mother referring to, who I think is Dan Markell, as Jibbers. What does that mean?
Jibbers was a nickname that I gave Danny when he was being really difficult and causing me a lot of pain. Was sort of a nickname I gave him to make him feel less threatening.
So it was a derogatory thing?
I wouldn't say it was derogatory.
Did you call him that to his face?
No, I called him Danny to his face.
Okay.
And Jibbers would be what? How would you spell that?
I don't know that I ever spelled it out. In the emails, I think it's spelled with a J, but I guess you could spell it with a G.
Jibbers.
That would be one way to...
Ms. Adelson, you had Mr. Markell's phone number programmed into your phone as Jibbers, didn't you?
That's right.
Do you know much about your brother Charles Adelson's business practices?
I know that he does implant surgery.
Mm-hmm. Do you know anything about whether he offers discounts for cash or does a lot of business in cash?
I have no idea.
Do you know if there's a safe in your parents' house that has stacks of cash inside?
I don't know about a safe with stacks of cash.
So you don't have a stack of cash in your parents' safe that's Wendy's stack?
No.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson like Dan Markell? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean, I think he was also... He would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike?
No.
Did he mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
No.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended to repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
All right, and was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that TV the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
Who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
And the repairman was at your house that morning that your husband died between 8:30 and 9:15. Do you agree with that?
I remember he was supposed to come between 8 and noon, and then he ended up coming on the early side.
That's when he arrived, between 8:30 and 9:15?
It's my best recollection.
Did Charlie ever say that he considered all possible options to take care of the problem being Dan Markell?
Objection, hearsay. Your Honor, I just have a standing objection, so I don't think the objection is happening. Thank you.
Did he ever say that?
No.
After the murder of Mr. Markell, did Charlie Adelson take you out for a celebration dinner?
No.
Do you recall any dinner where shortly after Mr. Markell's death where you were with Mr. Charlie Adelson and vomited?
I do remember that dinner. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, I interrupted you.
After After Danny died, I was terrified that someone was going to come after me or my children and harm us as well. And so I didn't leave my house for about a month. And when I finally felt ready to leave the house and have dinner, I told my brother that I wanted to have dinner, that I was ready to finally go to a restaurant and eat a meal again. And I'd barely eaten for a full month, just out of grief and shock. And so that night, when I finally ate for the first time, they ended up taking a while before they sat us, and they sat us at the bar, and I had a drink, and I wasn't used to eating anything or drinking alcohol, and I threw up at the table. The only time in my life I've done something like that, but it was certainly not a celebration.
And you never heard your brother refer to it in that way?
No.
Were you involved in any way in a plot to kill Dan Markell?
No.
Do you have any knowledge other than the statements you've said your brother made or the jokes your brother made? Do you have any knowledge of anyone being involved in a plot to kill your husband?
No.
Do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I have met her before.
How do you know her?
We met one time at dinner when I came home, and my brother introduced me to her. And I think we might have gone to the beach once with her and a friend for a few hours.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 36. Is that a photograph of you and Catherine Magbanwa at the beach?
With her friend, yes.
Okay, and do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
All right, is this a fair and accurate photograph from that event?
That looks like the three of us at the beach, yes.
Do you recall when this was taken?
I don't.
Okay, does Father's Day weekend 2014 sound correct?
So June 2014, that's possible.
All right, would it refresh your memory to look at the data associated with that photograph?
Sure.
Okay.
It looks like it was taken on June 15th, 2014.
All right, and do you know where the photo was taken?
I think that's South Beach.
Close to where your parents were living in the condo?
Yes.
And did you say how you know Ms. Magbanwa?
She was dating my brother.
So this time I asked to introduce States 36.
Is there objection?
None from Mr. Garcia.
None from Ms. Magbanwa, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
So which one is you?
I'm the one in the middle.
And which one's Ms. Magbanwa?
The one on the left-hand side to the right of me in the photo.
And this one is her friend?
Yes.
Ms. Magbanwa's friend.
Yes.
Approach and show you one more photo. This is photo 37. Recognize this photo?
I don't recognize that photo, but I recognize the people in it.
Okay, who's in it?
That's my brother, and I think that's Katie.
All right, is Katie Catherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate photo of the two of them when, I guess, during the time that they were dating.
That looks right.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask you to move to States 37.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor, this witness is not able to properly authenticate that picture in terms of when it was taken and where it was taken. So I would object.
Sustained.
Your brother dated Catherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the context in which you became acquainted with her? Was through your brother?
Yes.
Do you know when they began seeing each other, your brother and Ms. Magbanwa?
I have no idea.
Do you know when they stopped seeing each other?
I have no idea.
Do you know whether the relationship between your brother and Ms. Magbanwa was a serious relationship?
I met many, many girlfriends of my brother's over the years. I didn't get any indication that it was a serious relationship.
Okay. He's a guy that has a lot of girlfriends.
He has had a lot of girlfriends.
How many girlfriends has he had since Catherine Magbanwa?
I have no idea.
Several?
Probably.
And does he have a child with someone now?
He does have a child.
How old is your brother?
43.
Has he ever been married?
No.
Do you know whether your brother makes a practice of giving gifts to his former girlfriends?
I have no idea.
Are you aware of any specific gift he's ever given to a former girlfriend?
No.
Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
No.
Have you ever met him?
No.
I want to ask you about the week prior to Mr. Markel's murder, like June 30th through July 10th, 2014. Were you in South Florida that week?
I know I was in South Florida for my father's 70th birthday. My dad's birthday is July 5th. I don't remember if his party was on his actual birthday or a little before or a little after, but I remember I went down for his birthday.
Can you tell the jury whether or not you were in South Florida on July 1st, 2014?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, but
I may have traveled that day. I don't remember exactly when I went down. I only remember I was there for probably about a week, and then I went down for my dad's birthday. But I couldn't tell you more exactly than that.
Your dad's birthday's on the 5th?
It is.
What month?
Of July?
Was Mr. Markel planning to leave town the day after he was murdered?
I believe he was.
Do you know where he was going?
I believe he was going to New York to visit his girlfriend.
And how?
To visit his girlfriend.
How old was Mr. Markel when he was killed?
He was born in 1972, and he died in July of 2014. Before his birthday is in October. He was 41.
41 years old?
Yes.
Did law enforcement in this case analyze your cell phone?
I gave them my cell phone.
Okay. And in your cell phone, you have some contacts for Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, and Charlie Adelson, as well as Gibbers, who we've established as Dan Markel. Are all the phone numbers in your phone for them accurate phone numbers for those folks?
I would imagine so.
Okay. And I want to ask you about some recorded phone calls that were taken in association with this case. Did you have an opportunity to review a disc of some of those phone calls?
I did. The phone calls weren't played.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Yep.
All right, so I provided you with a disc, correct?
Yes.
And a list of the specific phone calls and the voices on the specific phone calls that I was asking you whether you could identify.
Yes.
All right. And did you initial next to the letters of those calls that you were able to identify?
I did.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 175.
I just wanted to clarify that we didn't listen to the phone calls from beginning to end for each one, but that we were able to listen to parts of the phone calls so that we could authenticate who was speaking on the phone call.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you referring to?
Myself and my attorney.
Okay, so you listened to enough of the phone call in order to be able to tell me whose voice was on the phone call?
That's right.
Okay, and when you initial next to the highlighted portions, okay, I guess I should say the calls are listed by letter and number, each call, and then I have highlighted the names that I am asking you to authenticate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and if you've initialed next to that call, does that signify that you were able to authenticate that the highlighted names on that call were the voices of those people?
Correct.
Okay, so namely Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 175.
There's an objection from Ms. Markel. I
Your
can't.
legal objection?
Your Honor, I think it would require a speaking objection, so I'm not sure how you'd like to handle
State
it.
your legal objection.
The legal objection is going to be relevance at this point and improper foundation.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. No, admit. State's Exhibit 175.
I wanted to talk about your location on the day of Mr. Markel's murder. You know that law enforcement looked at your phone and sort of looked at your movements that day?
Yes.
Okay. And that information indicates you were home at the Aqua Ridge residence at approximately 12:27 in the afternoon that day. Is that correct?
I don't remember exactly what time, but that sounds right. I know I had left to meet some friends for lunch, so I guess it was, I was home until that time. That sounds right.
All right. So it seems like kind of around lunchtime, about half afternoon.
Sure.
All right. And then shortly after that at 12:29, it appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. Is that a normal way that you would ingress and egress from your Aqua Ridge residence?
That sounds right.
All right. And when you left your residence, you said you were going to lunch. Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for not a bridal shower. It was for a bachelor. No, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party. I forgot what it's called.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was. They had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. And did you make any stops between leaving your residence and going to the liquor store?
Maybe I purchased gas?
I don't know if you did or not, but I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
Okay. You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Truscott Drive?
No. I was driving on Centerville Road, and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Truscott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction, and so I didn't turn.
Okay. And then you went from the liquor store straight to the restaurant?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. What restaurant was that?
What was the name of that restaurant?
Mosaic?
Mosaic.
Have you seen the photographs that were taken of your vehicle?
I have not. That looks like my car. That looks like bourbon, yeah.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markel was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
Did you stand to gain anything from your husband's death, like financially?
No.
Do you know how much the lawyers that assisted you with the divorce process and litigation that followed the divorce, do you know how much they cost?
How much my lawyers
how
or
much
Danny's
you spent
lawyers?
on lawyers? Yeah.
I honestly don't remember.
Fair to say it was a lot of money?
It felt like a lot of money to me.
How many different lawyers did you have during the pendency of your divorce and the litigation that followed?
I had 3.
Do you know how many Mr. Markel had?
I don't remember.
Do you remember your mom suggesting a plan to offer Danny $1 million to allow the relocation of you and the children to South Florida?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sure I knew about it at the time that it happened, and then I had my memory refreshed about it recently.
Did you ever make the offer to Mr. Markel?
No.
Did you move to South Florida after their father was killed with the children?
So after he was killed, I packed a weekend bag and went to South Florida for what I thought would be a couple of days, maybe a week. My son's birthday was July 29th, and I thought we'd be back in Tallahassee by then.
Did you ever come back?
I did come back a few times, but not permanently.
Okay, so you ended up moving there permanently.
I wouldn't say it's permanent, but I'm living there right now.
Okay. Well, it's been 5 years.
It has been a while. I've been exploring options for employment in many different places.
And when you initially left to go to South Florida, was that the same day as the funeral service for your husband?
No.
Was it the day after?
It might have been the day after or the day after that. I don't remember.
Did you change your children's last name from Markel to Adelson?
I did.
When was that done?
So after Danny died, there was a lot of press coverage, and CNN put pictures of my children's faces unblurred on national television. Newspapers put their names without any consideration to the fact that they're children. And
I appreciate that, but the question is when did you change their names?
When they started school, I registered them under my name, hoping it would keep them safe.
Mm-hmm. And was that approximately a year after their dad was killed?
It was whenever I registered Ben for school, so it was soon after. But I didn't legally change their name until after that.
Okay. And where did they start school? When you say you changed their name when they started school, was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in South Florida.
So that fall, they started regular enrollment like you would in the normal beginning of the school year?
That's right.
Okay. And did you also eliminate your older son's middle name?
When I legally changed their names, I did.
And you just dropped that from the name?
I did.
Okay. And that was a name that came from Dan Markel's deceased maternal grandmother, is that correct?
The name started with an A, which was to honor my grandfather, Aaron Adelson, and the second half of his name was to honor Danny's grandmother.
Okay.
So we lost an honor to both families.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Cross, Garcia.
Ms. Adelson, I represent Mr. Garcia, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Charlie's your older brother or younger brother?
I'm the youngest in the family, so both my brothers are my older brothers.
And how many years older is Charlie than you?
He's approximately 3 years older.
Would you describe your relationship with your brother as a close relationship?
I would.
And the brother I'm referring to is Charlie. And just for the record, all the questions I have with regards to brothers is going to be focused just on your brother Charlie, okay?
Okay.
Charlie graduated high school?
He did.
College?
He did.
Dental school?
He did.
So he has substantial educational background?
Yes.
Would you consider him to be book smart?
He did very well in his classes.
So that would potentially be
yes.
yes. What about street smart? Do you think he was kind of street smart?
I think he's good with people.
And would it be fair to say that he has a wide range of friends, different types of friends?
He has a lot of friends.
Would you say, well, are there certain friends that he goes out night clubbing with?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me about night clubbing.
Okay. Well, when he has social events, do you ever go out with him socially?
I haven't in a long time. I'm pretty busy with my kids. But I have once or twice gone out with him.
And is it the same types of friends that he goes out to these social events with?
He would usually go with his roommate, who's I don't think they're living together anymore, but they lived together for a while.
Would you agree with me that your brother Charlie was I don't want to call him like a socialite, but he would frequent the nightclub scene?
I honestly don't know that.
So your single brother is a pretty handsome guy, right?
I think he's handsome.
Right. We've seen his pictures. Good looking guy. Never been married, right?
No.
And what kind of car does he have?
For a while, what does he have? What is he driving right now?
Well,
he
let me-
likes
let me-
cars. Like he
He has a lot of cars, right? And these aren't like Hondas or Toyotas. They're Mercedeses and Ferraris, right?
He drove an unmarked police car for a while.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, did he ever have a Mercedes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and it wasn't like a C300. It was like a 5 Series, right?
I honestly don't know anything about cars.
Well, it was the bigger Mercedes, right?
It was big.
It was the bigger one. And he also had a Ferrari, right?
I know he had one really fancy car, but I don't remember what brand it was.
So you're telling this jury that you don't remember if your brother had a Ferrari?
Cars are really not important to me. You saw mine. I drove a minivan.
Well, but you're not your brother, right?
I am not my brother.
And
No,
you-
I knew he had a fancy car. I just don't remember if it was a Porsche or if it was a Ferrari. It was something fancy.
Something kind of fancy,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So you have a pretty successful brother, right?
He's successful, yeah.
And he likes to show off his success with his extravagant cars, correct?
He likes fancy cars.
Okay. Handsome guy, in good shape, right?
He's handsome.
And you indicated that he had a lot of girlfriends, right?
Yes.
Now, I know you didn't go clubbing with him, but were you aware that he would go to like Miami Beach a lot?
I mean,
Or South Beach?
Sure. I mean, I couldn't say how often he went out or where he was going. It's just not something I would really talk to him about.
When your brother took you out to dinner and you vomited, do you remember what the restaurant was?
I do.
Which restaurant was it?
It's called Uvia.
Okay, where's that located?
It's on Lincoln Road.
Okay, and Lincoln Road's in South Beach, right?
Lincoln Road is in South Beach.
Are you aware if your brother took steroids?
No, I'm not aware if he took steroids.
What about if your brother used illicit drugs?
I'm not aware of my brother using illicit drugs.
And the fact that you're not aware if he used it doesn't mean he didn't use it, correct?
No, I'm just saying I don't know.
Do you know when Luis Rivera started serving your brother drugs?
I don't know anything about that.
Your brother would frequent South Beach or Miami Beach sometimes, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? The restaurant that he took you to was in South Beach, correct?
I was living close to that restaurant at the time.
And your parents had a home in South Beach also, correct?
My parents did not have a home in South Beach. They were renting an apartment.
I'll rephrase it. They had a place to stay in South Beach, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you,
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Adelson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today? You doing okay?
I'm fine.
You nervous?
Am I nervous?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm nervous.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you are a lawyer.
I am a lawyer.
Right. So you understand that the oath that you took before you took the stand, correct?
Yes.
You know the consequences of not being truthful here.
Of course.
And you also have a separate obligation as an attorney to tell the truth, right?
Of course.
Okay. Now, do you know who killed Dan Markel?
No.
Did your brother have anything to do with killing Dan Markel?
I don't believe so.
Your mother is Donna Adelson?
She is.
Where is she right now?
Right now, she's with my children.
Not in Tallahassee?
In Miami.
Okay. She's not in jail?
No.
She's never been arrested before?
No.
Okay. She's not even testifying in this case, is she? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
What about your brother Charlie? Is he in Miami right now?
He's probably in Fort Lauderdale right now.
Okay, but he hasn't been arrested?
No.
Hasn't been charged?
No.
And he's not testifying in this case, is he?
No.
Okay. Are you aware if the state has attempted to subpoena them to come to court?
I believe they have received a subpoena to come to court.
Okay, and it was for them to come and testify in this trial, or you don't know?
I don't know for certain.
Okay. But you know they've received some form of subpoena?
I heard about that.
Okay. When is the last time you spoke to your family? Your mom, in particular?
This morning, I called to check in on the boys.
Okay. How is your relationship with your parents now? Is it estranged in any way, or you still have a good relationship with your parents?
I still have a good relationship.
What about your brother Charlie?
I still have a good relationship.
When is the last time you spoke to Charlie?
Probably last week at some point.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that Charlie is a father.
He is.
When did he have his child? Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a boy.
Okay.
He was born in December 2017.
Okay. So about, I would say that's over a year after Miss McBanwell's arrest.
I couldn't say.
Okay. Do you know who the mother of that child is?
I do.
Who is she?
You want her name?
Yes.
Her name is Bree Price.
Okay. And is he married to her now?
He's not married.
Are they still together?
Depends on the day.
And do you know if he has any other girlfriends at this point?
I have no idea.
All right. Have you been keeping up with the media coverage in this case?
I don't watch any media related to this case.
Okay. So, but you are aware of the attention that has been brought on this case?
I'm aware only because of the constant death threats that I receive, yes.
Okay. So just to specify, you haven't watched any of the specials that have been on air about this case?
I have not watched any of them.
Do you know if your parents have watched any of the specials on this case?
I advise them not to. They may have seen bits of them, but I don't know for certain.
What about your brother Charlie?
I don't know.
Did you watch the state's opening statement in this case?
I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware of what the state's theory is in this case?
I'm not.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination something about listening to some recordings that the state provided to you.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time you ever listened to those recordings?
Yes.
Do you know what those recordings are about?
There are many, many recordings.
Okay. Did they give you all of the recordings?
I don't know. I listened to what I was given, but I don't know if there's more.
How much time did it take you to listen to the recordings that you were given?
Again, I didn't listen to the entire thing, so probably about an hour to go through all of the recordings and listen to excerpts of each of them.
Of each of them. So you're not aware if the state gave you all of the recordings that they provide, that they have in their possession?
I have no idea.
Okay. Did they have you listen to any recordings that occurred before April 19th of 2016? 2016.
So I'd have to see the document to remember the exact date on it. I do remember my birthday's in April, so I remember the dates being close to that, but I don't remember exactly.
Did they ask you to listen to the phone call where Charlie Adelson is talking to Miss McBanwell about work?
I listened to something.
Sustained.
So it's fair to say that they only let you listen to portions of the phone calls that they think are important.
I was given conversations and I listened to some of them to authenticate voices, but I don't know. I imagine they thought it was important for me to listen. That's why I did.
Did you listen to a phone call?
Ask your question, don't answer. Fill out rules, please, ma'am.
That will be wrong if the question contains.
Let's go that way. Needed to wake y'all up. Go ahead, Ms. Blunt.
So the question was, Ms. Adelson, did they have you listen to any phone calls where it was a conversation between your brother and your mother, if you were able to identify any conversations like this?
I think I did yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the circumstances surrounding your actual divorce.
Okay.
Which I believe you said was finalized in 2013, right?
Yes.
You just left your divorce papers on a mattress of Dan Markell in the house and left town. Is that correct?
No.
How is it that you delivered the divorce papers to him?
I called him to let him know that I wanted a divorce. It wasn't the first time I asked for a divorce, but it was the last time. And told him that I would see him when he got home. Not home, but back to Tallahassee. And then I did leave the papers for him, but I didn't leave town. I was still in Tallahassee.
Okay. So he was actually aware of that you were going to be seeking a divorce before you actually delivered the papers to him?
I had asked for a divorce several months earlier.
Okay.
That's when we started going to counseling. And he told me that if I tried to get divorced from him, that I could leave with the clothes on my back and that he would take the kids and that I would be penniless. And so when I actually asked for a divorce, I thought it best not to be there.
So is it fair to say that this was not a mutual thing between the two of you, that Danny did not want a divorce?
I don't think he wanted to get divorced.
How close is your brother's relationship, Charlie Adelson, with your mother, Donna Adelson?
I think they're close.
Would you characterize their relationship as closer than you are with your mother?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I do think they talk more frequently than I do, but I don't think closeness always has to do with the frequency of communication.
And you had said on direct that your parents were not happy with Dan Markel's behavior during the divorce.
No, they didn't think he was treating me well.
And is this just Donna Adelson, your mom, or was it both Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I'm sure both of my parents felt that way.
Did they ever express those feelings to you?
Yes.
Did they call him names?
Yes.
Okay. Did one parent do that more than the other, or it was consistent between the two?
I think it was consistent between the two.
Okay. What kind of names did they call him?
I mean, I've had my memory recently refreshed, so I saw things, but my memory is, I don't remember name calling, but I did recently see emails where they called him names.
Now, after the divorce, you started dating other people, right? When is it that you had your first, I wouldn't say serious boyfriend, but your first boyfriend after Dan Markel?
Probably within a month.
Okay. When did he, if you know, did he start seeing anybody else after the divorce?
He did, but I don't know when it started.
Okay. And is that Amy, or was it some other person?
I know about Amy, but I don't know if there were other people before Amy.
Did you know what, at the time of the murder, do you know what, if any, future plans Dan Markel had?
I couldn't really say about his future plans, but I felt like by then he and Amy were pretty serious, and he was trying to spend as much time in New York as possible.
Do you know if his intention was to, and it's only if you know, it was his intention to remain in Tallahassee, or do you know if he was planning to leave the state?
I think he always planned on leaving Tallahassee. It was just a question of when.
Okay. Do you know why? Did he have an aversion to Tallahassee, or
no? It wasn't an aversion to Tallahassee. Okay. He was a very ambitious person, and so from the moment we arrived in Tallahassee, he was always looking for a stepping stone toward a better university where he could teach.
And he took a very special interest in what he did, which is, he's a law professor.
Right.
He graduated from Harvard, and he studied criminal law.
Right, that was his specialty.
Okay. And did there come a time where you were dating someone by the name of Jeffrey Lacasse?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I do.
Do you remember when you started dating Jeffrey Lacasse?
I don't remember exactly, but 2013.
Okay. Do you remember how long you dated him for?
I remember it was less than a year, but probably more than 6 months.
Were you dating him at the time leading up to the homicide, which would be July 18, 2014?
We broke up a few weeks before Danny was killed, or a week or so. We broke up before Danny was killed.
How would you describe your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse?
I mean, I think it took different turns. I think it was more casual in the beginning, and then it was getting more serious. And then I was feeling more committed to the relationship. And then in late June, we had this big fight. And after that point, I didn't really want to be with him anymore.
Do you know what the fight was about? Do you remember?
I remember what the fight was about.
What was it about?
He didn't trust me.
In terms of
he thought
other people?
He thought I was cheating on him.
Okay. And you said you broke up. When was that?
We broke up. It would have been one of the last weekends in June.
So fairly close to when the homicide occurred.
Right.
Now, that spring break, which would have been the month of March, didn't you and Jeffrey Lacasse come down to Miami?
We did.
Okay. And you stayed with your brother, Charlie?
We did.
Okay. And do you know at that time who he was dating?
I don't.
Okay. Does it sound, if I say that was when he was dating Catherine Radbanwa, is that a correct statement, or you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember having dinner with Jeffrey Lacoste at a restaurant and with your brother, and that Catherine McMahon was there?
I have a vague recollection of it.
Okay. And do you remember if this restaurant had outside seating?
We always used to go to the same restaurant, and so I know the restaurant, it has outside seating.
Okay. And when you met Catherine McMahon, Charlie introduced you to her as his girlfriend?
Probably.
Okay.
Definitely as someone he was seeing, right? I don't remember if he used the term girlfriend, but in a romantic kind of way.
Okay.
Not as just a friend.
And am I characterizing Mr. Charlie Adelson correctly when I say, you had said he has lots of girlfriends?
I've met lots of girls over the years, which is why it's hard to remember whether I had dinner with one person versus another.
Do you know what his thoughts and beliefs are in marriage? Does he not believe in marriage?
I don't think he's so pro-marriage, no.
Okay. Do you know how many times you met Katie? We talked about the time on the beach, and then we've already now talked about a dinner.
I remember vaguely those two. I don't remember any other time.
Do you remember the name of the person that was in that picture with you?
No.
Okay. Does Yindra Velasquez Mascaro sound familiar?
No.
Okay. Now, you didn't have a really close relationship with Katie, right?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Katie has 2 kids?
I did.
Remember this Kouas, we're not going to get all the first names. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. Did you know that Miss McBanwa had children?
I did know that.
Okay. Did you ever discuss with Miss McBanwa the details of the divorce that you had before she even knew who your brother was?
That wouldn't be possible because I only met her with my brother.
Okay, so you didn't talk, your relationship wasn't a close relationship where you would talk to her about Dan Markell?
No.
Do you ever remember having a conversation with Miss McBanwa about Dan Markell and your divorce?
It's very possible that I brought it up, but
nothing stands out?
No, not at all.
Now I want to talk to you about the time of the murder, okay? The day before the homicide, all right?
Okay.
You had talked about your custody situation with Dan Markell, that it was a week on, week off. Is that correct?
That's right.
And an overnight stay switch on a Wednesday.
That's my best memory.
So a better way to describe it would be if it's your week, you have the boys, but on Wednesday night they will sleep at Dan Markell, do an overnight sleepover at Dan Markell.
Right.
And then return them to you the next day.
Or return them to school.
And then you pick them up in the evening.
Right.
So the day of the homicide, do you remember what day of the week that was?
I believe it was Friday.
Okay. So the day before would have been a Thursday.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember what you were doing that day?
I don't.
Is there any way that you would have been walking down Trescott Drive with your 2 sons the day before his murder?
No. I don't live in walking distance, so there's no reason why I would have been walking down the street. No.
You and Mr. Markell weren't on that kind of talking or speaking terms where you would be at the Trescott home and he wasn't there?
No.
Okay. You wouldn't go and take the boys for a walk on Trescott Drive?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to Creative Preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember. Maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
But nothing late, like 11?
I don't think so.
And then what would be the usual time you pick them up in the afternoon?
I think it would depend on whether I was teaching or if I had court, what I was up to, but my guess is sometime between 3 and 6 I would pick them up.
So would it be fair to say that, around 11 o'clock in the morning, the boys would probably be in school on a weekday?
That would be right.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Whitney?
I do know Whitney.
Who is Whitney?
Whitney was a girlfriend of my brother's.
Okay. Do you know who introduced Charlie to Mr. Adelson to Whitney?
I don't.
Do you know how long they were dating?
I don't.
Do you remember when they started dating?
I don't remember when they started dating.
Okay. When did your brother buy you that TV?
I remember having the TV in the house on Aqua Ridge. So sometime after the fall of 2012. Sometime between 2012, 2013, something like that.
Do you remember making a phone call to Charlie that morning and having a conversation with him without going into the details of that conversation?
Which morning?
The morning of Danny's murder.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Markel's murder. Do you remember how long you spoke for?
I don't remember how long I spoke for.
Now, you had described your brother as a talker. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than a talker, but he does talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that statement that the state talked about hiring a hitman, but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when this statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, during the course of your divorce, or was this after?
It would have been when he bought the TV.
When he bought the TV. And that would be after the divorce.
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime after, starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
Do you know, now your parents' apartment on South Beach, are they still living there?
No.
Okay, so they moved.
They did.
At the time, do you know how much their rent was in that apartment?
I have no idea.
You said they did not own that property?
No.
Okay. And now you said that you stayed in Tallahassee after the homicide.
I stayed for a few days.
Okay. And do you recall if Detective Isom tried to call you?
After I had left?
Before you left, and before you left Tallahassee, but after the memorial service from Mr. Markel?
He did not call me before I left Tallahassee, no.
Okay. Did he try to call you?
He called me when I was already on the road,
okay,
about 4 hours away from Tallahassee.
All right. Did he ever try to talk to you again?
No.
As a prosecution? When is the first time the prosecution reached out to you to speak to you about what happened?
I don't remember ever talking with the prosecution.
Jack, you have a question?
Let's go sidebar.
Proceed, Your Honor. Okay. Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to reach out to your parents?
I don't think he did.
Do you know if Detective Isom ever tried to speak to your brother Charlie?
I don't think he did.
Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
Now, the life insurance policy that the state was asking you about, have you received any money from the life insurance policy from Mr. Markel?
I don't know if maybe in the beginning, the life insurance that Danny owed me about $100,000 when he died. I do think that his family made that disbursement. I don't know if they paid that through the life insurance policy, but other than that, there's been, the life insurance policy is money put away for the kids. I've never seen it.
Do you have access to that, or you have no control over that?
I have no control over that.
All right. All right, and I have, where did you say, so your boys are now down in Miami with your mother, correct?
At the moment, yes.
Okay. And you stopped letting Danny's parent or Mr. Markel's parents see the boys, is that correct?
2 years after Danny died, I stopped visitation.
Okay. Do you have any intention of letting them see their grandchildren again?
I do. We've actually been in discussion the last few weeks.
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect.
How many times have Dan's parents been able to see your boys in the last 5 years?
In the last 2 years after they died, they've been able to see them every time they've asked to see them.
Okay, what about the last 3 years?
Since 2016, they have not been permitted to see the boys.
They have not been permitted?
That's right.
By you?
By me, yes.
Right, and that's not through lack of trying on their part?
No, that's because of what they did.
Okay, but they want to see those boys, don't they?
They very much want to see the boys.
All right. And Dan Markel's sister is I'm not sure if this is the right word, but the executor of that trust for the boys, is that right?
I think she has fiduciary responsibility over the trust for the boys.
All right, thank you. That sounds right. Did you at one time hold that position in Dan's will?
Oh, before we got divorced, I probably did.
Okay, but sometime after the divorce, he changed that over to the sister?
He must have, yes.
Okay. And did you initiate proceedings to try to fight that decision that he made to make the sister the executor or the beneficiary, have the fiduciary duty for this money over you, to the disbursement to your children?
Can you repeat can you rephrase the question for me?
Did you initiate any type of proceeding at any point to try to contest or fight Dan Markel's sister being appointed as this fiduciary for the life insurance for the boys?
I don't believe that I did.
You did not?
I don't remember doing that, no.
No further questions.
Any juror have a question of this question? If you do, write it down. We'll go sidebar. Ms. Adelson, I don't remember what it related to exactly. I mean, I remember you saying this, and one of the jurors had a question about, you said your memory had been refreshed about something. What did you mean by that?
So over 5 years have passed since Danny died, and so more than 5 years have passed since Danny died, and a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I just don't remember at all. And so to refresh my memory, to make sure that I could remember things, certain documents were shown to me, emails, legal pleadings from the case, so that I could remember what was happening at that time.
One of the jurors was a little confused with the timing. You had said you had a boyfriend and that it was not clear to them whether you said it was a month after your separation and filing for divorce or a month after it was finalized.
Sure. So I started dating someone who was a friend of mine for many years, and it didn't become romantic until after I had filed for divorce. So about a month after I filed for divorce, someone who was a friend in my life became more like a boyfriend than a friend.
Okay. What was wrong with the television that had to be repaired?
I think one of my kids might have thrown something at it, so there was a crack in the TV.
And why have Mr. Markel's parents not been allowed to see the grandchildren?
Well, they were allowed to see the grandchildren for 2 full years. And I used to cook meals for them and arrange play dates. We had sleepovers. And then I found out that that Ruth Markel had reached out to a foster care agency to try to place my children with that agency. And I became very worried that they were trying to take my children away from me. And so after that time, I did a level of trust that they could spend time with the kids. I was afraid they were trying to take them from me.
Your reference to the foster care agency, does that have to do with an email that was sent to me from your mother-in-law?
Yes, it does.
All right, that Dan's mother.
Yes.
And that email was in reference to, in the event that you and your parents were arrested in association with this crime, could I please contact that particular agency to assist with the children in the event they have no guardian temporarily until they could get down here from where they reside in Canada? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they were not trying to take your children unless there was an event where you were unable to care for them.
But because there's no event in which I would be unable to care for them, that feels like trying to take away my children.
Thank you.
Garcia.
No follow-up question.
McMahon.
And this email about there being possible arrests of you and your family, that came right after Catherine McMahon was arrested, right?
I don't remember exactly the timeline of that.
Okay, thank you.
Further, Ms. Captain?
No, sir.
All right. Steph.
All right, folks. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are about ready to start the emergency Don Adelson hearing. Thank you very much for tuning in. It is scheduled to start at 1:30 p.m. Look, I'm a hat towel. I had to go outside to get my lunch, and it was sunny. All right, so the Don Adelson hearing is about to start. Thank you very much for watching the Wendy's testimony. I appreciated being able to get caught up, and thank you very much to Trial Channel for archiving the pool feed. All right, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel. You're all towels, and it is time to begin the Don Adelson emergency hearing. Now, this hearing is scheduled to begin at 1:30 p.m., which is just a few minutes from now. As we get ready for that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to everyone who has supported today's telethon in honor of Lindsay Gattani's Give, Send, Go. If you want to find information on how to support Lindsay Gattani, please go ahead and visit the link in the description or the pinned comment. Give, Send, Go /GEFJ4. Lindsay was in the comments earlier expressing her appreciation to so many of you. And ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to say that more donations have come in. So as we're waiting for the Adelson hearing to start, which you will hear the second that it starts, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, Court TV has rolled their live feed. So as soon as it goes live, you will hear that. All right, little towels. Now what we're going to do in the interim is I see some donations have come in. The first $500 raised since the start of this stream is going to be matched by Little Towel on September 3rd. And as you can see right here, Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser is now up, ladies and gentlemen. It is now up to $3,185. Now, Lindsay has said earlier in the comments today that she is seeing and reading all of the messages, whether you send them as prayers, which cost you absolutely nothing, whether you send them as a donation, no matter how you send them, she's seeing them, folks, and it's making a difference. We are touching lives, even in this small corner of some faraway field. And if that's not what life is all about, little towels, I don't know what to tell you. So here we go. We got I think we got some new donations up on the screen in the last hour, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, you can donate to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser, givesendgo.com/GEFJ4, all uppercase. And I see at least one donation. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. This is great. I'm so proud. It's up to $3,185. It doesn't show everyone on the screen. Not everyone leaves a comment. But I am pleased to announce that amount will be doubled. Ladies and gentlemen, that amount will be doubled, and I will be, at this point, contributing $185. So Lindsay Gattani, in one day, just a few hours, with the gracious support of so many of you on Towel Stream, Lindsay's official approved fundraiser has now raised $185. Well, $3,185, but $185 since the start of Towel Telethon. That means I will match that amount, so that's $370 raised in just a few hours, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely wonderful job. I'm so proud of so many of you, and as Lindsay's comments reflected earlier in the chat, you are all making such a difference. So go ahead if you want to support that fundraiser for Lindsay Gattani in her ongoing litigation or battles with Turtle Boy. By all means, feel free to do so, ladies and gentlemen. Lindsay is in exclusive control of the distribution of funds from that fundraiser, and that is a great way to do a small act of service. So that URL again, GiveSendGo.com/GEFJ4, Lindsay Gattani's official authorized fundraiser. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is coming up on 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. This is exactly when the Donna Adelson hearing, the emergency hearing, is scheduled to begin. We are going to sit here and we are going to watch this together, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see up on your screen, although the hearing has not begun just yet, it is expected to begin any moment now. And as soon as the pool feed, obviously with Court TV covering, that means that they are ready in the courtroom. That does not mean that the pool feed is live, but with Court TV covering, they are certainly relaying on the ground updates. So I'm going to stay with you until Court TV takes the feed. This is reminiscent of so many hearings we have covered before. We have not. We did have a motion hearing last week, but an emergency motion hearing like this we have not had of late, and it's been, I suppose, somewhat calm. Which is a relative term in terms of us covering motion hearings and trials, but it is all about to ramp up. And how apropos in that regard that it ramps up with a 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time motion hearing in the Donna Adelson case, which, of course, if you've been watching all morning, you know this has to do with the 14 murder of FSU professor Dan Markle, who was the divorcing her former spouse of Wendy Adelson, Donna's daughter. You just watched Wendy Adelson's testimony from the 2019 trial of Katie Magbanua, and you may have picked up that the issue at hand here is that Dan Markle, as he was divorcing from Wendy, was subject to a number of threats. And we just have an update here from Vicky Moore, the most wonderful super towel. They are a bit late for the 1:30 start, but the hearing is happening. So the update is they are just a bit late, but the hearing is happening. So we are going to take, unless there is an extended, protracted delay, or we hear that the hearing isn't going to start until 1:45 or 2, we're going to sit here and we're going to take the feed as it begins. Now, this, of course, has to do with the, as I mentioned, 2014 murder by conspiracy by hitmen retained, allegedly, by the Adelson family. They were a wealthy dentistry family in Florida with heavy political connections. And the Adelson family, Charlie Adelson, Wendy's brother, Donna's son, has already been convicted and sent to prison. He's actually up in South Dakota. The two hitmen involved, Luis Rivera and one other man, have been convicted. The coordinator, Katie Magbanua, has been convicted. Oh, we're hearing some audio. Hold tight. Katie Magbanua has been convicted. And now we're seeing Donna Adelson on trial starting Friday. So if you just heard some audio coming across, that is the Court TV feed. All right, so we are expecting this.
Appearances on the record.
Here we go.
Georgia Kappelman and Sarah Catherine Dugan for the state.
Joshua Zellman and Jackie Fulford for Mrs. Adelson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Morrow on behalf of the witness, Wendy Adelson, and my colleague Matthew Lucas with me as well. Good afternoon. I have reviewed your motion, Mr. Loro, concerning the defense's subpoena as far as placing a statement on the record. I don't know if any of the parties have a position concerning you placing a statement on the record, but similar to the other trials in this matter, I do not have an issue if you do so prior to the testimony of your client. As to the placing the statement on the record, does the state have a position?
No objection, Your Honor.
Does the defense have a position?
No position, Your Honor.
Concerning placing a statement on the record, Mr. Loro, you will be permitted to do so, or another member of your firm. Defense subpoena, does the state have a position?
No, Your Honor. No position.
Does the defense have a position?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
May I stay here?
You may.
Judge, the issue here and the concern that we have on behalf of Mrs. Adelson is there have been two prior rulings in the homicide of Mr. Markell. One came from Judge Hankinson, and then another one came from Judge Wheeler. What Judge Hankinson ruled is that the immunity conferred by the state subpoena extended to cross-examination, and we believe that's an accurate statement of the law. However, Judge Wheeler limited cross-examination to only what the state brings forth on direct. This is a premature at this point, Judge. We have her under subpoena, and we may want to elicit testimony from her.
Well, before we get there on that point, when she's called as a state witness and she is cross-examined, She can be cross-examined on all matters raised by the direct and on matters of bias or impeachment or motive to lie. All matters that she can be cross-examined on pursuant to the rules of evidence extend under that state subpoena.
I understand that, Judge, but our issue is, suppose that she's one of the first witnesses to testify, and suppose after she testifies, other issues come up that we know, if we called her, she could rebut what has been said. It's not necessarily would be something that she would need to invoke her rights. It could be a very simple issue, and we would need her testimony. So until we go through the trial to see what happens, it's impossible for us to say, yes, just cross-examining her on bias and credibility and whatever the state has asked about sounds good in the state's case until we hear further testimony and some issue arises.
I'll allow Mr. Lawyer to make his argument, but the crux of his motion is you cannot offer this witness any protection as it relates to you calling her in your case in chief. What is your response to the written argument on that matter? Yes, Your Honor. Hold on, Mr. Lawyer. I'm going to allow Ms. Fulford. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me. I'm sorry, sir. You can make your argument in just a moment.
So the issue as to immunity, we cannot confer immunity to her, Judge. We agree with that. We can't. But there may be other issues where she could testify to something that she's not taking a chance, if you will, that she's going to say something that could be used against her in the future. There could be other matters that are raised in the trial that we simply want to get testimony from her as. She is the daughter of our client.
From the perspective of your client, I certainly understand the argument you're making. Mr. Lawyer, you may argue.
Yes, Your Honor. This issue was addressed by Judge Wheeler in the second McBanawa trial. It was also decided upon by the first DCA in July 2025 when the DCA ruled that the procedure used by Judge Wheeler was entirely correct and the subpoena in that case was quashed. It was the same issue that the defense raised, where they wanted to cross-examine my client pursuant to a defense subpoena, which conferred no immunity at all on Ms. Adelson. I indicated to the court then, as I will now, that Ms. Adelson will assert her Fifth Amendment rights with respect to any relevant question asked by the defense. So the only result of the defense procedure would be to have the client's daughter take the stand and invoke the Fifth Amendment in front of the jury. And that the court decided by Judge Wheeler that would be inappropriate. And we would ask the court now to follow the same procedure as Judge Wheeler and follow the same procedure that was upheld by the first DCA just 1 month ago.
Does the defense have any remaining argument on this matter?
Your Honor, respectfully, the issue that was ruled on concerning the subpoena, quashing the subpoena, Ms. McBanawa did not make that argument below. She did not join the state's motion. So the first DCA did not rule that Judge Wheeler followed the proper procedure. My understanding is that the first DCA held that she had not preserved the argument.
And if I could add one thing further.
We don't have tag team motions. Who's going to finish the argument?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, factually, we're in a vastly different circumstance. Our client certainly has information, knows information about her daughter that Ms. McBanawa would not have ever been able to know. And so it's our position that it's premature. The Fifth Amendment question, the courts have ruled, should be done on a question-by-question basis.
So your expectation is for me to ask the question, she will make some sort of signal, I'm invoking the juries to be removed, and then we do this for the entire defense direct?
No, Your Honor. What I would suggest is that if we get into this posture, and absolutely cross-examination may be sufficient, but if we get into the posture of needing additional, I would suggest that potentially proffering the questions and then she and her counsel can advise the court if she intends to invoke her privilege at that time.
Laura, last word, and then I will rule. Yes, Your Honor. The statement by counsel is patently incorrect and false. This issue was raised by Ms. Carras in the McMonaghan trial. She preserved the issue. She made the same arguments that these defense lawyers are making now. It was wholly rejected by Judge Wheeler and wholly rejected by the first DCA, and we respectfully request that Your Honor follow that ruling here. There is simply no question that the defense could ask that is relevant to this matter that Ms. Adelson, my client, would answer. She's invoking her Fifth Amendment.
Right. Having reviewed the applicable authority on this issue and also reviewed the prior transcripts on this matter, were also ruled on by Judge Wheeler concerning this same subject, I am going to adopt a similar ruling. The defense cannot give the witness immunity as it relates to any matters in which she would testify under and could properly invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege. No witness can be called to the stand simply to invoke the Fifth Amendment, as there would be no basis for this witness to take the stand and give testimony on a relevant matter that also could not affect her ability to also endanger her own Fifth Amendment right. I am going to grant the relief that is requested. If we need to revisit this issue for any purpose where the defense believes there is a line of questioning that will not go to the Fifth Amendment privilege of the witness, we will at the appropriate time, but I do believe it is the proper ruling at this point to quash the subpoena. Mr. Laurel, I believe that concludes your motion for today. Again, when it's time for your client to testify, you may place your statement on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good day, sir.
To you as well. That concludes the public portion of the hearings for this afternoon. We will take a brief break and then resume with the in-camera matters. The courtroom is to be cleared by all non-parties at this.
All right, folks, you heard it there. The judge has adopted a similar is quashed, but the state's subpoena remains active. All right, so there you go. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. 1 second. Oh, there you go. You heard it, folks. The state's motion. The defense, Wendy Adelson's motion as to quashing the defense subpoena has been quashed. So it's a similar ruling as previous trials. Wendy Adelson, very quick hearing. Wendy Adelson's motion to quash the defense subpoena has been granted. The reason this was granted, ladies and gentlemen, is because the defense cannot confer immunity onto Wendy Adelson. So therefore, in the context of her testimony, Wendy Adelson's can invoke the Fifth Amendment when the defense asks her questions. So therefore, the defense subpoena is quashed. However, the state subpoena is still active because the state can confer immunity. So Wendy is therefore not allowed to invoke the Fifth Amendment when the state gives her immunity. And so therefore, as a result, the state subpoena for Wendy Adelson remains in force. The Donna Adelson defense subpoena for Wendy is quashed. And then in turn, that means that Wendy won't answer almost anything from the defense except for certain things that under the judge rules on a case-by-case basis can't possibly touch on Fifth Amendment issues. So it really corners the Donna Adelson defense because it means Wendy's not going to help her at all during testimony, cross-examination from the defense if she even testifies at all, which means all the jury's really going to hear is what Georgia, the prosecutor, asked Wendy Adelson on what is on direct examination. So, yeah, Donna did not look pleased. And as a reminder, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're not going to do our next towel trivia round until 2:30 p.m. because that's when I told people, and I had no idea that hearing was going to be 5 minutes. So what we're going to do now is watch one more segment of Wendy Adelson's testimony, because clearly you can see that Donna was a little bit shocked. Donna did not exactly look very confident. Jury selection starts in this case tomorrow, August 19th. It looks like we are heading, if everything goes right, to based on jury selection, to opening arguments on Friday, and then the start of the presentation on evidence on Friday. I don't think Donna Adelson has much of a case here, and I think Wendy just threw a wrench in whatever plans Donna might have had, and you saw it unfold live. Now, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We got some more towel trivia coming up at just, what is it, 2:30? I think I said 2:30, so we're going to do it at 2:30. All right, we told people 2:30. We can't take people's points away. You can't assume a hearing's going to be 5 minutes. It could have been 5 minutes. It could have been 40 minutes. All right, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to look at more Wendy Adelson testimony. All right, so towel trivia circa 2:30, 2:45. We're looking at 2:30 p.m. And let's figure out which Wendy Adelson testimony we're going to watch. I have some pretty good ones. And we are going to watch indeed. Yep, not exactly Donna Adelson's best moment, that is for sure. She did not look pleased with how that all played out. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, of course. Thanks very much for tuning in. It's just past 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time here in Boston, about 70 degrees outside. Bit of a nice day. And what we are going to do, Little Towels, is we are going to watch Wendy Adelson's testimony from either the first Katie Magbanua trial or the second. No, we're going to watch it from Charlie's trial, actually, because this one, Georgia really goes at her. All right, so we're going to watch it from Charlie's trial. We're going to watch this for about 45 minutes. I'm going to have to break in at about 2:30. But my name's Grant Smith Ellis, and we didn't get a long Donna Adelson hearing. If you're just tuning in, Donna did not look pleased that Wendy Adelson's motion to quash was granted, that Wendy will not be answering any questions from the defense. So, what we're going to do is, because that hearing didn't go very long, we had no idea what it was going to be like, we are going to watch Wendy Adelson's testimony during her brother Charlie's trial, all right? And this will be a little bit of a preview, I think, of how Georgia is going to ask questions to Wendy during Donna's trial, but now you know Donna's lawyers won't be able to ask Wendy almost anything because of how the ruling came down from the judge today. So, very similar ruling from prior trials as to the defense, or at least one of the prior trials. And we'll take a look at this again for the next 45 minutes. Will be Wendy Adelson's testimony in the Charlie Adelson trial. And this is from Law and Crime. And in about, I'd say 45 minutes, so about 2:30, we will play our next rounds of Towel Trivia. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for watching.
Affirm the testimony you're about to give will be true. Basic.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendy Adelson, WendyAdelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to you, so nothing you say can be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Did you know Daniel Markell?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markell?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
When did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. Mm-hmm. He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
Where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markell?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communications, so that's why I ask about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markell was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right, and do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. I know you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of thumb through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex?
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's on begins on page 43, and it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013 where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes. Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
It's been suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful. Did you?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely, no.
Okay. And weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you thinking that?
Well, he and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby in Miami, that might work, and then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point, so that was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure. I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right. And page 46 of that document, paragraph E, references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes, that's her name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014.
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice? Paychecks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right? Mm-hmm. So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016, sound right?
They never talked to me about money. I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when the petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
Mm-hmm. What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
Only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but...
I want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. You've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it. Between you and your mother?
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay. Mostly all from your mom?
Yeah.
Okay, and the email address says, I think it's something like Wendy Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names, so they've been married over 50 years, so they have a joint email address. So it's from both of them.
Okay. So what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast, but
scanned.
I can read it.
And what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient's schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Rauschenberg?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
No objection.
It's 57. Thank you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here, yes.
Okay, and it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. You agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing, yes.
Okay, and she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so 5 of, well, let me look. Give me a moment. So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face?
No.
But that was a word that was only used to describe him?
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay. So in this, again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said, yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Maybe, yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to say before I had the boys, but they were young, and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida? Would they come up here and get you, or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them, so it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right, and so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame? Because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was 3, no, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay. And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well, dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right, and your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right. And would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't think so.
Do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have... Strike. Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like, if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie's going to hear a lot about? Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay, so do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back, let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably, at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like?
At what point?
Before the murder.
I mean, at what period of time before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markell's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview, July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12. I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to just to familiarize yourself.
Sure.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page for me, not that reminder. 27. Let me get to where you are. So page 27 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes,
says, Ms. Adelson, my parents are, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was that true?
Isn't that what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24, through page 289, line 1, And that's going to be, yeah. Didn't you say, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people. But are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or potentially someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, your family was one.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. I mean, that's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
Back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit 56. Again, that was the filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markell say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true, so just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
That wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, you said lots of things.
All right, and you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markella is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markell is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids.
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. My mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No,
and
he
that's
asked for her to
evidenced.
babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread. And so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay. And when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57. And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part
of the divorce for my mom?
Yes.
It says here that for her it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but they
did
felt
they
like a very
result
long
in
time.
a resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markell seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it, so I don't remember talking with her about it. Or
did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay. Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see, yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive, yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's not in there, but you can get back to me
well,
with
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor. The comment. She's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
So would you have to review the whole file in order to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings. Okay. It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you? I think it's highlighted for you. Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay. 176 on page. I didn't highlight it for you. Okay. Just a moment.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay. So did you describe, at least in one occasion, being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions. And the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is really stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning,
and had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
No, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying relocation.
And what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm sure my mom would have said something to him.
All right. So did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markell to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did. And for this, I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you were going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but...
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
Well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida, and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So, maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right, what about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay, and specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time?
She did, yes.
Okay, and did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's emails.
On page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right, and Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markell?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats?
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right, and around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. 59, I believe. You will? Okay. Well, I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59. Yes, that's what we did. One moment. You may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled Disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you could authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 61 is admitted.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markell?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement. Mm-hmm. The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house, he pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money, and so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal, and he said, I have compelling reasons, I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement, because he didn't do it.
Right. So you believe that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement?
Yes.
He was in violation of the settlement agreement?
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
Sorry to jump in, but I promised you we would take a look at some towel trivia. That is exactly what we are going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to take a look at some towel trivia. Now, I was also designing a fundraising graphic for the the one-to-one match I'm doing for Lindsay Catani's fundraiser, and I'd love to show it to you all while we're getting ready for some towel trivia. So if you've been looking forward to playing towel trivia, we're going to play at least 3 more rounds now. We've played, I think, 3 or 4 rounds today, so we're going to play 3 more, and then we'll see how Little Towel's feeling, and we'll go from there. Remember, we're going to start the Adelson jury selection tomorrow, so we're going to have lots of towel trivia this week. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for being with me. Let me show you the fundraising graphic I'm working on. Will you tell me what you think? I'd love some feedback as we get ready to start up towel trivia. All right, so let's see. What do you think? How'd I do? Did I do okay? So I'd like to sort of let people know that we raised $370 today, which was $185 with a 100% towel match. So that brings us up to $370 raised today. That brings the total amount raised to $3,370. Now, what do you think of this fundraising graphic? I was going to post this on social media. Obviously, it's not rendering as high quality as it will render when I actually post it. But what do you think? I couldn't get great screenshots of every one of Lindsay's comments in real time. One of them I got a phone screenshot of because I thought it was really touching. The other ones I had to go back and get screenshots of. But there you go, folks. There's the graphic I put together. I would love your towel feedback. And what we're going to be doing is playing some towel trivia in just a few minutes here. But this is the graphic I put together. Do you like the colors? Should I change the colors? Is it too much? I put 3 of Lindsay's comments from the chat today after she saw some of those donations coming in. She came into the chat. So let me know what you think. And of course, I'm trying to recruit other people to do donation matches as well. If you don't feel like you have to donate, you can also send a prayer with a message that Lindsay will see at givesendgo.com/GEFJ4, and you can find that link in the pinned comment and in the description. Now, you might be asking, are there other ways to support? Yes, of course. You can share the fundraiser, let your family and friends know about it. Every dollar raised between 8/18, so today, August 18th, and September 3rd, up to the first $500 in aggregate raised from that day forward. So it was already at $3,000. We're at like $3,185 now. I will match dollar for dollar. So if you donate to the Give, Send, Go, which Lindsay is, that's Lindsay's authorized fundraiser. Only she's in control of the disbursements. She directs the third-party payee to pay for legal services in her ongoing legal fight against Turtle Boy. And if you make a donation, and it is before September 3rd, and it is one of the first $500 donated between August 18th and September 3rd, I will match it dollar for dollar up to the first $500 in total donated between them. So not per donation. I will match a total of $500 donated between now and September 3rd. If we all raise more than that, that's great. I will match the first 500. All right. So we raised 185 today. GiveSendGo.com/GEFG4. And while we're waiting, I cannot really start towel trivia until 2:45 because I said 2:45. However, while we're waiting to get going, feel free to suggest some categories. Let me know what you think about my wonderful graphic design work, and we will get going with towel trivia at 2:45. So 8-minute countdown. All right, 8-minute countdown. I appreciate you being with me so much today, towel friends. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, and we are doing a towel telethon. All right, raising money for Lindsay Catani's legal fundraiser. Every dollar raised between now and September 3rd will be matched by towel, dollar for dollar, up to the first $500 raised in aggregate over that time period. All right. So, Little Towels, thank you so much for indulging me as we get ready to play Towel Trivia. This is the graphic I put together. And I thought the orange went well because obviously Lindsay doesn't choose how her icon shows up in the chat, but it showed up orange, so there you go. I thought it matched well with the orange, and then I thought the courtroom walls matched well with kind of the other color. So there you go. I put it together. You can see Lindsay Gattani commanded the media's attention when she helped get revenge porn passed in Massachusetts. And you know what, Little Towels? While we're doing this, while we're waiting for 2:45, let's listen to Lindsay Gattani's wonderful and powerful remarks. If you've never heard Lindsay Gattani speak, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, it is impressive. All right, Lindsay Gattani is an impressive public speaker. We are going to get a chance to listen to Lindsay Gattani speak right now. And if you're wondering, granted, a lot of people see this speech. Well, yeah, about 172,000 of them, Little Towel. 172,000 people have seen this speech that she delivered, that Lindsay delivered at the speech State House. There you go, Little Towels. So let's go ahead and watch this. This was from March of 2024, and let's listen to Lindsay Gattani's remarks at the State House in March of 2024, and we will be starting Towel Trivia at 2:45 p.m.
I'm here today to break my silence for the first time through public remarks. I'm sorry, I'm going to read through a pre-prepared statement. To begin, thank you, Madam Senate President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate, and members of the House. Your bold action to ban revenge porn and coercive control has given me the confidence to stand here today, and for that I am eternally grateful. So many of us over recent years have heard the phrase, revenge porn is legal in Massachusetts. It's been thrown around as if this is somehow an excuse for weaponizing the most intimate moments of a person's life as a form of emotional control and abuse. But today, lawmakers in both houses of this esteemed body have spoken with a unified voice and made clear that revenge porn is no longer legal in Massachusetts. And survivors like myself are the ones who can now hold our heads high in defiance of anyone who might seek to use revenge porn as a weapon. I want to stress, though, every day that passes before this bill is formally becomes law is for further agony for survivors. I encourage the Compromise Committee to get this legislation across the finish line as soon as possible. I heard it said once that whenever we stand against the flow of opinion on hotly contested issues, a woman does what she must, in spite of the personal consequences and dangers and pressures, for that is the basis of all human morality. If those words from a great human being who himself changed history still stand for anything, it is a profound principle that will be embodied when this legislation is quickly signed into law. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to use my voice, and I just want to let you know I cannot take any questions at this time, but I just want to thank everyone for allowing me to speak today.
Can you just say your name again and spell it?
Lindsay Gattani, Lindsey, and Gattani is Gaetani. Thank you.
I was so proud of her. You have no idea how hard it is to stand up in front of the entire State House press corps when you're, like, I'll show you some of the other people who spoke that day. They were good, okay? Like, Alex was great. He got like 10K views. This was one of the other advocates to help ban revenge porn. Alex was a victim. He's a local member of the GOP. Towel really likes Alex, so we'll listen to his comments, and then at 2:45, Towel Trivia starts up. But just to give you a sense, so Alex, one of the great advocates, got 10,000 views. That's Alex Haggerty. Senator Eldridge got about 5,000 views. Senator Keenan, who really shepherded the legislation through the Compromise Committee, got about 5,000. All right, and it passed 40-0 with even the Senate President voting, which is abnormal. Normally she abstains just by procedure. So, Lindsay, just so you get a sense, like, Alex did really good, and even the senators did really good with 5,000 to 10,000 views, but Lindsay got 175,000 views. Like, that's incredibly impressive. So let's listen to Alex's remarks as well. Alex Haggerty, great advocate for banning revenge porn, and then we'll play Towel Trivia.
Yeah, of course. Do you mind, before you start, just spelling your name for us?
Sure. Alex, A-L-E-X, and Haggerty, H-A-G-E-R-T-Y.
What does it mean for you to see this pass today in the Senate?
seeing the revenge porn bill pass here in the Senate unanimously, 40-0, it just sends a massive message to all the survivors and victims in Massachusetts that Massachusetts stands with the survivors and victims of revenge porn and to hold abusers accountable.
Can you share a little bit about your story with us?
Sure. I mean, I was dating someone I loved and I trusted, and as relationships do, the relationship stopped. We broke up, but without my knowledge, took something without my consent, and then put it on the internet for the whole world to see. I found out through a complete stranger. I then went to the Abington Police Department to report the crime, and to find to my horror that revenge porn was legal in Massachusetts. But now we're on the verge to, having revenge porn, criminal now in Massachusetts. And honestly, speaking as a survivor and getting to know so many survivors over my journey, and hearing so many testimonies back in September, it's humbling to see now that finally that work is getting done to, bring accountability for the survivors and victims and their families. I can't say enough good things about my state senator, John Keenan, who led this charge, and really to give survivors a voice, to give me a voice. Honestly, I can't thank him enough, and honestly, he's been a warrior, and for so many people in Massachusetts. The revenge porn affects more people than people claim out to say that it has affected them. So Keenan has done some amazing work, and I know there was a great speeches too by a lot of other senators as well and stuff, and just their support is fantastic.
Can I ask you about the significance of the button on your tie?
Oh, the significance. So actually, when I testified on September 10th, I was obviously very nervous and got very emotional. And there was a woman who was also testifying for a different bill. Actually came before and gave me this purple ribbon. It's to symbolize domestic violence awareness and being resilient.
Do you have a message, Mr. Haggerty, to the Compromise Committee members as they take up this important legislation?
Looking forward to the signing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right, so if you want to play some towel trivia, we'll see who's here. We'll play a few rounds. I said 2:45. It's exactly 2:45 on my clock. Might be a few minutes early or later on your clock because my clock's a few minutes early. All right, so, a few minutes late. Whatever you want to say. Time is complicated. Let's play some towel trivia. Thanks very much for tuning in. We'll play at least 3 rounds, so if you want a chance to go up the scoreboard, now's the chance to do it. Let me show you our standings. There they are. We have Steph Towell, who's out with her daughter and her friends having a fun time. God bless you, Steph Towell. Family comes first, always. Steph Towell would say that to me as well. Steph Towell in first, 19 points. Second place, Towell with 14 points. Third place, Jeff Towell, 12 points. Fourth place, Allie and Bo, 11 points. Fifth place, Nancy Towell, 10 points. Sixth place, Jill Towell, 9 points. Seventh place, Elizabeth Towell, 3 points. Eighth place, Elijah Towell, 2.5 points. Tied with Bunny Towell, with Pete Bunny Towell in her corner, ladies and gentlemen. You hate the commies? I also hate the commies. Are you in a mood? He's in a mood. All right, Pete Bunny Towell, thank you for your input. Pete Bunny Towell loves Bunny Towell. What are you going to do about it? All right, here we go. You know how the game works, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to play 3 rounds. We're going to see where the points lead. I might want to go for a walk in a few minutes. It's kind of nice outside. So I think we all want to encourage Towell to be healthy. So what we're going to do is I'm going to play 3 rounds of Towel Trivia, and then I'm going to go for a walk. All right, then we're going to see each other. We have a long week of jury selection. We'll play lots of trivia this week. Don't worry about it at all. And then we have an interview with Towel Mom, pending her schedule. She has a lot to do. I told her she can pick any day but Friday. All right, she can't pick Friday because that's very likely when opening statements are going to start in the Adelson trial. So I told Towel Mom, pick any day but Friday. She said she'll get back to me. She has to check in with her scheduler. I'm pretty sure she's her own scheduler, but I'm actually convinced she might have a scheduler. I don't know. The other day I asked her if she got debriefed when she was coming back from the Soviet Union as a tourist in 1980. She was like, maybe, I don't remember. I was like, likely answer, Towel Mom. And then I just walked away. Oh, the stories of Tal and Tal Mom. All right, so let's do it. We're going to play a little Tal trivia. All right, Tal likes Tal trivia. We all like Tal trivia, and do consider donating to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. We're going to keep up this towel-a-thon, whatever it's called, for the next couple weeks. So up till September 3rd, first 500, first 500, ladies and gentlemen, raised between now and September 3rd will be matched by Tal. All right, so here we go, little towels. We are going to play. Okay, I clicked the ad by accident. We are going to play Towel Trivia. All right, here we go. Towel Trivia. All right, little towels. Here we go. The first category is going to be world capitals. So if you like world capitals, you are in for a treat. All right, world capitals, ladies and gentlemen. World capitals. All right, your Towel Trivia countdown is about 30 seconds because it's about to go up on the screen. 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Last 2 to 3 rounds of the day. It took away one of my rounds because I loaded the wrong link at first. That's okay. Anyway, last couple rounds of the day here. So let's see how everybody does. We got our standings. People are trying to climb up. People are going to take advantage of the fact that Steph isn't here. Steph's like, oh no, I'm a Steph Towel. You are a Steph Towel. That's true. All right, here we go. Let's go, little towels. This is how it goes. 10-second countdown. 10 seconds. Here we go. World capitals is the first category. World capitals. First question, little towels. What city serves as the capital of Japan? The capital of Japan. Is it Beijing, Bangkok, Seoul, or Tokyo? What is the capital of Japan? Is it Beijing, Bangkok, Seoul, or Tokyo? It is indeed Tokyo. And we'll give people a chance to respond. It is the first question, so it's all right if we want to take a little time. No? Very good guess. By Towel. Oh, goodness gracious. Peggy Towel. So I got to give about a 20-second delay. That's all right. Peggy Towel. We've been going all day, so the stream delay goes up. Peggy Towel comes in and grabs the full point. It's her first right answer of the day. Hello, Dale83 Jr. Thanks so much for playing with us. Jill Young also picks up half a point. Dale, I'll be happy to add you to the blue wall of towels. Can't really do very much, but it is our honor to welcome you to the game. Next question, and by the way, this round was supposed to start at 2:45, so here we go. Where is the capital located in Canada? Oh no, Steph's going to feel terrible. She missed her favorite question. Is it Montreal, Vancouver, Toronto, or Ottawa? What is the capital of Canada? Montreal, Vancouver, Toronto, or Ottawa? It is Ottawa, ladies and gentlemen. Towel knew that one from the last round. I've been learning my world capitals. Yes, indeed. So we'll see if Peggy can climb up the scoreboard. It looks like Jill might end up being able to take a podium position, and we'll play 2 more rounds. So this round and then 1 more. We'll see if anybody pops up. Allie and Rue might want to charge in at the last moment. Excellent guess, Peggy. Oh, good guess, Dale. You would think it's Montreal, but I think the actual parliament is in Ottawa. Yep. Peggy Towel grabs the full point, and Jill grabs half a point, getting into the double digits. Thanks very much for joining in today, folks. Remember, we have a long week, so we're going to be playing a lot of Towel Trivia during jury selection in the Adelson case, and I'm looking forward to it. Next question. What city functions as the capital of Bhutan? Oh, we got this one the other day. Is it Thimphu, Dhaka, Lhasa, or Kathmandu? What is the capital of Bhutan? Is it Thimphu, Dhaka, Lhasa, or Kathmandu? It is Thimphu, Bhutan. I learned that one the other day, ladies and gentlemen. I did not know the capital of Bhutan prior to playing this game, but that's the fun in learning. All right, let's see if Peggy remembers it from the other day. I bet she does. Good guess, Peggy. I thought it was Kathmandu at first. I think everybody, when they see this question for the first time, thinks it's Kathmandu, but Jill comes through and grabs the full point. Yeah, it's not exactly the easiest question in the world. You wouldn't exactly think that Bhutan is one of those countries where it just pops off the map. But needless to say, Jill Young picks up the full point. I know, Peggy Towel, but we're still learning. Got to be willing to be wrong to learn. Next question. In what city does the administrative center of the Philippines exist? So what city is the capital of, or what is the administrative center of the Philippines? Is it Quezon City, Davao City, Manila, or Cebu City? Is it Quezon City, Davao City, Manila, Cebu City? I think it's Manila. Quezon City. I've never been to the Philippines. Who was going to pick up the 2 points? Yep, Jill, I thought it was Manila as well. I thought it was Manila. I've only ever heard of the Thrilla in Manila. Oh, points on the board. It's all right, Jill and Peggy. We did our best. Good guess, Dale. I really thought it was Manila as well. I think I strongly associate Manila with, what's it called? The Thrilla in Manila with Ali and Frasier. So I thought it was Manila. Next question. What city stands as the capital of Morocco? What city is the capital of Morocco? Is it Rabat, Casablanca, Tangier, or Marrakesh? What city is the capital of Morocco? Rabat, Casablanca, Tangier, or Marrakesh? Okay, it's either Casablanca or Tangier. I don't think it's Marrakesh, but I'm going to go with Tangier. Nope, Rabat. I'd be shocked if anyone knows this. Maybe people have been to Morocco. Peggy thought it was Marrakesh. That's a good guess. I was leaning that originally. But it is Rabat, which is number 1. So there's 2 points up on the board if someone can get Rabat. Good guess. Jill thought it was Tangier, like me. There you go. Dale comes in and grabs the 2 points. Excellent job, Dale. Congratulations. That was a hard one to get right. Rabat, Morocco. Not exactly something you hear about every day. I don't hear about too many flights to the city of Rabat. All right, next question. What city has served as the capital of Kazakhstan since 1997? What city has served as the capital city of Kazakhstan since 1997? Astana, Almaty, Bishkek, Nur Sultan. Is it Astana, Almaty, Bishkek, or Nur Sultan? I think it's Astana. No, Nur Sultan. I thought it was Nur Sultan at first, but I was like, no, I think it's Astana. Dale, it's that kind of information that helps you get points in towel trivia. That's great. Dale's old coworker was from Morocco. Peggy guessed Bishkek. No, that was a good guess, though. Jill went with Astana, like me, for some reason. That's what I thought it was. Dale also went with Astana. I'm not really sure. I had a really strong association with Astana and Kazakhstan, but for some reason, ladies and gentlemen, it was just not to be. All right, here we go, folks. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. We have a little bit of movement. We have Jill Towell moving up 1 position. We have Dale Towell moving up onto the board. We have Peggy Towell on the board. And here are your standings. Yeah, Nur Sultan has apparently served as the capital of Kazakhstan since 1997. Now, that's not to say it's 100% right, but, you know, that's what the bot says. The bot's normally surprisingly pretty right, but it has gotten things either wrong or it asked a question with no right answers, so we should double check. But we go with the answer on the board. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. No, Peggy, go with your gut. Go with your gut. We still, without her even playing, she's still in the lead. That's how good she is, ladies and gentlemen. She might win without even being here. That we're going into our last round right now, so I can go take a walk. I'm tired. I want to go out in the sun. You know, I'm actually feeling better when I go out in the sun. I was collapsing a lot in like the past 3 weeks, but I've been feeling a little better. Doctor just think it's okay, at least for me to walk. So I'm walking. I haven't collapsed randomly, so that's good. Anyway, Steph Towell in first place, 19 points, heading into our last round. In second place, you know him as Little Towel. He's a Little Towel. We have washcloths, towels, soap dispensers, paper towels, hemp towels, beach towels, towelettes, all sorts of towels, microfiber towels, towels of all sorts here, folks. Towels in second place, 16 points. In third place, still holding on to their position. She was doing well earlier. They were doing well earlier. Sometimes I get people's gender wrong, so I'm just saying they. Jeff Towell, 12 points. Excellent job, Jeff Towell. First, second, and third, Steph Towell, Jeff Towell. Right outside the top 3, Jill Towell looks like she might get a podium position today because we're heading into our last round. Jill only needs to get a few questions right to break the podium. Jill Towell and Allie and Brew, who aren't even playing, still tied. Fourth place, 11 points. Fifth place, Nancy Towell, 10 points. Excellent job earlier. Fifth place. Sixth place, Elizabeth Towell, 3 points. Excellent job, Elizabeth Towell earlier. Seventh place, three-way tie, Elijah Towell, Bunny Towell, and first time on the board, Dale Towell. Excellent job, charging up right away after only one round, 2.5 points each. And eighth place, the position of honor. She's only been playing for one round. She's not going to end in the position of honor. Peggy Towell. Excellent job. All right, last round of the day, folks. There you scores. Who's going to get on the podium? How will it end? The last round is going to be, let me see, it's got to be something very interesting. All right, throw out a category in the chat. First one I see that I think is interesting, I will accept as our final category of the day. First thing I see that's interesting, I'll accept. Peggy Towell's on the spot. Any categories you've been waiting to do, now's the time to throw it out. Dale is our new guest. Dale, you have a category you want to do? Just shout it out. Well, not literally. If you just shout it out in your house, I'm pretty sure someone's going to be like, who are you shouting at? But if you just shout it into the phone and it then translate it to text, that would work. Any category suggestion? I think Peggy will probably have a good one. She's thrown food. All right, Peggy always is simple, to the point. Here we go. The category is food. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, food is the category. North Carolina. Just did not in time, Elijah Towell. Great to see you, though. What ingredient is primarily used? Oh, Dale, I'll write that one for next time. What ingredient is primarily used to make traditional pesto? What ingredient is traditionally used to make traditional pesto? Basil, oregano, cilantro, parsley. Is it basil, oregano, cilantro, or parsley? I don't know. Basil? Yes, I don't even eat that. I don't know what the hell that is. I don't like pesto, but I got it right. I'm a towel. Everyone got it right. Jill was the first one to get it, full point. Elijah Towell still on the board. Elijah Towell comes in and grabs half a point. We got Dale. Excellent job, Dale, picking up another half point. We got Peggy Towell picking up half a point. We might play one more round after this to give Dale a chance to do weather because it's their first towel trivia with us, so maybe one more. What fruit is known for having seeds on the outside? Is it a strawberry, a blueberry, an avocado, or a kiwi? What fruit is known for having seeds on the outside? Is it a strawberry, a blueberry, an avocado, or a kiwi? Now, to get this right, you have to know that a strawberry is not a berry, it's a fruit. I got it right. See what I mean? You had to know a strawberry is not a berry, it's a fruit. Peggy Towell, I got your answer for that last one. You got half a point. Excellent job. Jill, Peggy, and Dale all got it right. Jill was the first one. Jill gets a full point. Peggy Towell gets half a point. And then Dale also gets half a point. And then let's see if Elijah Towell... Wait, Elijah Towell, were you answering this one? Or no, that was the one before. So Elijah Towell, if you have an answer that comes in, that's fine. If you don't know this one, that's fine. Next question. Here we go. Dale, this is your category. Which dish utilizes saffron as a key spice? Biryani, ratatouille, moussaka, paella. Which dish utilizes saffron as a key spice? Biryani, ratatouille, moussaka, paella. Show me biryani, paella. Oh, good one, Elijah Towell. You get that half point for the last question. I don't know about this one, though, ladies and gentlemen. Elijah Towell, good guess, biryani. Nope, it is paella, ladies and gentlemen. Peggy Towell nails it. Peggy Towell gets 2 points because I got that one wrong. Wait a minute. Yep, Peggy Towell was the first one. Dale Towell nailed it as well, picks up a full point. If I get a question wrong, you get double points. 2 points for getting it right first, 1 point for getting it right after. Jill, good guess. I thought it was biryani as well. It sounded like an Indian dish. We were wrong. Peggy Towell, Pete Bunny Towell is proud of you. Look at Pete Bunny Towell just wants to let Peggy Towell know that was a very impressive answer. He is proud of you. Yes, you want to let her know? Yep, he doesn't like communists, and he loves Peggy Towell. Good job, Peggy Towell. You've won Pete Bunny Towell over. Peggy's been waiting for this day for a long time. All right, next question, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it still worked out for you, Peggy Towell. Which fermented product is made from soybeans and wheat? Which fermented product is made from soybeans and wheat? kimchi, hummus, soy sauce, tahini. Which fermented product is made from soybeans and wheat? Kimchi, hummus, soy sauce, tahini. I have no idea. I mean, it sounds like soy sauce. It was soy sauce. I just guessed. There you go. Pete Bunny Towels with me, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, soybeans, I guess it kind of makes sense. I was like soy sauce, soybeans, wheat. Why is there wheat in soy sauce? I don't know, but you know what I'm saying. There you go. All right, who got it right first? Peggy Towel just beat out Dale Towel. Just beat out Dale Towel for the full point, but Dale Towel also gets half a point. Excellent job, Peggy and Dale Towel. Peggy Towel is on a roll. Bunny Towel, would you like to do a celebration for Peggy Towel and Dale Towel? They both got it right again. You're very hungry? Well, you're making him hungry, but he's very proud of both of you. This is our mascot, Pete Bunny Towel. We have a few mascots, one of which is Pete Bunny Towel. Now, Pete Bunny Towel was a Mother's Day gift from 4 years ago that sat on my giant bookshelf for 4 years. He now sits on a night table. People are like, why do you have that? Well, Mom said keep it safe. Towel Mom wants me to keep it safe. I kept it safe. All right, next question. What term describes a specific Italian baking technique involving dough preparation and fermentation? Which term describes a specific Italian baking technique involving dough preparation and fermentation? Is it polenta, bruschetta, focaccia, bija? Polenta, bruschetta, focaccia, bija. Dough preparation and fermentation. I have no freaking idea. I just guessed. It's bija. Team Peep, says Peggy. Good guess, Elijah. I thought it was focaccia as well. Good guess, Jill. That was my first guess as well. Is anyone going to pick up the 2 points? Who knew bija? Peggy and Dale. No, it's not bruschetta. It's not focaccia. It is bija, apparently. I've never heard of it. I have never heard of it. Maybe it's just me. Yeah, I know that was a tough one. Never heard of it. Last question of this round. We have one more round after this. We're going to do weather in honor of Dale as our last round after this. What fruit's name also refers to its color, often associated with citrus beverages? Which fruit's name also refers to its color, which is often associated with citrus beverages? Is it a lime, a clementine, a kiwi, or a tangerine? Is it a lime, a clementine, a kiwi, or a tangerine? It's a tangerine. Nailed it. It's a strain of cannabis as well. There you go. We are learning, Elijah Tell. Every day you learn is a good day. Good guess. I thought it was lime at first, but I went with tangy. I went with tangy because I knew that tangerine was that kind of sort of evocative, onomatopoetic sort of descriptor. Which sounds like what it is. So Peggy Towel comes in and grabs the full point. Excellent job, Peggy Towel. Not an easy one to answer. Not an easy one to answer by any stretch of the imagination, ladies and gentlemen. But nailed it. Not a problem, Dale. It was a very good guess. It seems like it could be clementine at first. It does. It really does. And it seems like it could be lime, too. Lime is kind of a color. But here we go. We're heading into our last round. We decided to add a bonus round in honor of Dale, who's playing for the first time. And that's going to be weather. But let me show you your scores before we head into our final bonus round. Extra towel trivia, ladies and gentlemen. There's your current scores. Hold on. We had someone else join the board. Hold on. There's Elijah Towel. All right, here we go. Heading into our final round of today's Towel Trivia. Remember, we're back every day this week. Jury selection in the Adelson case. We'll be playing Towel Trivia, so every day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday, the case starts, ideally. We'll play Towel Trivia during lunch or during any breaks or recesses. Here's our standings. Heading into the final round of Towel Trivia. It is round 23, August 18th, 2025. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks so much for being here on Towel's Public Information Service. Here you go. In first place, Towel, 20 points. Somehow took over Steph Towel only by luck of the draw because she had to go hang out with her daughter and her friends, which is a wonderful thing to do. Second place, Steph Towell. She's half Canadian, half British, half German, all Canadian hero. Steph Towell, 19 points. In third place, exactly as predicted, ladies and gentlemen, Jill Towell climbs up on the podium. I don't think anyone's going to be able to knock Jill Towell off that podium. Will she be able to get to second place? We'll find out in the last round. Third place, ladies and gentlemen, Jill Towell, 13 points. So first, second, and third on the podium heading into the last round. Towell, Steph Towell, Jill Towell, 2019-13. In fourth place, right outside the podium, it's Jeff Towell. Jeff Towell still holding on at 12 points. Fifth place, ladies and gentlemen, Allie and Rue Towell with 11 points. Oh, Steph is back, ladies and gentlemen, and it's our final round. Steph, you got really lucky. We're doing a bonus round. We're welcoming Dale to Towel Trivia for the first time. He's quite a ferocious competitor. And Dale Towell, by the way, also moved up some spots, so let me adjust that. Steph Towell, you came in right at the right time. You and I are going to have a battle as we head into this place. Jeff Towell, 12. Fifth place, Allie and Rue with 11. Sixth place, Nancy Towell, 10 points. Excellent job. Seventh place, she already saw it. She counted. She knows how to look at the board. She is serendipitously enough in seventh with 7.5 points. Peggy Towell, Pete Bunny Towell is very proud of you. Do you think she's going to keep climbing? You know she is. She loves America. Hates the damn commies. Loves Pete Bunny Towell. All right. Got it conveyed. All right. Pete Bunny Towell is proud of you, Peggy Towell. So that was seventh place, serendipitously enough. Eighth place, Dale Towell. First time on the board. Excellent job. By the way, the towel thing is, someone called me a towel one time on social media. I took it over as a motif. It became a whole thing. Now we all call each other towels. It's a sign of love. If you're a towel, it means you're a good person. So there you go. Dale Towell, 5 points. Excellent job. Eighth place. Ninth place, right behind Dale Towell. So Dale Towell's in the top 10 on his first appearance in Towel Trivia. Ninth place, Elizabeth Towell, 3 points. Excellent job. Tied for 10th, ladies and gentlemen, right behind Elizabeth Towell, Elijah Towell, the ever-present and threatening Elijah Towell, knowledgeable on all subjects, and Bunny Towell, who also is a big fan of Pete Bunny Towell, and Pete Bunny Towell loves Bunny Towell. 2.5 points each, 10th place. Now, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. We have an update to the scoreboard. Wait a minute. Elijah Towell is on here twice. So hold on. Elijah Towell gets a point. Hold on. We must update the scoreboard. All right, we have an update, ladies and gentlemen. We have an update. All right, so instead of Peggy 7th, Dale 8th, Elijah Towell, now we have Peggy Towell with 7.5 and 7th, Dale Towell in 8th with 5, Elijah Towell in 9th with 3.5, because Elijah Towell had an extra point hiding there. 9th with 3.5. 10th place, Elizabeth Towell, all alone, 3 points, right outside the top 10 in the position of honor. Bunny Towell, 2.5. And then Peggy Towell would like us all to know that they want Peep Towell to be president, which frankly, I mean, I can't hate on that. More power to Peep Towell. If Rue's going to be mayor of Boston, Peep Towell may as well be president. All righty. So last round of the day, folks. And if you're wondering what is the last round of the day going to be, well, don't worry about that. It is going to be weather, because Dale is our newest Towel Trivia player. So Dale selected weather as the last category. Final category of the day. Who is going to take the crown? We have a very close competition at the top of the scoreboard. Steph is back, the ever-dangerous Steph, ladies and gentlemen. We call her Steph Towell because she is a Steph Towell. And you might be saying, what is a Steph Towell? Well, it's a Canadian hero that is half Canadian, half British, half German, and intent on invading Vermont to facilitate the production of maple syrup to power the Canadian cars. Now listen, I don't know how the damn Canadians work. They apparently fuel their cars with maple syrup. I can't get into it. It's a very complicated story. It has something to do with Walt Whitman being a nurse during the U.S. Civil War in a Canadian television commercial. I wish I could explain more. That's just the reality of the situation. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit esoteric. We have some lore on this channel. All right, here we go, folks. With that said, the last category of the day, who's going to take it home? Tal's going to go for a walk, hopefully before it rains after this. And we will see each other tomorrow for more. Jury selection begins in the Don Adelson case. And we'll be playing some Towel Trivia. And Walt Whitman cosplaying as A.A. Moline. All right, last category of the day. It is weather. Weather, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. It's not a double bonus round. I don't know anything about the damn weather. I know this, though. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. You just need a towel. You know what I'm saying? You hold the towel up, it blows around. Okay, the wind's going that way. There you go. You don't need it. That's what Bob Dylan was missing in that song. You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows. You need a towel. All right, here we go. Last round of the day, weather. What instrument is used to measure atmospheric pressure? What instrument is used to measure atmospheric pressure? Is it a barometer, an anemometer, a thermometer, or a hygrometer? What instrument is used to measure atmospheric pressure? A barometer, an anemometer, a thermometer, or a hydrometer? I think it's a barometer. It's a barometer, ladies and gentlemen. A barometer, I do say. And the first person to get it right was Elijah Towell, clearly a barometer of the capacity of this chat to answer questions correctly. Yes, Elijah Towell is the barometer. That was a lot of barometer words. I liked that. Steph Towell picks up half a point. It's not going to do it, though, Steph. Dale Towell picks up half a point. Excellent job. Peggy Towell picks up half a point. All right, 5 questions to go in today's Towell Trivia. Next question coming up. Here we go. What term describes the boundary between two different air masses? What term describes the boundary between two different air masses? Is it a front, a gust, a precipice, or a cyclone? Is it a front, a gust, a precipice, or a cyclone? It is a front, ladies and gentlemen. No, Jill, I'm so sorry. We have to go by the cell phone, and I have had Elijah Towell by before you. Your phone might show it first, but we use the Towell cell phone as a mediator. The first one to get this one, Steph was the first one to answer, but that was not the correct answer. It was not the precipice, which it's a good guess. But the correct answer in this one, ladies and gentlemen, was front, which means we have Elijah Towell again as the first person to get it right. Then we have Dale Towell picking up half a point. Excellent job, Dale. Jill picking up half a point. And then we have Peggy Towell picking up half a point. All right, so there we go. We have more questions to go, but that's how that one settled. Excellent guess, Steph Towell. You were quick on the draw. Quick draw, Steph McGraw, but it was a tough one. Yep, front is the boundary between two masses of air. A cold front, you might call it. A cold front is approaching. All right, next question. And if you have complaints, Steph, about how it's presented in Canada, call the Met Office. I don't know if the Met Office actually operates in Canada. I'll have to Google that. Next question. What meteorological event describes a rapid and intense downward movement of air creating strong wind near the Earth's surface? Well, that's a little verbose. What meteorological event describes a rapid and intense downward movement of air creating strong wind near the Earth's surface? Is it a tornado, a microburst, or a cyclone, or a hurricane? Is it a tornado, a microburst, a cyclone, or a hurricane? It's clearly a tornado. It's a microburst. I thought that's over the water. Oh, I have been screwed. I have Elijah Towell as the first one to get that one right, ladies and gentlemen. Elijah Towell picking up 2 points. And then I have Dale picking up a full point. Steph Towell picking up a full point. Jill Young picking up a full point, as does Peggy Towell. The only one who got it wrong was Towell. Now listen, how did you all know that was how did you know that was not a tornado? I'm baffled. I thought it was a tornado. A microburst is a kind of a tornado, but I thought a microburst occurs over water. That must be a funnel. I'm kind of a dumb towel, you know what I'm saying? I'm not very attuned to meteorological events. I'm a towel. But I was just saying towels are good at measuring wind. Oh, goodness. I'm having some cognitive dissonance right now. No, weather is just a very apoplectic topic for towels. All right, let's go. Next question. I don't know how it works. I don't know if the tornado comes down or goes up. I'm not a weatherman. All right, I'm a towel. All right, next question. What phenomena occurs when the Earth's atmosphere refracts sunlight directly onto the moon during a total lunar eclipse? I have no idea. What phenomena occurs when the Earth's atmosphere refracts sunlight directly onto the moon during a total lunar eclipse? Is it a blue moon, a blood moon, a halo moon, or a harvest moon? I don't know. A blue moon. One's in a blue moon. A blood moon. Oh, goodness. I got it wrong again. Steph Towel, good guess. You must really like the video game Halo. I wanted it to be a Halo moon as well. No, it's a blood moon. Jill picks up the 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. 2 points for Jill. Who else is going to have known it was a blood moon? Dale picks up the full point. It is the blood moon. Good guess, Peggy. It was not a harvest moon. I thought it was a harvest moon at first. I was thinking old Blue Eyes, Frank Sinatra, and then Once in a Blue Moon, and then I was like, oh, it's not. It's the blood moon. What kind of question? God bless Jill and Dale. I don't know how you got that one, knowing about refracting sunlight directly onto the moon during a total lunar eclipse. Have you considered applying to work for NASA? All right. Steph was like, I just didn't know, so I guessed. Well, Steph, maybe you saw a documentary about some trip to Mars or something, and then they mentioned something about some faraway galaxy, which you misinterpreted as being about a lunar eclipse, and then you almost got it right. You know what I'm saying? Ozzy bark at the moon. All right. I love it, Dale. Well, Dale, you could have gone with, like, saying, oh, I'm a scientist, I'm clearly ready for NASA, but you're a humble towel, and you said, well, it was Ozzy Osbourne. You know what? Rest in peace, Mr. Ozzy Osbourne. I love that song, too. It reminds me of GTA Vice City. But frankly, I'm still happy to send Jill and Dale to NASA. All right? They'll be a little perplexed when why are you here? Well, this towel said we should show up. Well, that's a good enough reason as any, I suppose. In another life. Yes, indeed, Jill. All right, next question. What phenomena involves the uplift of warm air that cools and condenses to form clouds? Steph, what have you done? What phenomena involves the uplift of warm air that cools and condenses to form clouds? Conduction, radiation, convection, diffusion. Oh no, I'm being traumatized by 7th grade science class. Conduction, radiation, convection, diffusion. I have no fucking idea. Oh, damn it. Damn it. I narrowed it down to convection or conduction. Oh, Elijah Dowell nailed it. 2 points. Steph, good guess. I was divided as well. Jill picks up a full point. Dale picks up a full point. Peggy Towell picks up a full point. What have you done, Steph? All right. That was a hard one. All right, next question. Final round for today. Next question. What scale measures the intensity of tornadoes' damage based on damage? What scale measures the intensity of tornadoes based on damage? What scale measures the intensity of tornadoes based on damage? Is it the enhanced Fujita scale, the Richter scale, the Beaufort scale, or the Sharif-Simpson scale? Is it the enhanced Fujita, the Richter, the Beaufort, or the Sharif-Simpson? I think it's the Sharif-Simpson. Oh, come on, the Fujita. Oh, goodness. Steph, good guess. I made a good guess, too. Dale picks up the 2 points. Excellent job, Dale. Very impressive. Jill Towell picks up another full point. Impressive answer. Good guess, Elijah Towell. I thought it was the Sharif Simpson as well. Good guess, Peggy Towell. It was the enhanced Fujita scale, though. Who would have known? There you go, learning something every day. I thought number 1 was about food. Steph, are you thinking about fajitas for dinner? Because fajitas are delicious. All right. Steph clearly is very hungry. Can't blame her. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next. Oh, that was the final question. Oh, goodness. We have our scores. Oh, Steph Towell, you had chances there. Steph Towell, you could have taken me down. It was close. Oh, goodness. There was some ferocious movement. We have some very intelligent towel players. We could play one more round. One more round. All right. I know I said it was the last round. We can play one more round because there's some really good competition. I know. Just one more. One more round. Wait till you see these scores. You'll be pleased that we're going to play one more. I want to give Steph a chance, too. I'm not just going to take the crown. Take a look at that. There are your scores, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing one more round. Extra double bonus round. Extra double bonus round. We're doing one more after this because it's so close and we're having such good competition. And you can see Dale's jumping up the scoreboard. Elijah Towell, as always, a persistent threat. Here are your scores heading into the actual final round. First place, Little Towel in with 22 points, but we're playing one more round because I want to give Steph Towell a chance. First place, Little Towel. Second place, she's half Canadian, she's half German, she's half British, she's all Canadian hero. Steph Towell, 20.5 points. In third place, Jill Towell is now also going to have a chance to threaten for second or first. Jill Towell, strong all game, 19 points for second and third. Towell, Steph Towell, Jill Towell, excellent job. Podium heading into our actual final round. Fourth place, right outside the top three, Jeff Towell. It is a horse race, ladies and gentlemen. There's no doubt about that. Fourth place, Jeff Towell, 12 points. Fifth place, we have a two-way tie. Their first appearance in the game, and they're already up to fifth place in a two-way tie after only playing half the day. Dale Towell, Allie Towell, and Rue all tied, 11 points. Excellent job. Peggy Towell right behind Allie and Dale Towell, so that was a tie for fifth. Peggy Towell in sixth place with 10.5. Excellent job, Peggy Towell. You climbed up another spot. You are threatening. You could move as high as fourth with just 1.5 points difference. Look at that. Between fourth place and sixth place, ladies and gentlemen, just 1.5 points difference. Right behind Peggy Towell, who's doing excellent. Pete Towell is very proud, by the way, of Peggy Towell. He's over there jawing along. He's telling me that Peggy Towell is going to kick butt and take names. He didn't use those words, so I censored some of them. Excellent job, Peggy Towell. Then we have right behind Peggy Towell in, 7th place, Nancy Towell with 10 points. Excellent job, Nancy Towell. In 8th place, Elijah Towell joined late, but climbing up that board. And again, there's only 2.5 points between 4th place and 8th place. Elijah Towell, 9.5 points. 10th place, Elizabeth Towell, rounding out the top 10, 3 points. Excellent job. And in the position of honor, with Bunny Towell's accolades for being the greatest bunny of all time and hating the damn commies, Bunny Towell, 2.5 points. Yes, Pete Bunny Towell does love Peggy Towell, and he just wants her to know that, and he loves Bunny Towell, and he hates the damn commies. Now, you might be saying, well, I'm not a communist. Well, that's good. Then Pete Bunny Towell loves you. We're all on the same page. This morning, I was arguing with Towell Mom about something, and I ended the argument by saying, well, at least we both hate the damn communists, and she was like, that's true. All right, actual final round. And you might get one more bonus round out of me, but this probably is the final round. We'll see. We have 2 rounds technically to go, so you might get another one after this. But I really, we'll see. All right, maybe you'll get 2. I'm having a good time. All right, here we go. Little towels. All right, what are we going to do? Let's do a towel suggestion. All right, throw some suggestions out in the chat. We're doing 2 more rounds of towel trivia. Did I say this was the final round? No, we're doing 2 more. Sorry. I'm having a good time. So throw out some suggestions. First ones that I see in the chat that I like, I will go ahead and that will be the next one. We have 2 rounds to go. Little towels. 2 rounds to go. We are about to begin. 2 rounds to go. All right, see how it says 2 to go? You only get 3 per browser per day, so we can do like 9 to 10 rounds with the trivia round. So throw out a category. I wait like 20 seconds because that's how long it takes. The oceans. All right, the ocean. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Art. Oh, that's a good one as well. So we have ocean, the ocean, and art. Okay, we have the ocean and art. We're going to start with the ocean, then do art. All right, the first category is the ocean. Here we go. The ocean. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. The ocean. Not the oceans, just the ocean. What is the largest ocean on Earth? The Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Southern Ocean, the Indian Ocean. What is the largest ocean on Earth? The Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Southern Ocean, the Indian Ocean. It's either the Pacific or the Indian. I think it's the Indian Ocean. Might be the Pacific, though. Oh, bro, this is really hard. I think it's the Pacific. Yeah, Pacific. The Indian Ocean is big, but the Pacific Ocean is bigger. All right, Steph Towell with the full point. Elijah Towell, half a point. Excellent job. Bunny Towell's back. Bunny Towell's back again. Pete Bunny Towell. All right, Pete Bunny Towell. Bunny Towell's back. Nope, he's napping. You're excited, though? Yeah, he winked at me. Jill Towel picks up half a point. Peggy Towel, good guess. I thought it was the Indian Ocean at first, but no, Peggy Towel, I can see why. It's probably the second biggest. Dale Towel picks up half a point, moves up above Allie Towel on the scoreboard. Next question. Here we go. What ocean is located at the Earth's southernmost region? Is it the Atlantic Ocean, the Arctic Ocean, the Southern Ocean, or the Indian Ocean? If there's a Southern Ocean, they've been hiding it from me, those bastards. What ocean is located at the Earth's southernmost region? The Atlantic Ocean, the Arctic Ocean, the Southern Ocean, the Indian Ocean. If it's the Southern Ocean, I'm leaving. God damn it, they hid the Southern Ocean from me. I knew it. Oh, damn it. I knew it. They hid it. They hid it from me. How did so many of you know him? Oh, well, it wasn't a lot of you. Elijah, how did you know about the Southern Ocean? Who told you about it? Bunny Towel, where did you figure out about the sun? Listen to me. If the government has been hiding the Southern Ocean from us, we deserve to know. All right? We absolutely deserve to know. I will not stand for this. I've never heard of the Southern Ocean. I refuse to believe this is a thing. This is some mythical, nonsensical. This is like the ice wall around Antarctica. Does it wave in the southern drop? No, Dale Dow, you're going to fit right in. That's hilarious. All right. Hold on. We pause. We are Googling this. No, oh, God, it was an ocean. No, that was, Steph, that was a sea within an ocean. What is the Southern Ocean? All right? Until it tells me that it's a thing, I refuse to believe it's a thing. Oh, no, it's a thing. Oh, dear God. It's a thing. Steph, it's exactly... Oh, wait a minute. We're all redeemed. Now, listen, I cannot... Yeah, it was a sea within an ocean. Now, listen, I cannot give you any points back, but ladies and gentlemen, guess why we all got it wrong? The Southern Ocean is the Antarctic Ocean. We have been hornswoggled. We have been screwed. We were equivocated out of points. It is an injustice. I demand to speak to the Penguins. Take me to the Penguins right now. I demand to know what has happened. I would just like to say this is a travesty, a sham, and a mockery. This is a travesty, this is a sham, and a mockery. It is a travesty and mockery of the highest order. I demand justice. All right? This is just egregious. This is offensive. No, multiple correct. There you go. At least I got to do a feedback for him. But this is a travesty of justice. Okay? This cannot stand. This cannot stand. We're still learning. We're having fun and we're learning. Bing, Joe Rogan never told us. Can that be? Wait, hold on. Would anyone object if instead of doing, art's such a good category, but I really want to do things Joe Rogan never told us as a category? Listen, they hid the ice wall from us. They hid the Southern Ocean. It is a conspiracy of the highest order. Someone call the Penguins. Next question. Thank you for calling the Penguins, Peggy. Next question. What current influences weather patterns in the Pacific region? What current influences weather patterns in the Pacific region? Is it the Labrador Current? Is it the Benguela Current? Is it the Gulf Stream? Or is it the Kurashimo Current? Is it the Labrador Current? Clearly. Is it the Benguela Current, the Gulf Stream, or the Kurashimo Current? I have no fucking idea. The Gulf Stream? Who would have known that? Why would it be called that? Because it comes from Japan? Oh, this is a travesty. We need more control over international naming conventions. I demand some kind of redress. I have a grievance with the Japanese government. We have all been hornswoggled. No one got it right. Somebody get the charge day affairs of the Japanese embassy to me right now. I have complaints. I have grievances. As far as I'm aware, there's nothing that undermines any position of the United States in violation of the Logan Act by me having grievances about the Kuroshio current. Bunny Dow, very good guess. Nope, we all got hornswoggled. Peggy wants to speak to the manager. It is the damn Japanese. The Kuroshio current has taken us all for a ride. You see what I did there? I'm hilarious. Next question. What name describes the boundary between oceanic and continental crust? What name describes the boundary between oceanic and continental crust? Oh my dear goodness. Thermosilene, the mid-Atlantic ridge, the subduction zone, or the ophiolite. The thermolocene, the mid-Atlantic ridge, the subduction zone, or the ophiolite. I think it's the subduction zone. Oh, come on! Why is it called the ophiolite? Why would you call it that? Oh, goodness. Listen to me. I object. This is just very hard. I don't want to go in the ocean. Although I was thinking the other day, what if we just live in a different form of water than exists under the ocean? So the reason the aliens don't come here is they can't breathe because we're actually underwater. That's what I was thinking about this morning. I don't know. I think I was just in the shower or something, and I was like, what if we're under just a different form of water than that exists in the water? And then the aliens can't come visit us because they don't know how to breathe. You know what I'm saying? So, in short, nobody got it right because who the hell would know that it's an ophiolite, whatever the hell that is, which is apparently the boundary between an oceanic and a continental crust. Who picked ocean as the category? Says Elijah. Oh, it needs to be the subduction zone. It should be the subduction zone. You know what I'm saying? Oh, don't tell me this is going to be one of the... All right. There's water in space, too. Bunny, I see your point. I'm going to have to think more about my theory. Bunny, you've really put a grind in my gears here. Not in a bad way, but I got to rethink my postulate. All right, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it necessarily holds true in light of your challenge, right? So I appreciate it. Now, I still don't know what an ophiolite is, and I frankly don't want to know. I'm offended by the concept. Let's continue. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Dale Towel is a guest. Dale Towel is doing good things for us. What is the major oceanic, not a guest, a new towel. What is the major oceanic trench located near the Mariana Islands? What is the major oceanic trench located near the Mariana Islands? Is it the Carmatic Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench, the Mariana Trench, or the Java Trench? All right, if we get screwed on this one, I'm really leaving. Show me the Mariana Trench. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my reading comprehension skills have paid off. I know what words mean. Oh, goodness. Praise be. Yes, praise be. Steph Towel also knows how to read. Congratulations. Jill, we all know how to read. I'm so pleased. Ladies and gentlemen, I am just so pleased with all of you. America and the world has redeemed itself. Dale, I didn't mean to mock you. I really think that my brain wanted to pick Puerto Rico Trench at first as well, and only because I saw Mariana Trench and forced myself to be like, oh, it's probably the Mariana Trench, not the Puerto Rico Trench, did I get it right. I almost clicked number 2. That's why I said I'm glad. So I'm not mocking you. I almost fell victim to that. Bonnie Towel picks up half a point. Elijah Towel, and by the way, I started talking about that before I saw anyone's answer, so just know that I almost fell for number 2 as well. Peggy Towel and Elijah Towel, excellent job. Yep, that was one of those tough questions. It was because your brain wants to answer it, but you have to force yourself to read the answer sometimes, and this game loves to play tricks. We have seen actually answers that we had the same word as the question that were not the answer, so even that, like your brain, that's why I was like, wait a minute, are they trying to trick me? And, so it's kind of what makes it fun. Dale was like, I jumped the gun. Yep, exactly. Sometimes you just got to read them all. I had to, it's a test-taking strategy, actually, like read every answer. They're trying to give you hints, see if you can eliminate any. All right. I actually like this category. This game, sometimes it can do okay categories, sometimes it just doesn't know what it's doing. This category is good. It's hard, and it's like, it's got questions that you really would have to, like, one, that was kind of easy, but most of the questions were hard. Here we go, next question. What type of sea ice formation process is primarily driven by wind and ocean currents? What type of sea ice formation process is primarily driven by wind and ocean currents? Brine rejection, evaporation condensation, wind stress, thermal expansion. Brine rejection, evaporation condensation, wind stress, thermal expansion. Wind stress? I almost went with brine rejection too, just because I was like, well, that sounds wrong, so I may as well pick that one. All right. Brine rejection. Nanya, it's so good to see you, my dear friend. Who would have ever thought it was brine rejection? Nanya is the captain of a ship, by the way. So, Nanya, I mean, you kind of should have known about brine. I have a feeling this is the kind of stuff that, like, is on the side of ships. Dale picks up the 2 points. Excellent job, Dale. 2 points on the board. You grabbed him. Bunny Towel picks up a full point. Grant, you changed it to make it harder earlier during the Winnie the Pooh category. I must have, Steph. Hello, Nanya. It's good to see you. Peggy Towel, great guess. I didn't get this one. This was a hard... Other than Dale and Bunny Towel, who are clearly some kind of ship captains, nobody knew about brine rejection. Bunny was like, I don't actually know that much about the oceans. I was guessing. Well, Bunny Towel, you should have just been like, I'm a ship captain. You know what I'm saying? Because then people would have been like, oh, it's Captain Ahab Bunny. You know what I'm saying? Nobody would have doubted you. And I'm sure Dale's just going to be like, yeah, I'm a ship captain. Or Dale might be like, well, I was listening to a song one time about ship captains. I think it was by Bob Dylan. You know, that's a good reason. Dale earlier got a question right because of Ozzy Osbourne, which is a great reason to get a question right, as far as I'm concerned. All right, little towels, going into our last round. Literally, this is the last one. We have no more round generator credits after this. You only get 3 per browser per day. Here's our standings, little towels. Look at that leaderboard. The difference between, like, one of the bottom, not the bottom, between 4th and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th is 3.5 points. This, the bunny ship. Pete Bunny Towel, they would like you to obtain a ship. You are a ship? No. I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. You want to go all the way to Russia? No, I'll tell them. All right. Well, Bunny Towel would... I don't know if we should have talked to him about ships, because now he wants to go to Russia and hunt the commies. So, Bunny Towel, you and Bunny Towel have a great time. I don't really want to go to Russia, you know, but you two will be fine. Just use your bunny powers. You'll figure it out. I'm sorry you got roped into this. And Nanya can be the captain. Sorry, Nanya, we're sending you to Russia. You'll be fine. Consider yourself a modern Magellan with a stuffed Pete Bunny Towel, and whoever else you want to bring along as you go to Russia. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to bump draft you. I don't know what that means, but more power to you. You and Bunny Towel have a great time, along with Pete Bunny Towel, on your trip to Russia. Try to avoid Vladimir Putin. I hear he's not very nice. All right, here we go. In first place, heading into our final round, but I only have a 1.5 lead. I'm a little towel. You know him as Little Towel. He's a Little Towel. Yeah, Nanya, I'm not allowed to go to Russia because I smoke a lot of weed. They'll get me. And I don't really like Putin. And I call him a commie a lot, so I should stay in America. You know what I'm saying? First place, Towel, 24 points. Excellent job, ladies and gentlemen. Nanya's like, if I go there, I'll end up running the prison with my own Russian faction. All right, yep. Call whoever was involved in that crazy online war that was involved with the Russians and then the Germans, and then you go into the Russian prison and be like, listen, I'm Nanya. Hello. You know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. First place, Towel, 24 points. Second place, Steph Towel, 22.5 points. She's half Canadian. She's half German. She's half British. She's all Canadian hero. Bret Hart, Steph, Winnie the Pooh. That's the Canadian triumvirate on their Mount Rushmore. They don't have a Mount Rushmore yet. We'll make one. We'll just baffle the hell out of people. We'll just go, listen, we will go to Canada, all right? I'll find a mountain, and I'll just say to the Canadian government, listen, I'll give you a bunch of money to do whatever the hell you do with it, like make maple syrup for your cars or whatever. I'll say that to them. Just let me carve some rock, all right? And they'll be like, what do you want to do that for? And I'm going to say, listen, I'm going to carve a sculpture of Steph. They're going to be like, who the hell is Steph? I'll be like, shut up, Justin Trudeau. So I shall build a rock sculpture of Steph, Winnie the Pooh, and Bret Hart. For generations, Canadians will pilgrimage to that site, and they will just be utterly baffled. We have the Rockies. Oh, this is why I can't be allowed to engage in international diplomacy, because I will come up with a really ridiculous idea. But you don't understand, I really, really want Canadians for just centuries to pilgrimage to this thing. I think it will be, but you don't realize that is my payback for you invading Detroit. The other countries of the world will start asking the Canadians why their Mount Rushmore is a random woman named Steph, Winnie the Pooh, and Bret Hart. Oh, it would be everything I've ever wanted. Oh, sorry, Peggy. You got to give me a moment of levity every now and again. If you can't cry laughing about Canada, you're not living, my friend. Oh, goodness. All right, second place, Steph Dowell, 22.5. Third place, Jill Dowell, 20 points. Excellent job, Jill Dowell, charging up that leaderboard all day, making it to the top three. Fourth place, Dale Dowell, 13.5. Excellent job, Dale Dowell. Excellent job in your first round. You really impressed. If you had been playing the whole day at that rate, you would have been on the podium. You may still reach the podium yet. We have 6 questions to go. Fifth place, ladies and gentlemen, Elijah Towell. Actually, if it's your first appearance in the game, you get a special first towel trivia. There you go, all right? So you get a special designation if it's your first time playing. We have a lot of return players, and that's great if you do return. But that's our special way of welcoming new Towel Trivia players. You get a special little thing, little designation on your name. All right, there you go. So, fourth place, excellent job, Dale Towell, 13.5. Fifth place, Elijah Towell, no stranger to Towel Trivia, and in just a few rounds has already charged up the leaderboard to fifth place with 12.5 points. In sixth place, ladies and gentlemen, in sixth place, it is Jeff Towell right behind Elijah Towell, 12 points. In seventh place, it is Allie and Rue tied with Peggy Towell. They both have 11 points, seventh place. But listen, the difference between fourth place and seventh place is only 2.5 points. In eighth place, Nancy Towell, 10 points, ladies and gentlemen. The difference between fourth place and eighth place is only 3.5 points. In ninth place, you know her as Bunny Towell. Bunny Towell's proud of Peggy Towell. Pete Bunny Towell's proud of Bunny Towell and Peggy Towell. Bunny Towell is 5.5 points. I believe that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th place. And in 10th place, the position of honor, ladies and gentlemen, Elizabeth Towell coming in with 3 points. Bunny isn't hopping too good today. No, Bunny Towel, don't you worry. You did so well. You came in late in the day. Then again, if we're having the kind of day where I'm crying laughing over the Canadian Mount Rushmore that I'm going to build. Now listen, one day you all are going to read a news article 20 years from now about this weird, eccentric American philanthropist who built a giant rock sculpture in Canada in the Rockies of a woman named Steph, Winnie the Pooh, and Bret Hart. And you're going to be like, oh, God, Grant, oh no, you're not even going to finish the article. You're just going to read the title and be like, oh God, Grant. And mark my words, I'm going to do this. I'm going to dedicate everything in my life to this at a certain point. I am building that. Nothing's going to stop me. I'll spend $100,000. I'll spend a couple million. I'll raise money. I will convince people that this is what Canada's image must be. For like 1,000 years from now, when we're no longer here and there's some flood and the next civilization starts, I want them to find that and be like, wait a minute. Like, who is this woman, Steph? Who is Winnie the Pooh? And who is Bret Hart? And I want them to rebuild civilization based on Steph, Winnie the Pooh, and Bret Hart. You don't understand. I have plans. Steph, you're an integral part of this plan because every article about it has to stay. And this woman named Steph. Oh, all right. Last round. Here we go, folks. Last round of the day. And I got to think about this because I really want the round to be things Joe Rogan never told us. All right? Now, I know we wanted to do art. All right? And I feel like art would be a really good category. And I know Peggy Towel wanted to do it. But we could either do like a hard category where we're going to learn things, or we could do a category that could be potentially so ridiculous that I will burst out laughing. So, should we do art or things Joe Rogan never told us? Now remember, this is the last category of the day. So we're either going to have like a really hard category, which I'm down with, learning about art, or we are going to I could break out laughing for every question about things Joe Rogan never told us. How dare they, Peggy? They made it out of cement. I think they should carve it into the rock. I'll be carving mine into the rock by hand. All right, we're getting some votes for the... We can do art, Bunny Towel, not Bunny, Peggy Towel. I will save art as our first category tomorrow. I think we should do things Joe Rogan never told us. It's a perfect way to end the day. All right, we're doing it. Here we go. Things Joe Rogan never told us. I have no idea how this is going to go. I just want to let you all know ahead of time. I have literally no idea what this is. This could be like that time we asked it about me, and I was the answer to every question, and it was the greatest day of my life. I think I walked around beaming. That was almost as good as the day that Hank Brennan said I could call him Hank. Oh, wait a minute. Is that Colleen Henry? Wait 1 minute. Wait. Is that Colleen Henry? Is that the Colleen Henry? All right. Is that the Colleen Henry on my screen right now? And Buck Towel, are you serious? This is a special moment, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a special moment, in fact, that I may just have to do this. All right. Now, it's one of those moments, all right? Before we play our last round, if you're new to this stream, we like to do this every once in a while. And I'm telling you, if Colleen Henry arrives, it's literally required by law, by intergalactic towel law.
You as well, Mr. Chairman.
There you go,
okay,
folks.
Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
One more time.
You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank.
We love it. We love it, ladies and gentlemen. Colleen Henry shows up. You know the rule. We watch the Call Me Hank clip. It's literally a law. It is required, ladies and gentlemen. If I do not do that, Buck will come get me. And you may be saying to yourself, Grant, Buck is not going to get you. Yes, he is. He will find me. He will say, why didn't you play the Call Me Hank clip? Right. Buck Towel is, I'm calling Henry's dog Buck. He's amazing. He's a guardian towel. All right, here we go. Things Joe Rogan never told us. Great moment in history, indeed. Things Joe Rogan never told us. Last towel trivia category of the day, and then I'm going for a walk. Oh, Peggy Towel, I don't doubt it. The category is about stuff he hid from us, so if he's a member of the Church of Satan, I bet he's hiding a lot of stuff. I don't know whether he is. I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't know. He lives in Texas. I don't know. He can be whatever he wants. All right, here we go. Which city did Joe Rogan grow up in? I don't know. What city did Joe Rogan grow up in? San Fran, New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago. San Fran, New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago. I have no idea, bro. He sounds like a California boy. No, kind of hardened. Yeah, Chicago. I don't know. Nope, San Fran. I almost went with California at first. I thought he was a San Francisco guy. Nobody got it. He's like a little hippie, I guess, originally. He was from the Flower City. I guess that's why he doesn't tell people. Some people guessed L.A., which is a reasonable guess. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, I guess he's from San Francisco. Who would have knew? Not me. That's for sure. Bunny Towel picks up the 2 points. That's the benefit of being a Bunny Towel. Great job, Bunny Towel. All right, next question. That was a hard one. I mean, the category is things Joe Rogan never told us, and I guess that's something he doesn't talk about. Maybe that's why the bot did that. Next question. That was high-pitched. I was smoking my cigar. Next question. What martial art has Joe Rogan extensively trained in? What martial art has Joe Rogan extensively trained in? Is it karate, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, or boxing? Is it karate, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, or boxing? He's a double black belt. It's either karate or taekwondo. Oh, is it jiu-jitsu? It might be jiu-jitsu. Yep. I knew he was a double black belt, but it's not karate, which is a little different. Towel gets a point. Who was the first one to get this one? Nanya Towel. Nanya Towel knew it. Nanya gets a full point. Nanya Towel, captain of the good ship. Nanya Towel. Jill gets half a point. All right, who else we got? Julia. Hello, Julia G, my friend. How are you doing? Julia G picks up half a point. Great to see you. Dale picks up half a point. Excellent job. Dale's up to 14 points. Steph picks up half a point. Steph's only 2 points behind Little Towel. Elijah Towel, excellent job, 13 points. No, good guess, Peggy Towel. Yeah, it's a tough one. You have to know, like, martial arts. It's a little obscure. Bunny Towel picks up another half a point, as does Colleen Henry. Julia, great hello again. And Colleen Henry and Buck get on the scoreboard with half a point. All right, Little Towels, let's move on to the next question. Just a few questions left in Towel Trivia today, but don't worry, we'll be playing all week during jury selection in the Donna Adelson trial. Let's begin. What animal did Joe Rogan once keep as a pet? I don't know. What animal did Joe Rogan once keep as a pet? A ferret, a python, an iguana, or a tarantula? A ferret, a python, an iguana, or a tarantula? I don't know. I think he probably would have kept an iguana, a python. He's kind of weird. If it's a ferret, I'm going to laugh. Show me a python. A tarantula. Well, he was on Fear Factor, so. Julia G. Excellent job. Hold on. Who was the first one to get it? Hold on. Can't tell the first answer. Peggy Towel, were you the first one to answer? Or no, I think that was was that your answer from the last time, Peggy? No, that was your answer for this time. So I think Peggy Towel was the, hold on, Peggy Towel. Did you guess 4? I think you got it right, Peggy Towel. As far as I'm aware, the answer is 4. So I don't know if maybe you're a question behind, Peggy. Maybe you are. Peggy, you might have to hit the live button or switch to 2x speed. But I think the first person to get it right for this one was Julia G. 2 points for Julia G. I had to really look because the answer is 4. And only Julia G got it right, apparently. Wow, all right. That was a tough one. Peggy, I don't know. You didn't actually answer this one, so I don't know if you're like behind or if like you got it right, but you said dang. So I don't know if Peggy meant to answer tarantula. I'm just going to give Peggy a point. I think Peggy should have. I can't tell if it was Peggy or Julia G who got it right first, so I'm just going to give Peggy a point. Oh, okay, Peggy's a little behind. I got you. All right, so Peggy did not get this one right. Julia G, congratulations. You were the only one to get that one right, and you got it right first. Next question, Little Towels. What show did Joe Rogan host before his podcast gained fame? What show did Joe Rogan host before his podcast gained fame? Was it MTV's Remote Control, The Tonight Show, The Daily Show, or News Radio? Was it MTV's Remote Control, The Tonight Show, The Daily Show, or News Radio? I think he was on News Radio, but he didn't host it? Oh, come on. That's not fair. I guess he was a host on the show. I knew that, too. I knew he was on it. All right, who got number 4? Steph. Steph Towel gets 2 full points. Elijah Towel gets a full... Oh, Julia G did get the last one. Julia G got it. That was impressive. Peggy Towel. Steph Towel, Elijah Towel also got a point. And then Julia G gets another point for this one. Bunny Towel picks up a full point. I don't know if he was... I thought he was on MTV at one point. I don't remember. I knew he was on News Radio. I just didn't consider it like a host of it. But I guess he is technically. Good guess, Jill. That's what I thought as well. And Peggy Towel's a little bit behind, so I'll just remember that the answer to this one is number 4. So if Peggy Towel comes in with the number 4, that means she's right. All right, we'll see. Peggy Towel, we'll give you a few seconds. Next question. We don't want to delay too much. Oh, Peggy's sped up now. Excellent. What podcast platform did Joe Rogan sign an exclusive deal with in 2020? What podcast platform did Joe Rogan sign an exclusive deal with in 2020? Spotify, Apple Podcast, Stitcher, YouTube. Spotify, Apple Podcast, Stitcher, YouTube. It's Spotify. Spotify indeed. Steph Towel gets the full point. Jill coming right in behind, half a point. Dale grabbing half a point as well. Elijah Towel grabbing half a point. We got Bunny Towel, half a point. Peggy Towel, half a point. Excellent job. And Colleen Henry, half a point. Good job, Buck. Buck knew that one. Buck listens to a lot of Spotify. He's a music connoisseur. All right, next question, Little Towels. Next question. Here we go. In which activity did Joe Rogan achieve a U.S. Open category championship? In which activity did Joe Rogan achieve a U.S. Open category championship? Jiu-jitsu, wrestling, boxing, taekwondo. Jiu-jitsu, wrestling, boxing, taekwondo. Oh, wow. Okay, we got absolutely screwed. Buck knows. Colleen Henry, he knows. Everybody got thrown off by this one. I guess he's an interdisciplinary subject expert. The game got us. It got us, Little Towels. That was the last question. It got us all. It just rained hell down on us, Little Towels. Every single person. Every single one of us. It took us for a ride. It chewed us up. It spit us out. It said, you may be towels, but I am the washing machine. That is what the game said to us. It took us through a spin cycle, and we didn't even get a chance to dry. All right, I have your final scores, and let me just tell you, it is incredibly close, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely incredibly close. I've never seen anything like it. We had some ferocious competition today. I'm looking forward to playing some more towel trivia with you tomorrow. Remember, jury selection in the Adelson case. I'm going to have to think about exactly when we're going to start. I have a doctor's appointment, but it's fine because I can play testimony or jury selection during my doctor's appointment, and I'll just leave it running and come back. But the point is, I'm going to count up your scores right now, so get the drum roll ready, and then we'll listen to the towel trivia song, and then we'll do our closing. All right? I love the towel trivia song. And if you haven't heard it before, it's wonderful. All right, I think I have your final scores, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so I'll type in the winner. Oh, goodness, we have some ties. All right, there's the first position. Oh, wow, we have a tie for first place. Wow. I knew it was coming. I knew I just couldn't do it. There was no way I could hold her off. She's that good. Second place. Oh, I'm looking at the podium right now. Oh, wow. We not only do we have an expanded podium, we have a first time, I'm pretty sure, that someone in their first round of towel trivia is on the podium. Oh, goodness. This is exciting, ladies and gentlemen. I am excited to show you these scores. I'm right now listing you all based on your order. So I get to see it first, and it is exciting. I am an excitable little towel. Oh, goodness. Yes, indeed. I'm excited to announce this. This was a very well-fought battle. I think you're all going to be proud. I am proud of all of you, as is Pete Bunny Towel. He is very proud of every single one of you. Here they are. Drum roll, please, ladies and gentlemen. The final scores are... There they are, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Got to expand it a little bit because we got two new players. There you go. Final scores for Towel Trivia round 23, ladies and gentlemen. We have a new champion. She is wearing the crown overnight. Oh, Jeff Lacasse testimony. All right. I will make note of that. Hold on. Jeff Lacasse testimony tomorrow. You got it, Colleen. But ladies and gentlemen, allow me to announce the scores. Here we go. Steph Towel is wearing the crown overnight. Steph Towel is the champion going into tomorrow. Excellent job, Steph Towel. Well deserved. This is why the Canadian people, when they see the Canadian Mount Rushmore, they will look up and they will say, that is Winnie the Pooh, that is Bret Hart, and that is not just some woman named Steph. She is half Canadian. She is half British. She is half German. She may have eyes on Detroit and the maple syrup from Vermont, and that is why she is a Canadian hero. She also won Towel Trivia. They will look up at that mountain and they will say, oh, glory to the people of Canada. Maple syrup be praised. Steph is a champion. We can't, Nanya. I wish we could, but there is no licensed version of Cadillac and Dinosaurs yet. One day there will be, friend, but there is no licensed version yet. You're going to have to write to the people who own the rights. They will not license it to YouTube. They license it to some platforms, but not YouTube. And it has to either be in the public domain or licensed for it to be used on the stream. But, ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled to say that Steph Towel has taken the crown today. Excellent, excellent, excellent job. Towel, though, in a close tie. A close tie with Steph. I am no Canadian hero. Oh, thank you for playing Elijah Towel. I am no Canadian hero, but I did manage to tie Super Towel Steph. I am a little towel, 26 points. So Steph Towel, 26 points, takes the crown. Towel ties with Steph Towel, and Towel is a little towel, 26 points. In second place, excellent job, Jill Towel. She fought hard all day. Jill Towel did not give up. Jill Towel was relentless. Jill Towel pursued and persevered, and Jill Towel obtains a podium finish, 21 points. Excellent job, Jill Towel. Congratulations. Second place. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, Pete Towel himself is excited. He woke up from his nap when he heard that we have a very special two-way tie for third, both Elijah Towell, excellent job with 14.5, and in their first ever game of Towel Trivia, Dale Towell, 14.5 points on the podium after only playing a few rounds, which means Dale Towell could be a threat in future games if they got that high after only playing half the day. Excellent job, Dale Towell. Excellent job, Elijah Towell. Congratulations, says Pete Bunny Towell, Dale Towell, on your first ever game, taking a podium position. Some people fight for weeks to get a podium position. You got it on your first ever game. Congratulations. 14.5 points each, Dale and Elijah Towell. Oh, and it's Jill's Towell. Jill Towell, congratulations. See, Jill Towell is a persistent player. I had no idea it was Jill Towell's first time on the podium. Hold on, we must backtrack. Pete Bunny Towell would also like to now issue a special salutation and commendation in the name of... I didn't even know you hold an official position. He says he is the official Pete Bunny Towell of Towel Channel. And he says he would like to issue an official proclamation first to Jill Towell for their incredible finish on the podium for the first time, 21 points, second place. He will sign this official proclamation by kind of banging his head on the official proclamation. He doesn't really sign things. He's kind of a stuffed animal, but he just bangs his head around and figures it out. Now Jill Towell, this is a very impressive moment. Congratulations. Well earned. First time on the podium. Dale, congratulations to you as well. Pete Bunny Towell also issued an official proclamation. He hurt his head a little bit when he was banging on your proclamation, but he says he's recovered now, and he feels that he doesn't have to go through the concussion protocol. I'm pleased with this because I need him in action tomorrow. We have another big day. He agrees. So congratulations, Jill Towell, Dale Towell, first time on the podium. I think Elijah Towell has definitely reached the podium before because they are a genius Towell, as are so many of you. But for your first times on the podium, Jill and Dale Towell, congratulations. Elijah Towell as well, only played a few rounds. You got to realize we are up against some ferocious competition when people are playing half the day and literally getting onto the podium. If they play with us the whole day, we're screwed. They're smarter than all of us. We're screwed. The Canadians, Dale Towell, Elijah Towell, Jill Towell, we're all screwed. All right, but there's no way we can hold them all off. They're too intelligent. In third place, in a tie, Dale and Elijah Towell, 14.5 points each. Excellent job. You're pleased with them? He's very pleased and congratulates those on the podium. Right outside the podium, and by the way, just so you understand, the difference between third place and eighth place was only 5 points. All right, that's how close these games can be. You can swing 4 points in a single question. You can swing 20 points in a round. It's very close all the time. Actually, the person who got the most points ever in a single round was, serendipitously enough, in fourth place today, Jeff Towell with 12 points. In one round before, Jeff Towell got 20 points in a single round. That means in a double bonus round, they got 4 questions right, where I got all of them wrong. That was very impressive. So, fourth place, Jeff Towell, congratulations. In fifth place, right behind Jeff Towell. Now, Peggy Towell was only 3 points off the podium. Now, Pete Bunny Towell is very, very proud of Peggy Towell. Pete Bunny Towell said that Peggy Towell has the kind of knowledge, the kind of erudition and cognition that will get Pete Bunny Towell to the podium soon enough. The day that Peggy Towell makes the podium, Pete Bunny Towell will be there to sign the commendation. Pete Bunny Towell will bang his head vociferously onto the commendation. I will try to avoid him getting a concussion. In any event, Pete Bunny Towell congratulates Peggy Towell. She climbed up the leaderboard. She went from 9th to 7th to 5th and closed the day in 5th position with a very strong showing of 11.5 points, just 3 points off the podium. Excellent job, Peggy Towell. As for 6th place, it was Allie and Rue. They're a tough candidate for, they always challenge, but they had to go. When they were here, they were dominating. Then they had to go. We got lucky. They fell to 6th, but they still did very well. Allie and Rue, 11 points in 6th place. Rue, the future mayor of Boston. If you don't want to vote for Michelle Rue, vote Rue. He's better than Michelle Wu. That's going to be the slogan. Now, in 6th place, Dale said, Dale, that was a great comment. Dale said, thank you. That was very fun and the positive vibes were great. I'm so glad you had a good time. Nanya's like, oh no, hold on, Nanya. Allie has a Pete Bunny Towell named Toffee Towell. Allie has a house bunny named Toffee Towell. And Pete Bunny Towell has already made a very gentlemanly courtship proposition to Toffee Towell, who is willing to go on a date with Pete Bunny Towell we're working on it. I think Tofi Towel is a little agoraphobic, so Pete Bunny Towel's just got to work around her. You know what I'm saying? What do you do with an agoraphobic bunny? That's a very complicated situation. The bunny's going to run away if you put it outside. You can't put an agoraphobic bunny outside. It's going to get overloaded. So Pete Bunny Towel's got to work around Toffee Towel's agoraphobia. Toffee Towel is a house bunny towel. You know what I'm saying? So Pete Bunny Towel and Toffee Towel are going to go on a date, and they're going to eat some kind of lettuce. I don't speak bunny. They'll figure it out. Either way, excellent job. Peggy Towel in 5th with 11.5. Allie Towel in 6th with 11. And Rue as well, of course, the future mayor of Boston. If you don't like Michelle Wu, vote for Rue. In 7th place, right behind Allie and Rue, is Nancy Towel, 10 points. In 8th place, right behind Nancy, Bunny Towel herself, with Pete Bunny Towel cheering her on. Pete Bunny Towel was like, she can do it. She just needs a few more rounds. And then I was like, Pete Bunny Towel, we don't have enough rounds left. And he was like, oh, darn. He wanted Bunny Towel to keep climbing up the leaderboard. She was only 5 points off a podium finish, even though she's in 8th. Bunny Towel, 9.5 points. Excellent showing, Bunny Towel. Right behind Bunny Towel, climbing up to a 9th place finish because of those excellent answers at the end there, including a 2-point answer win. Julia G., the only one to get one of the questions right at one point, got 2 points out of it. 3.5 points, 9th place finish. Congratulations, inside the top 10. Only played a round, still top 10 finish. Right behind Julia G., Elizabeth Towel, closing out the top 10. 3 points. Excellent job. And we don't actually have a number 11 and a number 12. We have a two-way tie. We have Colleen Henry and Buck Towel, and we have Nunya Towel, captain of the good ship Nunya Towel, heading to Russia with Pete Bunny Towel and Bunny Towel to get the commies. He's manned up. He's ready to go. He's going to kiss Toffee Towel goodbye. They'll figure it out. She's going to write him letters on the front. Take good care of him. Nunya Towel, it's a risky proposition to go to Russia, especially with a Pete Bunny Towel and a Bunny Towel to go hunting damn commies. They're going to figure it out. You got to run quick, bring some kind of Navy SEALs, bring the Marines, invoke the Logan Act. I'm really not sure what to tell you. In any event, the position of honor, Nunya Towel and Colleen Towel, 1 point each. Now, you know how we like to end these streams, ladies and gentlemen. So with your scoreboard up there, there's only one way to do it. There's only one way to whip it up. And we got to whip it up with the Towel Trivia song before we do our closing. So let me do that for you right now, ladies and gentlemen, because that's the way to whip it up, and that's the way you got to whip it up. And if you're wondering, Grant, are you quoting like some kind of 1980s performance between the Dubliners and the Pogues on Irish TV where the host says, it's time to whip it up, it's time to whip it up? Yes, I'm absolutely doing that, and I don't think there's anything you can do about it because I'm a little bit of an esoteric and obscure person. So this is the Towel Trivia theme song. Thank you very much to everyone who played today. We'll do our closing after this. But for now, let's take a listen to the Towel Trivia theme song. And please feel free to bop your heads along because Pete Bunny Towel is going to be dancing. And you know what happens when he gets a dancing? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the world gets prancing. I just made that up. Anyway, let's go.
Welcome to Grant's Towel Trivia. All you know junkies, but grab your inch and your towel. More fun than a barrel of monkeys. Grant and his cigar is on the screen with a smile. He's got lots of questions, so we'll be here a while. All of us contribute in our own special way, and it doesn't matter who wins at the end of the day. We're the top community and we won't stop. Steph is at the top, she never does flop. Ollie, Ruth, and Nancy are sprinting towards the finish line. Kitty's 1993 is not too far behind. Tater, Bug, and Dewdrops are smart and so kind. One family, we're family. Ruth and Cap Don know their stuff. Jeff's waiting on the clue. Claudia's got the answers, but Bunny does too. Lydia's sharp as a tack. Deb Fodder's on the ball. Sometimes we grumble when our scores get called. Now Harvard Yard keeps guessing answers that ain't up on the board. day's a new adventure in Towel Trivia Town. KR's not guilty, but that won't get us down. From the brightest to the struggling, we all play along in this corner of the internet where we all belong. So here's to all the players and the hosts so fine in this little slice of heaven where we all do shine. Towel Trivia time. Towel Trivia. Welcome to the Grant Smith Ellis Show. When you know, you know. Ooh, 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 Towel Pride.
Oh, you gotta love it. Pete Bunnytail knows how to get down. He might have, Pete Bunnytail might have been twerking a little bit. He was trying to send a message to Toffee Towel. You know, I told him that wasn't very gentlemanly. He was just getting into it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the music just takes control. All right. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much. By the way, don't donate anything to me today, please. This is a telethon for Lindsay Gattani, so if you benefited from this stream, this is a public information service. If you learned something today, if you want to help educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide, you know what I'm going to tell you to do. Please donate to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me just show you up on the towel screen. The best way to do that is to go to givesendgo.com/GEFJ4. You can find that link in the pinned comment. You can also find it in the description. Now, if you take a look at this nice little design I made before you go, this is the one thing I would ask today. Please don't send any donations to Towel. I'm doing a one-to-one match, actually, today. So any donations that you send to this Give, Send, Go for Lindsay Gattani in the lead-up, ladies and gentlemen, to September 3rd, the first $500 in donations between August 18th and September 3rd, I will match dollar for dollar little towels. So let me just show you. This is where you can find out more information. I made a little graphic. I'm going to post it on social media. Oh, right now. Oh, yeah, it's definitely Pete Bunnytail's favorite song in the world. He knows how to dance. I'll tell you that right now. And Allie was like, I'm here. Beavis and Butthead got the do the best tweet twerks. Just got back. Of course, Allie Towel, you have a great day. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, the best way you can find more information about Lindsay Gattani. All right, so give, send, go /GEFJ4, all uppercase. All right, I'm going to post that in the chat right now. So no, we are doing a towel telethon today. So all money raised between today, August 18th, and September 3rd, I will double. So I will match, excuse me, not double, I will match. So we raised $185 so far today, which with 100% towel match, $370 raised for Lindsay Gattani. Her fundraiser is now up over $3,370. Excellent job, folks. So if you want to take a moment to consider donating, and in lieu of my regular donation spiel about supporting public information services, please, please, please consider donating to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. If you learned anything today, if you benefited from this stream today, if you already donated to Lindsay, that's absolutely wonderful. You also can consider sharing the stream, sending a prayer. Lindsay was in the comments earlier, folks, and she was saying things like, thank you so much to everyone for everyone's support. She doesn't have social media, so it's nice to wake up and see such heartwarming messages and help on the Give, Send, Go. And then Lindsay said, I love the pray button. Those are my favorite to read. And then Lindsay says, I cannot thank you all enough or express how grateful I am. So there you go, givesendgo.com/GEFJ4. And little towels, before we begin our final spiel, let me just check it one more time. Let me load it up, make sure it still works. I believe it does. And every dollar donated up to $500 in aggregate between now and September 3rd, Towel will match. So your donation is actually doing double the work. And yes, $3,185, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and I actually caught a typo. Look at that. I caught a typo. It's we actually raised 370, 185 with, yep, there you go. Perfect. All right, so I double-checked my numbers. This was an exciting day. Please consider sending a prayer, making a donation, sharing Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. You see the link in the chat. Lindsay was really, really grateful, and I don't have to speak for her. She was in this chat earlier today. We can make a difference in the world, folks, and I know it's possible because of you, little towels. And if you're wondering, why should I support Lindsay? Who is Lindsay Gattani? Let me take a moment to show you that right now, little towels. I'll show you who Lindsay is. I'll read you the thank you message she had a chance to send to some of her supporters the last time around when people were starting to donate. People have started to donate again today. So let me just read you this message. Lindsay's a special person. She deserves your support. And let me just read you it one more time. I want to thank everyone who has been kind enough to donate to this fundraiser. The messages and prayers that you've sent have given me strength and hope to keep going. I read them over and over, especially in recent weeks when it's become difficult to see the sun through the clouds. It means more to me than you will ever realize. I want to specifically thank my small circle of friends who have been the subject of personal attacks simply for organizing this fundraiser and standing up for the truth. They gain nothing by trying to help me, and certainly don't deserve the onslaught of harassment they've received. I will always remember those friends who have stood by me in my darkest times when there was zero benefit for them doing so. It's not very often that you find friends like this in life. Which brings me to something that I need to address. This is, and always has been, the official and only fundraiser created in my name. There is much more that I would like to say and address, but right now I'm going to leave it at that. I will not engage or reciprocate in the disappointing behavior that has been taking place. Most intelligent people can see what is happening anyway. This past year has taught me a lot. I've seen the absolute worst of humanity. My children and I have been the subject of vicious harassment and complete lies. Betrayals from bad actors who pretended to be my friends, deception from people who never had my best interests in mind, death threats and wishes of harm, disappointment in people whose job it is to protect and uphold the law, and frustration with the justice system. Which I've come to learn is not about justice at all, but rather about who you know and what strings you can pull. Weeks before my latest hearing to renew my restraining order, I had decided to step back from social media. This has been the best thing for my mental health. I will not be returning, at least not for the foreseeable future. I can't change the opinions of people who have no interest in the truth. I know who I am. My children know who I am. We know what we've experienced, and I know what I stand for. The people who have intentionally hurt us will have to answer to God someday. I've experienced a lot in my life, but I was blessed with an amazing gift, the ability to persevere even in the toughest of times. Giving up, though it often crosses my mind during moments of weakness, is just not in my blood. If you have the ability to donate, every dollar helps. I intend to continue the fight against evil with everything in me and teach my children the importance of standing up to bullies. Public smears and lies by heartless people who take pleasure in the suffering of others will not deter me. If you are not in a position to financially to donate, please consider a prayer. The power of prayer is real. Thank you for all of you who show compassion, empathy, selflessness, and a desire to see good to triumph over evil. The truth will eventually be told, and those who have intentionally caused harm to others will be held accountable. In this lifetime by means of the law, or in the next lifetime when they face God himself. With all gratitude and love in the world, Lindsay. Luke 23:34. And Jesus said, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Edited to add, at this point in time, this is and has been the only fundraiser. There have been rumors swirling that this fundraiser was not approved by me or that there was another fundraiser created by someone else. This message is to clarify that currently this is the only one and it has been approved. There have been 2 fundraisers in the past, one for the hearing in which someone tried to vacate my RO. An attorney was retained and paid an $8,000 retainer. The unused retainer was returned at the conclusion of his representation. So he was paid $6,000. 2K, because that's how much he billed out of the retainer. 2K got returned, so he was paid in full. 2K was then rolled over towards the next attorney who represented me for the Rule 17 hearing. She charged a flat fee of $4K, so that attorney was also paid in full. The $2,000 in retainer, unused retainer from the previous attorney, was put towards her, and then $2 more K was raised. There were no funds left over, and now this fundraiser started from zero and is up at $3,000 or above, and Lindsay is using the money at her sole discretion. Only she can control what the third-party payee does with the money as to legal expenses. And Lindsay says, you can also help by sharing a link to this fundraiser. Thank you. And then people in the comments today, you can see the first donation was someone gave $50 and said, each time a woman stands up for herself without knowing it, without claiming it, she stands for all women. Maya Angelou, time for healing. You are not alone. Heart. And then Anonymous gave $50 and said, Luke 23:34 got me. Oh, that's a very sweet thing to say. Rhonda S., who's one of my dear supporters on Twitter, gave $50 and said, good luck, my friend. God bless you, Rhonda. Tal loves you so much. I really appreciate Rhonda. And Nicolette gave $10 and said, Grant brought me here, Lindsay. You got this. You are a strong woman. Oh, God bless so many of you. Thank you, every single one of you. So no donations to Towel today, please. Please consider giving all your donations you would have sent to me directly to this fundraiser. GiveSendGo/GEFJ4. If you benefited at all from the stream today, that's my only ask. Not even a donation. You could like, send a prayer, share the fundraiser. Anything you can do, that makes a big difference. All right, God bless you, little towels. You heard this is a public information service. I want to say hello to some people in the chat. Nanya, it was great to see you. Jill, great to see you. I have not ever seen Beavis twerking, but I'll take a look at it from Beavis and Butthead Alley. I'm sure it's hilarious. Allie, it was great to see you. Peggy Towel, Bunny Towel. It was great to see Peep Towel dancing. It was great to see you, Colleen Henry, and Steph. And Jill, it was great to play trivia with you. Who else did I see? I saw Julia G in there. I saw Elijah Towel. Who else did I see? Yep, I did see Peggy Towel, of course. Nunya. Dale, thank you for playing with us. Come back anytime. You had great vibes. You're hilarious. Towel trivia takes place pretty often during the week. You come by anytime. Great to meet you. You are a wonderful super towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a great day today. Thank you so much to every single person who supported Towel Channel. Thank you so much to every single person who supports this stream. And more importantly, thank you so much to everyone who donated to Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. You can find more information, givesendgo.com/GEFJ4, all uppercase. All right. God bless so many of you. And of course, you know how I like to end. If you benefited from today, oh my goodness, it's Anthony Barton. Nunya, we can't because of the YouTube rules, but I appreciate your suggestion. Maybe on Kick or something, Nunya. I could do like special Kick streams. It's still free, but Kick is a lot better. Brass Monkey, I don't think you want to go there. I think most people are far too friendly. Far too friendly with Towel to go there. But yes, Anthony oh no. We can change the names a little. Yeah, no, Nunya. I heard Mike Crawford's plan. I'm too smart for that, Nunya, but I appreciate you. But yes, yeah. Nunya, I literally heard his plan, though. So his plan was like, yeah, let's get him. I'm like, no, I'll stick to cigars, thank you. But yes, Anthony Barton, it was great to see you, my friend. I saw you pop right in the end there. And yes, folks, please consider supporting Lindsay Gattani. But yeah, Nunya, on Kick or something, it might actually be possible, but that won't be happening on the YouTube. Definitely not. But Kick, possibly. Kick has a little bit more relaxed rules. I'll look into it. I'm thinking about starting up a Kick stream anyway, and if they permit reviews of stuff like that, cool. I'm a medical patient anyway, so. Otherwise, I'll stick to cigars on the YouTube. I might be able to broker a peace summit, you know. No, Nunya. Then there will be no peace. There will be no peace. That is a very evil, possessive man. And if you ever try to go out on your own after volunteering under him, he'll set out to do terrible things. He's a malicious, dangerous human who goes after children, who's actively being sued for his actions in the context of some other things. It's not even a peace thing. There will be no repentance. There will be no forgiveness. There will be no solace for a man like Mike Crawford. If you go after children, if you go after vulnerable women, if you make a sport and a monetized career out of targeting the vulnerable, I don't care if you have perspectives on cases, but he went so overboard. He issued direct threats of violence about me to someone. So I appreciate it, Nanya, but I think the best way to approach it is he can live in his world as a dog walker, whatever the hell. I don't know what he does. He lives with Carmelita, the WAAF radio personality. He lives with her like she's his kind of like, I don't know, sugar mama or whatever. So he walks dogs for her and lives in her house and stuff. So, he can live his little life off his sugar mama. That's fine, in my opinion. Nothing wrong with that. But, like, his style, like the threats of violence in writing, his previous behavior, his kind of possessive attitude towards people who volunteer for him, not just Brian Riccio and other unnamed people, but it's a laundry list. Like, he's a bad person, in my opinion, who hurts other people and who takes advantage of people that work for him with a smile. And then he will try to smear them if they try to go out on their own. And the reality is that's not a very healthy sort of persona to have in the public arena. So like a lot of senators and reps I talked to about that guy, like specifically, we have to talk about his pernicious influence because of how dangerous it can be when he presents the false facade of an ally on issues, but his reality kind of like a Jason Broyles, in my opinion. So I don't know. Nanya, I like you a lot. I think you're a great person. Just be a little weary of that man, you know what I'm saying? He's got a dark heart. And I can sense vibes, bruh. And he doesn't pass the vibe check. Nanya passes the vibe check, but he doesn't. Yeah, no, it's not even like a ceasefire. Like, Nanya, I don't fire at people. I'm not like that. I don't get down in the mud. Like, if I have a problem with you, it won't come, like, through me. Like, I'll find, there will be something that you have done that is a problem, and if I investigate as a journalist and find it, well, all right. And that guy, Mike Crawford, like, come on, he almost got held in contempt the other day in Attleboro because he was recording without permission under the rules. He's still not registered as a journalist. Then he went into Norfolk Superior Court the other day, where I know people, clearly, I know the clerks, I follow the rules, and he went in and disrespected that court as well. He should have been held in contempt for doing that, in my opinion, because he flagrantly did it the other day in Attleboro. Then he did it again in Norfolk County, causing them to shut the Zoom down for everyone except for the people who were already in there, thus pissing off all the other people who wanted to get in because Crawford violated the rules. So this man, I don't know what to tell you, Nanya. He's a pernicious, selfish, like, egomaniac, in my opinion, who is, like, 50 or something years old, walking dogs and living in his sugar mama's house, who used to be a DJ for WAAF. And, like, he, like, clout chases, and, like, he goes from thing to thing. He'll be a progressive one day, then he's a Republican, then he's, like, a Karen Reed person, Turtle Boy person, anti-Turtle Boy person, whatever he can chase. He doesn't have, in my opinion, principles. Therefore, you can't I don't negotiate with ideological terrorists like that, in my opinion. And that's just an opinion. He's not actually engaging in any acts like that. He's an ideological stochastic terrorist, in my opinion. And I don't negotiate with ideological stochastic terrorists because they're not engaging in a place of good faith. Okay? That's just my opinion. I think you're wonderful, Nanya, but so long as he's engaging in a manipulative facade that might convince you that there's a possibility that he's doing anything other than acting from a subversive, malicious, place that is not from good faith, then there's no room to maneuver because you cannot negotiate with stochastic terrorists. And I'm not saying he's doing anything like that. He did make a threat of violence in writing to someone about me. But stochastic terrorism is something completely different. It does not imply or refer to the traditional definition. It means more weaponizing the public sphere for personal purposes. It's a lot like Kate Peter, a lot like Aidan Kearney, a lot like Karen Reed. It's stochastic terrorism. I know what it is. I'm a critical theorist. I study discourse theory. There is no room to negotiate with ideological stochastic terrorists. You disrupt, disorganize, and destroy. Okay? Disrupt, disorganize, destroy. All right? Remember that. Disrupt, disorganize, destroy. If you can remember that acronym, you'll understand how to deal with stochastic terrorism. I am not a member of the government. I've never worked for the government. I don't work for the government now. But I'm just telling you, you're dealing with ideological stochastic terrorists and people like that. You do not negotiate. You disrupt, disorganize, destroy. So, no, it's not personal, Nanya. If it were a personal thing, I would just tell you, and I'd be like, oh, no, I disagree with him personally. No, I think he's a pernicious, insidious, subversive influence that undermines the integrity of our representative form of government, weaponizes the public sphere, and does so at the expense of the integrity of the justice system, and at the expense of the safety of the most vulnerable. So it's not a personal thing. It's the kind of thing that I feel fundamentally undermines the entire project of American democracy and therefore has no place. Stochastic terrorism, in my opinion, has no place in the public sphere. What Turtle Boy does in form is a lot like stochastic terrorism. What Crawford does in form is a lot like stochastic terrorism. What Kate Peter does in form is a lot like stochastic terrorism, in my opinion. Lots of these folks. What Karen Reed does through proxies is in some cases stochastic terrorism. It's stochastic terrorism, in my opinion. There's no room for negotiation. Disrupt, disorganize, destroy. So I'll be very blunt with you, Nanya. I think you're wonderful, but in terms of that, no room for negotiation. Disrupt, disorganize, destroy. That's what I'm saying. So LS, I submitted an application to Harvard Law. I got rejected. I'm not trolling you, LS. I'm saying when I heard someone say this to me in a Twitter comment once, I was like, okay. When Crawford was defending himself, I submitted an application to Harvard Law and got denied. That does not mean I went to Harvard Law. I just submitted an application. If you submit an application to the Rules Committee and you don't get past the SJC Committee and you don't pass, you don't pass. Like taking no action is the same as you not passing, so he doesn't have a credential. You either have a credential or you don't. The reason why they give credentials, by the way, is because you show a capacity in court to follow the rules. Are you only broadcasting with permission? Are you signing in? Are you going to the clerk and saying, I'd like to do still photos or a video pool? Are you getting permission from the judge? Are you going into Zoom feeds and keeping your mic muted? Are you keeping your camera off? Are you making sure that when you're broadcasting, it's only a docket that or at least around a docket, like during the session of a docket, you have permission to broadcast because they don't expect you to miss part of it or anything. But are you only broadcasting what you're supposed to broadcast? Are you being a responsible steward of your access to the Zoom? It's more than just applying. It's getting approved because the SJC has certain obligations that attach, which they then hold you accountable for. And it's electronic access to the court. That's what the rule is about. So it's really a question of not really, decorum plays into it. You must observe decorum in the court or you will get held in contempt. But this is specifically an enumerated set of conditions that bind you to the SJC rule. So, mostly lay people are not bound to the SJC rules in Massachusetts. But if you apply under SJC Rule 119, Part A or Part B, you are binding yourself to the rule, which is akin to having it imposed upon you as an ethical requirement by the court. So it's not really something that people should be thrilled to be signing up for. You are imposing this duty, this literal enumerated in the court rules duty on yourself that extends specifically to the way you engage with electronic media provided by the court. And if you show a flagrant disregard and you broadcast Zooms without permission, if judges are... it's one thing if you're in court and, for example, one time a judge thought I was recording when I wasn't, and I was saying I wasn't, and he scolded me for something I wasn't doing. That's different. But if you're actually on the Zoom and you're broadcasting without permission and you get caught and scolded like happened to Crawford and Attleboro last month, That's like a direct way to make sure you never get approved. Because if you're doing it before you've bound yourself to the SJC rules, why would they ever approve your credential when you've shown a willingness to flagrantly disregard the rules? You're basically telling them that if they issue you the credential, you're not going to ask for permission. You're not going to follow the process. You have to, every single time you want to broadcast, you have to go to the clerk and speak to them in person. You either have to call them or send them an email, or if you even know their email, it's hard to find the email, or you have to go in person and you have to say, Madam Clerk or Mr. Clerk, may I please broadcast this docket or roughly this session when this docket is going to be on the docket. I would like to do still photographs or video. Do you know what happens? Do you know why there's a process? I just want to explain this to Crawford. I'm not talking to any of you in the chat. Do you know why that happens, Mr. Crawford? Because the clerk then takes the request and goes to the session judge and says, Your Honor, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, however many media requests. Here's the still pool. Here's the video pool. Here are the different requests. Which ones do you want to approve? And then judge will either like approve them all or say like, okay, one person can be the still, one person can be the pool. If that happens, then the clerk comes back to us and designates somebody as the still or the pool when we're in person. Okay, if it's a media request for a Zoom access, they then go to the judge who gives you permission to go onto the attorney-only access Zoom. You should never share that link with anyone. You shouldn't give it out. You shouldn't make it public. It's not a public link. It is given to you in your capacity as a journalist under Rule 119, wherein you are bound to the electronic access rules of the court that prohibit you explicitly from promulgating attorney and media-only access lines, and in turn, you can go on the Zoom with specific permission in writing or in orally or in person from the court and broadcast audio and video transcriptions from court Zoom feeds. If you cannot do that process before you get credentialed, if you violate it, then once you have credentials, they won't give you them because they will not think you're going to follow that very complicated process that requires a lot of personal interaction and respect between you and the staff of every court in the Commonwealth. And if you have a reputation, not for necessarily being like tenacious reporter, that they don't care about that. They don't pass judgment on your content. If you have a reputation for violating electronic access rules, you're not getting credentialed, ever. They have a committee. I don't care if you hire somebody on the committee as a lawyer, you're not getting on in the committee. You're not getting passed because they're going to be like, we have this FTR recording or we have this evidence of him in Attleboro. He's not getting on the credential list. I'm telling you, that's how they think. That's my opinion. Oh, yeah, okay, so the other thing is, yes, different courtrooms have different typing rules. So you can, some journalists, like, type really loud. I'm one of the louder typers, okay, but some have, like, actual, like, acrylic nails, like, it's really loud. If nobody has a problem with it, and you're, like, over in your little journalist corner, they'll put a little white noise machine, nobody cares. Like, they'll just blank out the noise, nobody cares. But if you're in a small courtroom, yes, the court officers, not just me, they will come to any journalist who's typing loud, and they will say either put, like, a silicone quiet, like, dampering device on your keyboard or type quieter. It's not necessarily because, like, I type pretty loud, all right? So I got a silicone thing pretty quickly. But what you're dealing with is 10 people, all of whom are professional journalists, basically, typing at 200 words per minute, like 140 to 200 words per minute at the same time. So imagine that, like 10 professional journalists within like 10 feet of each other, all of whom are excellent at writing their notes, typing at 200 words per minute. It's like being in a newsroom, and you're dealing with the heavyweights of the Massachusetts media pool for the most part. Like some of those people, like Christina Rex, Gretchen Voss, John Hall. Those are real titans of local journalism. And you're sitting next to them, and you're all working ferociously. Yes, you have to be a little bit respectful. Most of the time, court is not like that. There is not 10 professional journalists, all who know what they're doing, typing really fast. Normally, it's 1 to 2 journalists. On a big case, you might get 7 to 8. 1 to 2 journalists in the session, sitting and typing. The clerk is also typing, so that's fine. But when there's 10 of us in a small space and we're all typing, oh, that's chaos. It's chaos. I've seen it. It happens all the time. It's chaos. And they have to tell us to get dampering devices. And I didn't know. I had to I have a silicone dampering device now, but even some of my colleagues, I'm telling you, we type very fast. We're focused. We're in the zone. We're working. We're not really thinking about like what environment we're in. We're listening, looking, and typing. So they do serve as a check and balance, but they're not offended It's more like you're working, they're working. You both have to find a happy medium, and they'll tell you what that medium is. And we do it all the time. I think. I think that he might be blacklisted. I mean, eventually he'll just get rejected. Even if he got rejected, would he tell people? No, that's humiliating. And like, you can't really appeal it, bro. Like, when are you gonna sue the SJC? And the SJC, they're gonna be like, we affirm our decision. You're gonna go to federal court over it. It's already been decided. They have discretion whether or not to issue the credentials, and they win on it all the time. So yeah, no, but my typewriter. Yeah, so what's really funny is, like, Mike Crawford is, and I want to go soon because I want to go walk, but Mike Crawford is the type of person who, to make a point, will end up biting his nose to spite his face, because he's going to be like, I'm just going to do it anyway. You know what they're going to do? Whether or not I pay attention, every single time Mike Crawford is on a Zoom, the court is going to, he has a reputation now, the court's going to be like, wait a minute, is that guy who streams without permission? And then they're going to start limiting Zoom access to only people with the name that signed in, and they're going to link it to the account. I'm telling you, the courts are going to crack down. They're already pissed. I heard that Attleboro District Court judge basically threatened to hold Mike Crawford in contempt. She didn't say Mike Crawford, but like, that court got a recording of him broadcasting the court feed without permission, because I was recording it. There's no doubt in my mind, and like, there's a written record of me reporting it contemporaneously. There's no doubt in my mind that judge was like, how dare you? To him. You know, she didn't say it directly on stream, but in her mind, like, how dare you? You know, and you could hear it in her tone. And I'm sure if Judge Doolin in Norfolk Superior Court, or any of the clerks, Clerk Margaret or whoever, were told, like, hey, this guy's doing it again. Now, I didn't have time to do it. It shows you I'm not really, like, vengeful, but if I see it on the Zoom in real time, and like, Melanie Little thinks that it's me, like, being vindictive. No, nobody's ratting Melanie Little, in Attorney Little. If you are not credentialed under SJC Rule 119, okay, the spirit and the content of the rule says that you should not be broadcasting it. Now, you may be outside the jurisdiction of Massachusetts, okay, doesn't matter. It's our court rule, okay? Observe the court rule. It's not that hard. Register as a journalist. National outlets get registered all the time. Just register as a journalist. Then you can simply follow the process, which is laborious on purpose. They want to know who wants to broadcast. They want a written record of it, and they want to approve it. Follow the process every hearing, every time. There's no standing approval. It doesn't exist. The court rule requires every single time there's a new hearing, you submit a new written request. Or you can do it in person or orally, but the point is, it depends what the court, each district and superior court is different. You still have to get permission. And you should never, in a million years, misrepresent whether you got permission to broadcast a court hearing. I'm telling you, that's the worst thing any of these people could do. They should just follow the book. It's so simple. It's so simple. Get the approval. If you're really a journalist covering the courts, you're going to get passed, okay? Like, look at the list of people who are passed. We all cover the courts, not gratuitously, not for money, but because we cover the courts in the furtherance of public information in line with the rule. We don't just go to one case. We cover the courts. We cover the damn courts. That's what the standard is. Do you cover the courts? So I don't get why people who either like can't make the standard or don't cover the courts or only cover one case, I don't get why they won't just follow the rules. But it is exceptionally frustrating to the people who actually go through the process, and there's a reason why the actual credentialed journalistic pool is very insular. Like, there are very, very small number of people who are in that journalistic pool, and there's even fewer of us that go to every hearing in Boston, every hearing at Suffolk Superior Court related to the big government stuff, every hearing at Moakley that related to government stuff. We're all at all of these things. We all know each other. It's a traveling press pool. We all know who everybody is. So we really don't like it. Like, I'm not speaking for all of us, but I'm telling you, there are people who get very upset, especially the big networks, if you go in there without credentials and you start broadcasting stuff. The whole point of them going through the process, of them spending money, of them spending time and resources to follow the rules, is that if everybody follows the rules, then we all are playing by the same rules. If people just break them, then why does the court have the rules? Why are they spending the money to comply with them? It pisses people off, and that's exactly what happened. Anyway, I'm just ranting. I should have started smoking a cob pipe. No, yes. Reporter towel. Reporter towel on the scene. All right, but anyway, that was a soliloquy. Thanks. I clearly had an energy drink today. It was a, hold on, where is it? Oh, I already threw it out. I don't want to dig through the, well, I'm just using a small trash barrel. I don't even want to dig through it. I had a Swedish Fish energy drink today, and let me just tell you, it got Tal very riled up. It was one of those ones that has like 200 milligrams of caffeine, but then 1,000 milligrams of taurine. Right to the moon. All right, my name's Grant Smith-Ellis. Let's wrap it up. If you benefited from the stream today, if you learned something today, if you found camaraderie here, if you had fun in trivia, you know what I'm going to say to you, little towels. You know what I'm going to say. If you want to pay it forward, if you really want to make Towel happy, it's more than just donating or supporting Lindsay's fundraiser. Look for a reason to do a small act of service or kindness today. It can be something as simple to donating to homeless veterans. There should not be one veteran in the United States of America homeless against their will. If they want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. But there should not be one veteran in the United States of America homeless against their will. If there is, we have failed as a country, as a society, and we've let the communists win. And I will not let the damn commies win. We must help homeless veterans. Now, you could also donate to an animal shelter run by veterans. See what I'm saying? Help animals. Everybody loves animals. Help veterans. Everybody wins. You could also donate to an animal shelter, because everybody likes animals, right? But it could also be something like, if you're in the UK, donating to the Big Issue, right? The Big Issue, LS gave that suggestion, I believe, is a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness in the UK, and it helps them by helping the newspaper circulate related to issues experienced by the people on the ground in these different communities in the UK, which is great. But it also can be something as simple as smiling at a person on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels forevermore during the outro. Yes, in that way, I believe it's possible for those small acts of service and kindness to ripple outwards and change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. And as such, we will be able to bring about the new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and waving a towel. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what I believe. I believe it's possible because of you, and I'm so grateful to have been able to spend the time with you today. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis, Towel Friends on the X. You know you got a few minutes extra today, so at the beginning, so I'm going to spend a minute or two on the extra with the Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube. Towel Friends on the Towel X, God bless you. Be well. Have a great day out there. Have a great day out there. Enjoy the weather if you're going to spend a few minutes outside in this fall chill, at least if you're in New England. And know that Towel loves you very much. Thanks for watching. We'll be back tomorrow for Don Adelson jury impanelment coverage. It might have to start a little bit late. I have the doctor. So we're either going to start at like 8:30 and then I'll like leave something playing while I go to the doctor, or we'll just start after the doctor and I'll start at like 9:30 or 10. I have to figure out if I have to get an x-ray tomorrow on my neck. If I do, I have a lot going on tomorrow. Little Towel's medically not well, but we're figuring it out. I'm here mentally. Towel loves you very much. God bless you. Enjoy the rest of your day. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithL. See you tomorrow, Tuesday, August 19th, sometime after 9 a.m. or so. Thanks, Towel Friends on the X. God bless you. Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube, what a day. LS, I am so glad I got to see you at the end there. God bless each and every one of you. Thanks for spending some time with me today. I drank a whole water bottle. I think it had a liter or two of water. That's a good sign. I'm still dehydrated. I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to listen to some music. I'm going to try to center my zen. Maybe I'll go to a park or something. I don't know. I just need to find myself right now. I'm really like in the zone in terms of all of the facts that I'm relaying, but I don't know who I am. And I'm not being like gratuitous. I really don't know who I am. I'd like to figure it out. I have some sense of my identity, but I want to find myself and I want to find what makes me happy, and I want to center my life on that. This makes me very happy, this community, this work, and I love it very much, and it is a big part of me. It is like 93% of my life. But I want to find, and I think I know what I want in the other 7%, but I really want to find it. And that requires more introspection. I haven't been doing enough of that. The way I like to do that is I like to go to a park or I like to walk with my headphones on and just think. So that's the best thing for me to do today. I'm so glad I got to spend the day with you. LS, I had a great time with you. Nanya, I had a great time with you. Thank you for indulging my rant. Nanya was like, let's make peace. And I was like, no negotiation. Nanya was like, okay. But Nunya knows it's no hard feelings. I actually, as I've said many times, I think Nunya is wonderful. I do not control who people associate with. I don't care. You associate with whoever the hell you want. Doesn't matter to me. I think at the end of the day, like, you'll come to feel similar as me a day from now, a week from now, a year from now. But it doesn't matter. I'm not going to force you to get there. God bless you all. You know, whatever you all think is right, I support. Even if I disagree with you, eventually I think we all get to a very similar place. It's just a matter of our experiences and how we get there. So try adding an electrolyte sachet to your water bottle. Increases hydration. Liquid IV is a good one. Oh, that's a good idea. So LS, I've actually heard of this Liquid IV. I heard a lot of hospitals use it or something. I absolutely am going to check that one out. So thank you so much for the suggestion. I took a screenshot. God bless you, LS. I appreciate you so much, more than you know. Even when I fall behind on myself, sometimes LS like sends me emails and is like, "Oh, did you see this?" And sometimes I can't read everything, and I feel so guilty. But just know, even if I don't respond, I'm reading most of the stuff that gets sent to me. But like a lot, it's a lot of material. I'm not saying any one person, but that's why even if you don't get a response to everything, I might follow up with you by email or by message a week later and say, "Hey, I read everything that you sent. Here's my thoughts on it." You know, so don't ever feel that if I don't respond, not just LS, but anyone, don't ever feel that if I don't respond to something you've sent me that I'm not digesting it. It just could be that what you've sent me is like made me think, or I did research, and I will never send you an underdeveloped thought. If I'm going to respond to something you've sent, I'm either going to listen to the whole book, which I haven't even done with the Audible book that I've been meaning to listen to that LS recommended. I'm either going to listen to the whole thing, or I'm going to do my research, or I'm going to have an immediate thought that I want to send because I have like an informed response. But I'm never just not reading it, so don't ever feel that. I want you to keep sending me stuff. I'm always reading it. I'm a voracious reader, but sometimes you may not get a response because when I'm going to respond, it's going to be like, "Okay, so by the way, you sent me this, and then it sent me down 3 rabbit holes, and here's how I feel about it." So thank you so much to each and every one of you. The brand is Liquid LV, multiple sachets in a box. Yeah, I'm going to check it out. I might order some on Amazon at the end of the month. Remind me, LS. I'll make a mental note. I'm going to put it in my chart now. Not my chart, my Word document, my notepad. Liquid IV brand. Yeah. Do get back to me on the book. Yes, absolutely. I'm going to start listening to it at night before bed. All right, Patel friends, God bless you. It's been fun. It's been a great day. Good vibes. We had a lot of fun with Dale, first towel trivia. It was great to see Elijah. It was great to see Steph win and Jill make the podium for the first time and Peggy do so well. And Bunny Towel and Julia G, Elizabeth, Nunya, Colleen, Allie, and Rue, and Nancy and Jeff. What a great day, ladies and gentlemen, and Peggy Towel and Colleen. What a great day. What a great day. Oh, great. I'm glad Amazon sells them. All right. God bless, Towel friends. I'm out of here. I'm going for a walk. It was a great day. I enjoyed it. We'll be back together. We got jury selection all week in the Adelson case. Then we got the start of testimony on Friday. Thank you so much for this special community. Thank you all for being you. Whether you tuned in the morning, whatever your time zone is, the afternoon. I love these streams. We only went for like 9 hours today. It was great. Tal loved you all very much. See you tomorrow, Tuesday, August 19th, sometime after 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll put up the stream link very shortly after this stream ends. Towel loves you very much. God bless, friends. Be well. See you very soon. See you, Jill. See you, Peggy. See you, Ella.